Hello, everybody, and welcome to North American Valorant Challengers. Give me a second, let me turn my light on so you can see me. By light, I mean my phone flashlight. There you go. Alright, so we're going to be getting into this first series. It looks like pretty quickly here, and if you are unaware, today's the last day. That's it. We're done. It's been about 3 months of Valorant and watching these teams compete, all trying to make it to playoffs. Today's the last day of the regular season, and then um, I believe in 2 weeks, maybe a week, we will start the playoffs. I can go ahead and actually confirm that. Yeah, May 31st. So in about a week or two, week and a half ish. I mean, like 2 weeks. In like 2 weeks, we're gonna get this back up and running, and we'll be covering the playoffs. In the meantime, though, let's just get through today. And there's a lot riding on today. I mean, not a whole lot. Last week was a really big week for like who's gonna win, who's gonna make it to whatever, blah blah blah. But what is important about this week is a few teams, right? A few teams need this week to prove something, right? FaZe is not surefire going to playoffs quite yet. They need to at least get a map up, and then they've got a pretty good chance here. But if Moist Moguls, who again is still flawless, if they are able to take down FaZe Clan in a 2-0 fashion, FaZe Clan is at risk of not making it to the playoffs. A lot would have to not go their way in order for them to not make playoffs, but it is definitely possible. And then the other main game today is Turtle Troop versus Shopify Rebellion, because this is a match where the winner has a chance at qualifying for playoffs. Or I'm pretty sure if the winner, actually, I'm pretty sure the way it's gonna work is if you lose, you don't make it. I think, I don't know. I just remember yesterday there were a lot of if statements, so I'm pretty sure it's whichever team wins between Shopify and Turtle Troop will be making it to playoffs. But that's pretty much it. Obviously, of course, in between those series, we have the GRD versus G2 Esports. Not as much riding on it. I think for G2, it's a good match or a series to be a little bit of a send off before they go to playoffs, because although they are confirmed in playoffs, you look at their split 2 performance so far, and they may be up with disguise as far as losing every single series in split 2, which is not at all where G2 would have wanted to be, considering they were the top of Group A after split 1, and they made it to the grand finals of the midseason face-off, and now coming into split 2, they just haven't found anything. In their final series today against the GRD will try and prove, yeah, we still have some fight within us. It seems like they've just taken a back seat. They're not practicing as much, knowing that we already made it playoffs. We don't have to worry. Or maybe their strategy is they're throwing so that way they'll get put up against one of the higher level teams to start off. I'm not sure. Whatever their plan is, today will be the day to try and say, all right, we're still good against the GRD. I'll remind you, they've beaten the GRD before in the midseason face-off in order to get to the grand finals. So this is definitely winnable for G2 in the sense that they've done it before. Now, will they be able to do it today? I'm not so sure. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and just start talking about this next series, or the first series of the day, Moist Moguls versus FaZe Clan. Now, this is a series which, honestly, you can probably predict pretty easily, and when I made my pick'ems yesterday, I told you all what I thought was going to happen, which is Moist Moguls takes a win. Now, again, like I said, if FaZe Clan does not get at least one map up, they are at risk of not making it to playoffs, depending on how the other series today go. So it's up to FaZe to try and decide or try and prove, yeah, we can at least get a map up against Moist Moguls. And I'll remind you, this is a Moist Moguls team which currently is flawless in split 2. And you could say, all right, yeah, sure, they've gotten lucky, but these are really dominant wins. I mean, against OR and Mad Lions, for example, let's just take a look at the scores there. Against Mad Lions, it was 5 and then 2 were the only, it was a total of 7 rounds that Mad Lions got up in that series. Against OR, it was 4 and then 9, only a total of 13 rounds to the 26 that Moist Moguls got up. And then, we look at some of the harder matches, which is like the GRD versus G, or the GRD and G2. Against the GRD, it definitely went a little bit closer, went to overtime in split. So Pearl, they took 13-7, not very close. Then it went to overtime and it went to the GRD. Then it went to Haven and went 13-10. So fairly close, but it's also against the GRD, who A lot of people coming into this into North American Challengers had them at the top. And then we look at Moist Moguls versus G2. Moist Moguls did lose on Lotus 13-9, and then they bounced back 13-4 on Ascent, 13-5 on Haven, and it was a pretty dominant win from that point forward. So this is a Moist Moguls team which you can tell is looking very, very powerful, very, very potent. Versus you look at a team like FaZe Clan, and it's not that they're not looking powerful and potent, just maybe not as much as Moist Moguls. I mean, they have not taken a 2-0 win yet in maybe the whole of Challengers. Let me just double check that. Yeah, they've never taken a 2-0, or they haven't taken a 2-0 in the entirety of the North American Challengers so far. So all of their wins have been 2-1. And let's take, for example, their win against G2, which G2 is a very easy team, looking very easy to beat in Challengers. Let me just take a note of what these maps are. FaZe picking Lotus, Moist Moguls picking Haven, and the decider will be Pro. All right, I'll go over that in a second. But my point is, FaZe has been putting up some hard-fought battles against OR, which I will remind you, OR against Moist Moguls only got 13 total rounds to the 26 that Moist Moguls got. Versus you look at their matchup against FaZe, 8-13, 7-13, and then 4-13. Yeah, the decider was not as close, but my point is, FaZe Clan is not performing nearly as dominantly as Moist Moguls, so it'll definitely be very, very difficult, and it will be a very big struggle. And Moist Moguls is a team, a roster who we've seen, they don't hesitate to respect their teammates, their opponents as much as they should. Like they give every single opponent they go up against as much respect as they feel that team deserves. It always feels like Moist Moguls takes every series, not like it's just, oh, this is going to be easy. They have seemingly taken a lot of these series as this is the series to prove ourselves, right? They have not taken a series. I've not seen them play a single series like they were not fully in that match, and I don't know why today would be any different. Sure, Moist Moguls doesn't need this, but first of all, it'd be cool for them to be able to say, yeah, we 5-0'd, and also this is one of the fan favorites in general because they're owned by Moist Moguls. And on top of that, this is a team that just like came from nothing. I mean, they were a free agent roster coming into North American Challengers. They got picked up by Moist Moguls. Now they got all these eyes on them, and they're still playing even better than they did before getting picked up, right? I mean, this is very, very impressive. This is the story every free agent team wants to go through, and Moist Moguls is living that dream, potentially looking at going to Ascension if they can do well enough in playoffs, and this would be a good way to send it off. Beat FaZe Clan here in a 2-0, and Moist Moguls will be very, very happy with themselves. They go with a 5-0 streak, a flawless streak in Split 2 going into the playoffs. That is exactly where Moist Moguls would want to be. But for FaZe, again, there's a lot riding on this for FaZe. If they don't take a map up here, at least one, they're at risk of being eliminated. Now, they showed, or sorry, FaZe did tweet saying, we're going to take a 4-1 split. We're going to go into playoffs 4-1. That's what they said, because currently they are 3-1. So if they take a win here, they'll have a 4-1 record. If they lose, they'll have a 3-2 record. So they're confident in their ability to take a win here. I'm not so sure they're going to win. In fact, I think even just taking one map up will be an incredibly daunting task, but I'll remind you of what the map picks are. So Lotus is going to be the first map pick, picked by FaZe Clan, and there's no mystery there. I mean, we've seen FaZe do decently well on Lotus. It's a little bit of a confusing pick because it's not like one of their better picks, but it's also still been a solid staple for them, and they've done decently on it. Now, the question is, are they going to be able to do decently enough on it against a team like Moist Moguls? And again, I'm not entirely sure, especially since Moist Moguls is this very aggressive team, but they also know how to play defense really well. I mean, we've seen Moist Moguls dominate on the defense of Lotus, which is a very offense-sided map. So I think it's very, very possible we've seen Moist Moguls do very, very, very well here on the not just the defense of Lotus, but the map as a whole. Because, like I said, Moist Moguls is a really impressive team on the offense. But honestly, I think what's more impressive is their defensive capability on these 3-site maps, which are inherently offense-sided, and especially Lotus more so than a map like Haven. So I think it's going to be a very difficult play from FaZe. Them picking Lotus makes me think maybe they've got something up their sleeve, but for the most part, I do think it's very, very probable or very, very possible that they lose Lotus, because it's roster like Moist Moguls who knows exactly how to counterplay or how to play well on Lotus, both on the defense and especially the offense, where it's an offense-sided map. And then Haven is picked by Moist Moguls, and again, no mystery there. We've seen Moist Moguls do very, very well on Haven time and time again. I believe even in the playoffs, I believe the midseason face-off, their win against M80 was on Haven. Yeah. So this is M80, one of the best teams and challengers right now. And Moist Moguls in midseason faceoff, and this was before they've scaled to the power that they're at right now. The only map they took up in that series was Haven. So clearly Moist Moguls knows their stuff when it does come to Haven. And so I think map 2 absolutely will go to Moist Moguls. The decider being Pearl is another map that I think could potentially go either way, in the sense that FaZe has some good experience on it, but Moist Moguls plays super, super strong on that. And I don't even want to talk about the decider because I'm not entirely sure we're going to go there. In fact, I don't think we will. But anyways, let's just get straight into the agent select of Lotus, and let's get ready to start this series. And yeah, I mean, again, I think Lotus will probably go to Moist Moguls. I think it should be a 2-0, especially seeing these map picks where some of these maps are pretty strong for Moist Moguls. In fact, we think all of these maps are strong for Moist Moguls. So we'll see if FaZe is able to put up a good fight. Mame and Fly are both going to be on Viper. Sim and Baby Bay both going to be on Jet. Brock and Tig both going to be on Sky. Proto and Poise both going to be on Killjoy. The only difference is both teams running a double controller, except that one of those controllers is different for either of these teams. Both teams have a Viper, but Moist Moguls has an Astra and FaZe has an Omen. Now, we don't see Astra a whole lot on Lotus very much anymore, but we definitely do still see her occasionally. Sometimes you'll see a Harbor played instead of an Omen or an Astra, but Moist Moguls picks Astra here. Astra is a little bit more defensive versus Omen is a little bit more aggressive, in the sense that Astra's not super good at necessarily taking space, but they're good at defending that space, in the sense of, let's say I'm on the offense, I get the spike down, there's so much post-plant util in the hands of Astra, plus, of course, controller smokes, all that good stuff, to somewhat assist in the taking of site, versus like with Omen, you got your TPs, you got that paranoia. It's going to make it a little bit easier than, say, playing with an Astra to help take space, especially if you're, pushing by yourself. In like a clutch scenario, you're probably more likely to clutch when you're on an Omen than you are if you're on an Astra, for example, because Omen is a little bit more individual and a little bit more aggressive. But for the most part, these are going to be pretty much identical team comps, and that controller difference, or having a different controller, may not matter too much. It's just going to be down to which team can perform more dominantly. And as I was just praising Moist Moguls' defense on Lotus, they are starting on the defense of Lotus. FaZe being on the offense, they should have an advantage here. It's a very offense-sided map, and we will see if they will have the advantage. FaZe is going to start off his offense by pushing into A. Moist Moguls, I don't know if they were reading a B, whatever it is, 3 players for Moist Moguls do push out a B main. They don't encounter anybody, and now they're going to go for the flank. Sorry about that. Just lost some internet connection there for a second. What was I saying? Oh yeah. FaZe coming in. Moist Moguls going for the flank. Let me just make sure this is all up to date. That flank does get taken out except for Brock, and it looks like it's fairly even, but it is a 2v3 right now for Moist Moguls. Sorry about that. A little bit of a rough start here. Flya coming in from CT, going to be taken, pushed at Bay by Baby Bay. Brock's there to trade it off, but then Mame just going to trade Brock off. And this round does go to FaZe to start it off, and this offense for FaZe going off well to start it off, but I keep saying the same thing over and over again. But it is, again, an offense-sided map. And so the offense taking a pistol round is not completely out of the ordinary. The real show will be when it's on a buy from both sides. But for now, it's going to be forced buy here for FaZe. And now it's up to Moist Moguls to try and put up a good defense, despite being at pretty big eco disadvantage here. Looks like FaZe is going to be doing a little bit of defaulting. They leave the spike in their spawn, and they're sending 2 or now 3 up towards B main. Maybe they're hoping to play off some contact. Flya behind box going to get flushed out by some util. Now Moist Moguls does have to be worried that potentially there could be someone behind, or sorry, FaZe doesn't have to be worried that there could be someone behind the box. Trying to shoot it, not quite going to find anything though. And pushing out, Sim pushing out of A, gonna make a little bit of noise contact with Mame, but not gonna find anything. But the rest of his team really gonna pull through. I believe there was Thief and Fly each found a pick with the Sheriff. Super gonna be able to take out Fly, but Brock gonna trade it off. And suddenly, two-player advantage here for Moist Muggles. They may even be able to pick up a gun if they can get their hands onto it. He's going to start this push into B. There are two on B site, or at least near B site, to help block it down. As this plant gets threatened, Tig goes up into heaven to clear out Brock. Thief able to take out Mame. Now down to Tig in a 1v2. Flank coming through from a Proto. Tig 20 HP, and it's looking like this eco round for Moist Moguls will be able to turn into a win. And it will! Thief able to take out Tig with the Spectre that he was able to pick up. And the forced buy from FaZe turns into a loss. That is not at all what they want to be doing here, because now Moist Moguls has suddenly turned this half back into their favor. Despite losing that pistol round, winning this half is suddenly not, or taking an early eco advantage is suddenly not out of the grasp of Moist Moguls, as FaZe now going to have to take an eco round off of that loss. Moist Moguls, who was taking... What is happening? Moist Moguls, who was taking an eco round, now going to be able to buy. Those that were able to pick up guns, it looks like they're just going to hold on to those to get some good econ momentum moving. But the rest going to be forcing a buy. Sim, having one of those forced buy guns of a Vandal, going to be taking out Baby Bay. I say forced like they're on low eco, but they're not. Moist Moguls is in a really solid position here. And as Sim takes out Mame, it's looking like this round, although it's an eco round for FaZe, not going to be able to recreate that same magic of an eco round that Moist Moguls was in the previous round. Fly going to take out Supa. They're defending this push through wave very, very well. Tig gets head tapped by Phantom, finished off with Fly as well. And now it's a 1v5, and Boy is not going to do anything as Sim runs it down. Moist Moguls takes the second round flawlessly, and one of those guns that FaZe had pushed for, a little bit of a hero gun, gets picked up, which means not only does Moist Moguls not have to buy any of their players' guns except for one in Thief, but it also means they're able to keep on to so many of their guns from the previous round, which allows for so much econ momentum to move in their favor. It looks like Thief's not even going to buy a new gun. Looks like he's just going to stick on the Spectre until he can't anymore, or maybe he's hoping to pick up a gun from FaZe if they can take him out here. FaZe is now finally on a buy after losing that second round. We will see if now that they're on a buy, they're going to put up a good fight. But I'll remind you, offense-sided map, so they should be able to do this, but look at how aggressive Moist Moguls is playing. And that could definitely weigh. Sim pushing out here. They're trying to take a fight, but it's a cross held, and FaZe happy to take advantage of the aggressive push out. Boy's going to find two. Tig finds one. Meanwhile, pushing into A, up Proto takes out Baby Bay. It's now going to be a 2v4 here for Moist Moguls. And as FaZe rushes over to C to get this spike down, they know it's open after finding so many of those picks on those players, pushing aggressively out of C. Spike will go down. It's a 2v4 for Moist Moguls. Flya has been able to pick up a gun. Wait, no, Thief was the one without a gun. Flya going to be able to take out Boys. Now it's a 2v3. Evens that player count out a little bit. Peeking main. Flya going to take out Tig and Supa. What a nice shot on both of those heads. And now it's a 1v2 for Mame to play this post plant. Spike's going to be threatened here in a second. Tapped and not even going to have to be tapped for Mame to peek out. And Flya going to take him out. And the buy round for FaZe does turn into a loss. Sure, they killed the majority of Moist Moguls players, but for Moist Moguls, that does not matter. And not only do they take a win, they have so much econ that they could have survived losing that round and still been able to buy this next round, but they didn't lose. So that means they're going to be able to buy this round, and some good econ momentum is going to start moving in their favor, even more so than was moving there before. I mean, look at a Proto. He had 7,800, I believe, to start off the round. He's obviously buying his teammates, but that just goes to show the econ, the econ stability that Moist Moguls has right now. 3 ults from Moist Moguls as well, the ult economy in their favor, as well as the money economy. Viper's hit, Cosmic Divide, Bladestorm over on FaZe. They've got Lockdown. There's only 1 ult for FaZe. Now, Bladestorm is 1 ult point away. And a few of those ults for FaZe are close to getting up, but they're not up quite yet. Sim pushing out of C long, hoping to look for a lurk pick, or maybe even a quick pick of those on FaZe pushing up. He finds a pick. which down means FaZe gonna have to play this down a player, and they don't have a lurk for an easy rotate, which will make it much more difficult to take advantage of that offense-sidedness that this map provides of being able to rotate so quickly. And having that lurker allows you to do that, but because there's no more lurker, they don't have that vision as to where Moist Moguls can be, and they have nobody watching flank either, so they have to send Supa out, which now means there's only 3 to help us push into A, or if they decide to go through Breakable into B, there's just so much lack of vision for FaZe, and although if they go through Breakable, they will pretty much be allowed to get onto B side. There's only an operator watching it, and if they can dodge a shot, or even if they lose a player, they should still be able to get in. They don't know that, right? Like, they have no vision. They also don't know if a flank is coming through as Super stops watching it, so they're going to have to watch their backs. There's going to be so much paranoia right now for FaZe. The push onto A does start. They don't decide to go through Breakable. A Proto in tree. Super trying to clear it out. Not going to be able to. A Proto swings out. Going to take out Baby Bay. Fly locking down the site. Taking out Tig and Mame. And it's another flawless round for Moist Moguls. And that was a force buy for FaZe. Does not turn into a win. And now their eco has been completely destroyed. They're going to have to be back on an eco round. And yeah, FaZe, who was hoping to take a quick 2-0 over Moist Moguls, or even just a map up in general. Like I said, if FaZe does not take a map up against Moist Moguls, they're at risk of not qualifying for playoffs. It's very possible they may not, which would not be where they want to be, right? All they have to do is take up one map. You don't even need to win the series. You just need to take up a map, and it's looking like FaZe may be struggling to do that as they take Lotus, a map which Moist Moguls has done very, very well on for a very long time. And yeah, that's not going to change here, it looks like. Although the push out from Sim and Brock to try and find an early op pick is denied. Sim whiffs one of those shots, and then the Flash's util comes through. Sim takes quite a bit of damage. He gets away with his life, but so much vision denied. The Skybird comes out, the Guiding Light, but it's not going to find anything as it gets stuck on a wall. And that does deny some vision for Moist Moguls, although FaZe is backing out, and the jump he got from Fly now confirms, alright, they're pushing into A. And now FaZe trying to figure out how they want to pivot. Are they going to go to B? Are they going to rotate it back over to C where they have a lurk from Poise? That is the question, and it looks like they're rotating it over to C. Now, if they wanted to, Poise may be able to push up and open the door. There's a way to play this, although Sim with the operator watching that door, making sure nobody can cross over to it. So it looks like FaZe will sort of be forced to go into C here. So if they do want to cross and try and take door, they will be spotted. Skydog comes out in order to avoid it. Sim gonna climb up the stairs, able to find a pick, but he does go down, punished for getting out there. And now it's a 4v4. Ooh, Baby Bay able to pick up an operator. Does he think he is the Sim operator? Does he think he's a Sim op player, just like Sim for real? We'll see. Baby Bay with the op. Gonna take out Brock. Thief gonna take out Tig. Supa gonna take out Thief. Trade coming through. This is not good for Moist Moguls. Now down a player. Supa gonna take out a Proto. Now down to Fly in a 1v3. Able to take out Poise. Now it's a 1v2. Taking out Supa. Guns have been picked up. Baby Bay has that operator. Flya gonna shut it down. Any hope of winning that eco round is gone for FaZe. And although they had the 3-player advantage there, or sorry, the 2-player advantage there in a 1v3 for Flya, does not turn into a win, and the clutch comes through. Moist Moguls going to find another round. Score now going to be 5-1. And it looks like that numbers advantage did not matter. And I think Moist Moguls knows they did not play that round as well as they could have, but it didn't matter. Fly had just going to come through, take a win. And FaZe taking a timeout here, there's no question why. But also, you look over at Moist Moguls, look at Fly at 12-2. One player being the star right now for Moist Moguls. And typically, I say that's a bad thing, but when you're on this defense, having one player pulling through doesn't matter a whole lot. I mean, you would still want each of your players to be performing well individually, but there also haven't been a whole lot of rounds, so you're going to have some of these stars popping out. Now, you know, if we're going to the second half, then it's another story. Now, the thing here is FaZe taking this time out. Moist Moguls can actually use this time well as well, because that previous round was not played the best. They definitely could have defended C a little bit better. I mean, we saw Sim die pretty much for no reason. He just was not able to get away effectively. And so, you know, he can sort of realize, all right, what could I have done differently there? Brock was there as well to help back him up and didn't really play that very well. So Moist Moguls very easily could have lost that round, and that was the eco round for FaZe. So Moist Moguls is going to be like, all right, how can we play that a little bit differently? So this timeout, although used by FaZe, is going to be a little bit effective for Moist Moguls as well to tighten up this defense. Let's go ahead and look at the ults, though. 4 ults from Moist Moguls. I don't think they've used a single ult since I started talking about their ults. Viper's Pit, Blade Storm, Cosmic Divide, and Seekers all available. Now, the previous round was pretty expensive for Moist Moguls, so they do have to rebuy everybody, but it doesn't matter a whole lot. I mean, look at Sim. Almost going to max out. I mean, he will max out this next round, or after this round. Over on FaZe, they've got 2 ults, Lockdown and From the Shadows. And these are sort of situational ults, although Lockdown can definitely be used to take space. From the Shadow going to be difficult to use. Sim peeking out from heaven with being out from upper with that operator. Not going to find a pick. It's denied. Baby Bay going to punish him for that. Baby Bay then going to take out a Proto. And the Lockdown comes out, and now Sight's been taken. 3v5 now for Moist Moguls. I mean, we've seen this player disadvantage not matter a whole lot for Moist Moguls. And as Brock takes out Baby Bay, this player count getting evened out. Fly having engagement with Tig. Mame does take out Flya. Brock Flash still going to take out Tig, though. Does not matter that he's Flash. Then he's going to take out Supa. Boys finally trades it off. Thief in a 1v2. We've seen these clutches come through. Will it come through now? Post-plant time going to be played, though. And at this point, Thief not going to have time, and it doesn't matter as Mame does deny any hope for Thief here. And FaZe takes another round, but I'll remind you, very offense-sided map. And we just saw Moist Moguls have a 5-round win streak. So regardless, let's say FaZe wins the rest of the rounds in this half. 5-7 is still beautiful for the defense on Haven, because then you're going to switch to the offense of an offense-sided map, and you should be able to take a pretty dominant lead, especially considering we're talking about Moist Moguls here. But honestly, that is even if that is the scenario in which FaZe wins the next 5 rounds in a row, which I don't think is going to happen. Moist Moguls likely would be able to get at least 1 or 2 more, which means they could very possibly keep it tied up going to the next half. Or even they're in such a good position now, they may even be able to take the lead going to the next half, which is not at all where FaZe wants to be. Looks like FaZe going to be doing a little bit of split push, maybe trying to play off of contact. They send the spike on Brock and also with a Proto to push out C a little bit. They're going to spot that Viper's Pit. Now they know where it is. Looks like they're just going to back up. Typically, you'll see the Viper's Pit played in B main, but here they want to take C main control, and you can't blame them. C is a pretty big choke point for the offense to push through, so if you can abuse that with the Viper's Pit, you're going to get spot. I mean, B main is too as well, but they've got Sim with an operator posted up in B. There were 2 pushed up for FaZe in A, and now it's only really 1 that deep. Baby Bay all the way near breakable, but he's backed up by Supa. Mame was there, but now he's backing up. Sim still watching this B main entrance, but he gets spotted by a dog, and now he just backs up. The operator to watch from upper. We'll see if he finds anything. Brock shooting through the smoke, just going to take out Poise, make it look easy. Check his PC. It's now going to be a 5v4 here for Moist Moguls. Spike will go down, and the Viper's Pit. FaZe has had some good ults here. They used the lockdown in the previous round, but they do still have Seekers, Viper's Pit, and From the Shadows. Seekers come out now. Viper's Pit already came out. We'll see if the From the Shadows does come out this round. FaZe, you can tell, wants to secure this round and get some good econ momentum. Ooh, the operator, the arcade operator, going to take out Sim. Super then going to take out Thief. It's traded off by a Proto, though, so the player count will remain even. But Baby Bay going to lock it down, taking out Flya and Mame. Proto able to take out Mame. No more Viper's Pit, but it is a 1v2 for him. And you can tell he has no idea where Baby Bay is. He's holding the spike. It's swung to check, and a Proto does know where Baby Bay is, but you know, it's an operator, not going to be able to do a whole lot there. Plus, he was already low. It was a tough position. FaZe does take. Now, this is the 2nd round in a row. Moist Moguls definitely going to have to work to tighten up this defense a little bit here, because if they don't win this round, they're going to be on an eco round. At which point, I imagine they'll take a timeout. But you can tell they're starting to struggle a little bit. Some of that powerful momentum we saw early on has been denied. FaZe taking that timeout was pretty useful for them. They were able to turn it around, figure out how to tighten up this offense, and deny that sort of aggressive play from Moist Moguls where they're pushed up by using that util effectively. Like you saw that flash come out, which denies Sim from being pushed up too far. The smoke comes out, which means that there's a lack of vision for Sim to play off of, which is, you know, that's what you want to see from Moist Moguls when they're trying to get some good rounds here. Mame going to swing wide across this pillar. You can tell that FaZe is not, Moist Moguls is not ready for them. Mame may be able to find something. Smoke goes up. We'll see. But the rest of FaZe is going to be pushing up into C. Skydog comes out, and the first to hear it is going to be Thief. I'll remind you, the #1 player right, or yeah, I think the #1 player right now. No, that's Flya. Still, you know, a solid player. Now starting to push in.
Had delay early on, but that's about it. Making sure that
See.
they killed G2 and still
Down
FaZe is
C
gonna be
Mound.
back from this.
Now FaZe backing up. Looks like they're going to be taking it over towards A, where they've had Mame been lurking this entire time, and he's pushed pretty far up. But Moist Moguls has 3 on A. They have not moved these 3 that have been on A this entire time, despite hearing noise on C. They did not budge, and it's going to pay off here. There's going to be such a strong defense to counteract FaZe's push. Peek comes through. Sim going to get blinded, not able to take advantage of the peek. Spike not going to get a chance to go down as Brock shuts it down. Sim able to take out Baby Bay, but that's a trade as Baby Bay is able to find a pick before he goes down. Sim's Knives going to come out, though. They do some good damage, find 2 additional picks, and Brock finds one as well. And Moist Moguls cleans up this round. The hold on A was very, very good, and it did come out with some really solid picks. You can tell FaZe thought that they had baited out their rotate because that plant was just going out in the open. They really thought that Moist Moguls had rotated off. Which was a bad read. And so I did say Moist Moguls needed that win in order to be able to buy this next round. And well, they took the win. Not only that, but now Moist Moguls is on the 6th round, their 6th round win, which means it's now impossible for FaZe on the offense of a very offense-sided map like Lotus. It's impossible for FaZe to take the lead going into the next half. That's absolutely not where they wanted to be. So now they have to scramble together to try and even it up. This round, as Sim takes out Mame, immediately makes it so that way it's a 4v5 for FaZe, and they're pushing into the 3-man hold on A, or sorry, on C. Some util being used, and the Seekers come out. At this point, if you're FaZe, you back up. You're seeing so many shots coming through. You're going to rotate off of this. Baby Bay is still going to peek up, and he's not going to get punished for it. He's going to find a pick, which does even that player count back up. Baby Bay looking to, looking to find anything else? No, not quite. And now it looks like, yeah, FaZe will be banking up. I mean, they heard so many here on C. From the shadows comes out in the defender spawn. It is canceled. It was just trying to find some vision. See if the rotate is coming through from Moist Moguls. Doesn't really see anything, though. Oh, Thief using util right as the push starts from FaZe. Good timing there for FaZe. And Brock now left alone on site, gets caught out by Tig, and now it's a 2v4 for Moist Moguls. Operator in the hands of Sim. I'm just going to go to save it. A Proto with a Vandal. Probably not going to be able to do anything either. Going to go for the save. And although we've seen Moist Moguls clutch this, you know Moist Moguls be happy to take a little bit of back seat here. They don't need to push it, so you may as well not push it. And now FaZe can back up here. Looks like maybe they want to rotate it over. Or wait, what am I talking about rotating? Looks like they're just going to be trying to hunt down these Moist Moguls players as the spike is coming to a conclusion. I mean, FaZe doesn't have a whole lot of money to try and hunt these players down with, so if picks do come through from Moist Moguls, it wouldn't be good for FaZe, but they don't push very deep for the hunt, so no kills come through from Moist Moguls. Moist Moguls does take a loss there, and they lost the majority of their players, which does make it a semi-expensive round. They do keep 2 of their players alive, and the rest of the players will get a bye here, but this is another round where Moist Moguls needs this round in order to be able to buy next round, or they will be on low eco. Meanwhile, FaZe going to be up. Going to be looking pretty good here. Again, FaZe is in a position where they need to scramble together to tie it up. They need to tie it up. That is the least of what they should be doing here. If Moist Moguls takes the lead going into the next half, it's not going to be looking good for FaZe. Because, again, offense-sided map. Sim pushing up very aggressively here. Not expecting the push-up from Mame, although probably should have been. Mame happy to just take out the operator. No more Sim. And now it's going to be a 4v5 for Moist Moguls. And getting a player down on your defense makes it so difficult to play this, especially considering Sim was the only player. Ooh, Mame could have caught Flya lacking, but not quite able to see him maybe, and Flya going to take advantage of that, going to find 2 picks. Tig able to take out Brock. It's a little bit of a trade, but it's traded off by Flya. Takes out Tig, which now means, although it started out with FaZe the player advantage, it does go to Moist Moguls, though Moist takes out a Proto, and then Flya, now the player advantage back in the hands of FaZe. Now down to Thief with just a Bulldog in a 1v2. Could pick up a gun here. Spike still has not gone down. Ooh, crosshair placement, not quite there, and Poise going to take Thief out. This round does go to FaZe, and now we're going to the last round of the half. Moist Mogul's not going to be able to full buy here. FaZe will be able to full buy. And now we will see if FaZe... Now we will see if FaZe can scramble it together and tie it up. They just need one more here. Sure, they can't take the lead, but the least they can do is tie it up. Now, again, it's a very offensive-sided map, so the odds are not in the favor of FaZe if they even go into the next half tied up. That's not where they would want to be, and Moist Moguls will be happy to try and push through on their offense. But we did see FaZe take that time out earlier, and it really did seem to help them. But Moist Moguls has not taken a single timeout here, despite losing quite a few of these rounds to close off this half. They have not taken a timeout in this half, which means it seems like they want to save their timeouts for next half. Sorry, I'm having a heart attack or something. I don't know. FaZe is going to be pushing into B. Spike does go down. And Moist Mogul is not going to defend that push. Baby is so far into CT, and you can tell Moist Moguls is not ready for that. Baby Bay going to be able to take out Flya. Defender lockdown comes out. Sim wants to take out Baby Bay, but Baby Bay, trying to prove he's the better jet, does find that pick. Proto going to be there to trade it off, but then Tig taking out Thief, and now it's a two-player advantage for FaZe. Defender lockdown does go out, so sight has been given to Moist Moguls. This will be more than difficult. Spike gets tapped, the blind comes through. Super going to take out Brock. And now it's just down to a Proto. Takes out Tig. A little bit of a farewell before getting traded off by Poise. So FaZe is able to tie it up going into the next half. But I'll remind you, very offense-sided map. And FaZe was not able to take the lead on their offense, which is not good for them. Yeah, I mean, just it seemed like in those first, like, 5 or 6 rounds, their aim was so solid, so crispy. The mechanical difference really seemed to be prevalent as Moist Moguls was just hitting those shots. They definitely started to struggle a little bit as the rounds moved forward, and FaZe was able to pick it up. But now that we're back on the offense, or sorry, now that we're on the offense for Moist Moguls, there's a very good potential that Moist Moguls just dominates once again. We'll see as Moist Mogul starts out this offense. It looks like they're going to push it down B. There's Skydog. It's destroyed, but it sees so much before it goes down. And now Moist Mogul's going to be having to go up against quite a big defense from FaZe as the rotates onto B do come through. Baby trying to prevent the entry from Sim. Not quite able to. Sim going to be able to get on site. Able to get a head tap onto Poise. It's cashed in on by Thief. Brock going to then take out Super, but FaZe defends the site. Baby, Mame, and Tig each find a pick. And now Fly is alone in a 1v3. It looked like it was going to be an even trade there to start it off, but not quite as Moist Moguls just shuts it down. Okay, it's now down to Fly. They are very aware that A was clear, so they're watching it very heavily. There's 2 there in upper, and Tig going to swing off of contact from Baby Bay. Fly is taken out. This round does go to FaZe to start it off. That's a good start for them. You want to start off you want to start it off by winning your pistol round on your defense, considering the big deficit you're at. And I'll remind you, this is FaZe's map pick, and so they should be able to take this map. But I'll remind you again as well, if FaZe does not take a map up in this series, there's a chance that they don't qualify for playoffs. It's unlikely, but if they take a map up here, they're pretty much going to qualify for playoffs. But there's a chance if they don't that they won't qualify for playoffs. And so they do need at least 1 map here in this series. Obviously, if they win, that's even better. And also, if they win today and then the guard wins today as well, then the guard will be on top of Moist Moguls in Group B. So Moist Moguls fighting for a lot here as far as their seedings going into the playoffs. Moist Mogul is going to be rotating it over to, looks like maybe B, off of some noise on A. They do cut sound, and now they're rotating it over to B. FaZe is ready for that. Moist Mogul is going to start this push in. Tig is jiggle peeking out. Moist Mogul spots him, and now they're going to start this push into sight. Sim entering on. Spike will get the opportunity to go down. Space is not on the site. Sim pushing up, looking for a pick with that Sheriff. Not quite good enough aim. Gonna get taken out. Boy's gonna take out Thief as well. which now means it's a 3v5 close plant that Moist Moguls has to play. Flyer on site, gonna get taken out by Baby Bay. Super gonna take out a Proto, also gonna take out Brock, and all of a sudden, Moist Moguls, who again in those first few rounds of this map looked like their aim was so solid. All of a sudden, it looks like they just can't hit their shots. All of a sudden, there's this big mechanical difference. I'm not entirely sure what happened, but Moist Moguls, their mechanical game just started to feel off. And now Moist Moguls going to be on a bye. They should have better guns. They should be able to win this. But not finding any picks on FaZe in the previous round does not make it easy for them to win this. And it looks like Brock, the rest of Moist Moguls, going to be pushing it to B again. FaZe, it looks like they're reading an A hit. They've got 3 watching that A entrance, but it is a B push. Brock going to send a dog into B. We'll spot some util. Killjoy util. The TIG is spotted as well. Killjoy util is broken. Site's going to be given up. Alarm bot goes out in B link, or A link. Breakable is what I'll call it. And yeah, Spike will go down. It's now down to FaZe. Play 5v5 retake. Breakable has not been broken. Ooh, Super pushing out, hoping to clear some util on the Spike, but gets taken out by Thief. Punished for that. I imagine. Ooh, Sim gonna take out Poise. Gonna take out Sim. Traded off by Proto though. Now the push through Breakable starts. It's a 2v3. Both of these players coming in through Breakable. Although Baby Bay is backing up, he does have an operator. And Mummy gonna walk right into the crosshair. Fly out. This round does go to Moist Moguls. But that being said, they were at an eco advantage, so they should have taken the round win, and they did. But they did lose a good portion of their players. The Spike comes to a conclusion. Baby will get to save his operator. Moist Moguls at this point, even though they didn't hear the op go off, because of the fact that Baby Bay was not there for the retake, they should probably at this point be like, alright, Baby Bay's got an operator. So they're going to have to be scared about that, or worried. They should be worried about that. Be a little bit cautious because of that. But it's not going to be a buy from both sides. Buy from FaZe coming through, as that previous round was their bonus round. And they did lose it, but it's a bonus round. This could be the deciding factor. We will see which team is going to take this half. Remember, FaZe's job right now, being just like with how offense-sided Lotus is, FaZe at the very least should just take it to overtime. Mame with an Odin trying to spam through the door in tree and the wall, trying to find some damage. Does decent damage to Sim. Does get healed, but that does mean no shield. But Sim gonna push out and punish, and then turn and take out Poised as well. Which now means that Moist Moguls has cleared a site, and this Spike is going to go down. It's now a 3v5 for FaZe.
The first 2 kills that might have given it all for that space. Now the retake with 3 players and one of them having an operator is too difficult. Now this is a FaZe that we've seen a good amount of times, Tanner. On this map especially, I remember a lot of saves that we've watched together.
And yeah, it looks like FaZe is just going to go to save their guns. They do not want to lose these guns. And that does mean Moist Moguls will be able to tie it up. Not only that, but they do win the first buy round. And I'll remind you, Moist Moguls has 2 timeouts to use this half, so they can use them whenever they want.
In some of those save situations, but respect given from Moist this time around. They'll keep their weapons in hand. They'll take this round. And they'll do it flawlessly. I do love the idea of the Odin spam that is starting to slowly come to fruition on this map. That
It's so
A-Sites is...
And you see FaZe going to try and force those players that were not able to buy. So Poise going to have to be on a stinger. And yeah, this is going to be a difficult round for FaZe. I mean, they still have decent guns to put up a good fight. They will be at a slight eco disadvantage, but they also have that operator, which kind of makes up for it. So it's a little bit of an equal round still. And this will be a big round. If Moist Moguls can win it, the eco for FaZe will be pretty hurt. Ooh, Baby Bear with the op trying to push out and fight a pick. It's blinded and taken out. Super gonna take out Sim. and then Fly gonna trade it off. So it's now gonna be a 3v4 for Moist Moguls. And Tig, who was on C, along with the rest of that push out in C, gonna back up and gonna just let site be taken. The spike will go down. Oh, Tig trying to stop it. Will stop it, I think. Yeah, he does stop that plant, which does definitely stall well enough for FaZe to get the rest of the team here. Now Moist Mogul's gonna have to decide, do they want to try and rotate off? Ooh, Fly just gonna push up and take out Mame. Looking for more. Not gonna find it. This Tig shuts him down. Ooh, peeking out. Thief gets taken out as well. And now it's a 2v2. The spike will be going down. Nobody gonna stop it. Seekers come out as well. And now they know both are in water. Brock peeks out with that operator. Gonna take out Tig. Looking for more. Poise gonna catch Brock off guard. Gonna find that pick. It's now 1v1 and all Poise has is a stinger. And back turned, expecting a proto from main. Not quite there though. And proto gonna take Poise out. Moist Moguls now takes another buy from both sides. And now FaZe's Econ gonna be struggling a little bit. It looks like they're gonna be able to buy this round. But this should be the last round. They've been playing Econ pretty well, though. I will give them that. In fact, they may even be able to buy next round. I'm not sure. You're doing this this half shield or this light shield and then good guns type of buy, which was popularized by Loud, I believe. Could be Fnatic though. I don't remember. 2 ults from FaZe, Seekers, and Lockdown could definitely be useful. Bladestorm for Sim, but he picked up, or that operator was picked up, so he's going to be trying to use that. May not have to use Bladestorm. Jump peeking out from Mame. Sim would love to take him out here. The alarm bot goes off, and Mame swings out to try and gain some vision. Sim going to punish that. Baby Bay now left alone to defend the site. Nanostorm comes out. Baby Bay going to catch a proto off guard and take that out for a trade. Poise going to take out Sim. Now this player count evening up. Fly, though, pushing into B. Gonna be able to take out Supa, but not before Tig takes out Brock. But Thief going to trade off Tig. It's now a 2v2. Thief getting run down here. As the push comes through, breakable and into a link. The plant comes out. The Viper's Pit comes out as well, but then the lockdown comes out, which will perfectly counter that Viper's Pit. Looks like Fly just going to hold inside of this Viper's Pit until he absolutely can't anymore. Good timing on that. He can get this Viper's Pit back up. He will not go down. FaZe, look at that. Ooh, he drops the Viper's Pit. Hopefully catch him off guard, but he won't. Oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, what was that? Fly going to take out Poise and Baby Bay. Nice little flick trade for transfer there, and Moist Moguls takes another round. It looks like FaZe will be able to buy this round. It'll probably be another buy with Light Shield. It looks like they have decided to go for this Light Shield buy strat. And as far as eco management goes, it does work out. The only issue is you're a lot easier to kill. For example, let's say the opponent is using a Phantom. A head tap with a Phantom on somebody who is full shield will not kill. They will then have to fire again. Now, it can hit anywhere and they'll die, but the point is they would have to hit the head. It's not a one headshot kill, right? Versus the Vandal, which is. So, for a player like Flyer, which is exclusively using the Phantom, FaZe doing this light shield, and buying guns works out beautifully for him because it means he can just head tap with the Phantom and boom, they're gone. So FaZe does need to figure out if that's how they want to continue to play their econ, or if putting more money into these rounds could be better, especially considering the star player right now for Moist Moguls, which is Fly, look at that, 21 and 11, is using mostly a Phantom, which means that Phantom is pretty much actively, it's pretty much actively counteracting the fact that FaZe is saving some eco here, because although FaZe is able to put up a buy, because Fly can just now one-shot headshot them with a Phantom, it's still making it very difficult for FaZe. Both teams have a Bladestorm, and it looks like Baby Bay going to be going to use that Bladestorm. It's going to be a little bit of an eco light buy from FaZe. You can see 3 of them going to have guns. Baby Bay going to be a knives. Mame not going to have a gun. A little bit of some weird eco here, whereas More Smuggle's going to be on a buy, excluding Sim, who's using that Blade Storm. There's also a Cosmic Divide for More Smuggles, and there's a From the Shadows for FaZe. We'll see how these are used. The knives on Sim, pushing up into A, looking for anything, not going to find anything. The smokes come through and does deny good vision, and now it's up to More Smuggles to figure out where they want to go, and it looks like they're going to turn their attention towards C. They are pushing. Jump peek out from Ame. We've spotted them. So he just backs up, gonna wait to see if the push through onto C continues. Smokel's waiting at this wall, and as it drops, just waiting for the peek out. Well, FaZe is gonna be going for a little bit of a flank here, it looks like, from Tig. Moist Moguls doesn't have any util to watch it, but they should be ready for it to an extent. Moist Moguls now going to start pushing down C mound, getting ready for the C push. There's a blind on Supa waiting to go out off of some noise. And noise comes through, blind comes through. Baby Bay going to take out Sim. Tig takes out Brock. Supa going to take out Thief, and now it's a 2v5. Moist Moguls probably not going to win this round. Yeah, Mame gonna take out a Proto. Now it's a 1v5 for Fly, the star player right now for Moist Moguls. He's been on his game, but not gonna find anything. Mame gonna shut him down, and it's a flawless round for FaZe, and I believe that was off of that timeout. Now, I'll remind you, in that previous half, FaZe used a timeout, and then all of a sudden they started winning a lot of their rounds, and they tied it up. So clearly FaZe knows how to use these timeouts effectively. But again, Moist Moguls has 2 timeouts to use. They're currently in the lead, and Moist Moguls, you know, if they do start to falter that lead, they can just use a timeout. Cosmic Divide from Moist Moguls still. From the Shadows for FaZe still. Lockdown for a Proto, only 1 ult point away. Viper's Pit, only 1 ult point away for FaZe. So results are close to coming up for both of these teams. Sim pushes out on top of Pillar, gonna take out Baby Bay. Shut it off though. Although Supa is down to about 10 HP. Gonna get healed up though. He went down because of the Viper's wall. That's why he was so low. But he's going to be on 50 HP. Maybe now he's going to wrap around. Yeah, he's going for the heal. Now he'll get back up to 100. And it looks like Moist Mogul is going to commit to this A. I believe they broke Breakable. Just to make some noise. Supa's going to be pushed into by all of them. Going to get taken out by Brock, but not before he finds a pick. That's really the best you can hope for in that scenario. Now Moist Mogul's just going to pivot, go through Breakable, and they're going to be pushing into B. No util and nobody on B to stop the push on. Which means this push onto site is going to start. They're going to be able to get this spike down. Cosmic Divide goes up as well, which gives them some additional security. So this spike will go down with no pushback from FaZe. And now Moist Moguls can just play a 3v3 post plant. Proto gonna watch Breakable. Ooh, the alarm bot goes off. He knows that there's one there at least. There are 2 though. Oh, good pop flash, and Proto gonna get taken out as he's full blinded. It's now a 2v3 from Moist Moguls. Not reading that flash. Definitely had an impact there. Brock gonna get pushed out here. Looks like the flank gonna come through from Thief, but there is a turret there. Ooh, Brock gonna hold from main, able to find a pick. Tig is gonna take out Thief. Brock gonna find the pick onto Mame. Flash comes out. There's no time to defuse, and it doesn't matter. Brock gonna take Tig out. 4 kills for Brock this round. Means it's a pretty successful round for Moist Moguls. Score now gonna be 11-9. And yeah, FaZe not gonna carry any momentum, or at least not a lot of momentum here. And it looks like Moist Moguls' win streak may just resume here, as that sort of aim that I said that they had in the first few rounds of this map that they'd started to lack towards the end of the first half, and it looked like they were going to struggle with here in the second half. It seems that aim has started to come back. That mechanic, they just need it must have been sort of a mental thing, and now it's been reset. 3 ults for FaZe here. They've got From the Shadows, Viper's Pit, Seekers. Over on Moist Moguls, they've got only 1, and it's that lockdown. Definitely still be useful, and it could even be used to counter the Viper's Pit, although, you know, it's a defensive Viper's Pit, so it's not like you're really going to be able to... I mean, yeah, it's probably not going to be used to counter that Viper's Pit. I don't know what I was saying. Orb going to be picked up by Flya, trying to get that ult point up. Although the spam does come through the wall, it does a little bit of damage, not a whole lot though. Flya going to continue to lurk up in A, it looks like. On Moist Moguls, the rest of them going to be pushing out into C. There is a Viper's Pit. Will the lockdown come out to counter it? I don't think so, but
seemingly where Moist wanted to go.
Dog comes out to clear it a little bit. Meanwhile, Flya gonna start continuing to lurk. He pushes into B a little bit. Gonna get punished for it, though. Trying to get away with his life, but Baby Bay gonna get him out of the game. Moist Moguls now gonna be rotating over to B. The attacker lockdown comes out. And now Seekers come out in response. Baby Bay gonna continue to lock down the site. Gonna find the pick onto Sim. Gonna get out of there. The spike will go down, but it's a 3v5 for Moist Moguls. This will be more than difficult to play effectively. Supa gonna be watching Breakable. Moist Moguls. Looks like they want to play on site. Baby Bay gonna be able to clear out a Proto. Meanwhile, Thief and Brock each find a pick. Just even it out a little bit. It's a 2v3. I mean, Baby Bay has been on his game today. See if we can find another. Tig gonna take out Brock, and yeah, Baby Bay gonna take out Thief. Again, Baby Bay just pulling it through for his team right now. Now, I'll remind you, this is FaZe's map pick, so they are hoping to win Lotus. And you know, I expect Moist Moguls to take the win, but if there is a map that FaZe may have a chance on, it is Lotus. Despite how strong Moist Moguls does play on Lotus, it's definitely still probable that FaZe can take a win here, but it's definitely not where FaZe would have wanted to be, with it being this close, and even Moist Moguls in the lead right now. Seems that FaZe's defense is struggling a little bit. And again, Moist Moguls has a timeout to use. So I imagine if FaZe, say, wins this round, the timeout will come from Moist Moguls. Now, for Moist Moguls, their econ not looking great coming into this. They're going to be able to buy, but it's with Light Shield. And they're not going to be able to buy next round if they lose this. Sim gets an early pick. Oh, he does patch Tig, but not going to take him out. Oh, never mind. Fly going to push up and take out Tig. Baby Bay there to trade it off, but at this point, you can't really afford trades. You're down so many players. Baby Bay trying to escape, but gets concussed. Skydog gets taken out. Thief going to take out Poise. This aggressive push into A from Moist Moguls has turned into what looks like it's going to be a round win. It's now down to Mame to try and clutch a 1v4. Ooh, able to take out Sim, but gets head tapped in the process, and now just going to go to save his gun. Does not have health to try and clutch. Getting one there is probably the best case scenario. Moist Moguls should be able to take this round, which means they'll be at that 12th round, which is pivotal because it means FaZe is going to have to get a 2-round win streak, which is not a lot, and it's definitely doable, but FaZe will then have no hope of taking a win in this half. And we'll have to try and get it to overtime at the very least to try and pull together for a win. Which again is not where FaZe would want to be. Now Mame being hunted down here. Ooh. Not quite gonna take each other out. And yeah, this round does go to Moist Moguls, so it's now up 12-10 for Moist Moguls, and I'll remind you, this is FaZe's map pick. Sure, it's maybe not as dominant of a performance as I would have expected from Moist Moguls, considering how well they typically play on Lotus, and especially considering who they're up against in this FaZe roster, but it is still looking like Moist Moguls has a good chance to take this map. Although, not to count FaZe out, they could definitely still come back here and get it to overtime. 2 ults for FaZe, From the Shadows and Bladestorm. Baby Bay is actually going to be using that Bladestorm. He doesn't even have money to afford a gun. This is a very expensive round for FaZe. And typically I'd say if they lose, they're not going to be able to buy next round, but obviously if they lose, they're gone out of this map. So at this point, they do need to win with as many players alive as possible, preferably for them, the majority. Fly going to take out Poise. Poise was able to get a kill before he goes down, so it is a trade. But Supa going to take out 2. Now Moist Moguls in a tough spot as Baby Bay takes out Thief. It's now a 1v4 for a Proto. They know where he is, and Baby Bay's knives can finish him off. Both Baby Bay's on 4 HP. It does not matter. 12-11. Now the score, and FaZe just needs one more to tie it up and get it to overtime. And look at the eco for Moist Moguls. It's not very good. They're not going to be able to afford a full buy here. FaZe going to have better guns here, and we could just see this round go to FaZe. Moist Moguls taking their first time out in this series. And there's a lot to talk about. I think Moist Moguls' pushes have been a little bit chaotic in the sense that it seems like they are not super cohesive. They've been pushing up pretty aggressively, which on that previous round win did work, or in their round win, I guess 2 rounds ago, did work out. I mean, they did take a win, but it's not a strategy that's always going to work out. I also want to point out, I always talk about kill consistency. Neither of these teams have very good kill consistency. I mean, look at Moist Moguls. They've got Flya way above Sim, 6 kills above Sim, 23 to 17. Then you go down and it's 16 which is pretty close between Sim and Brock, but then it's a 6-kill drop again to Brock, from Brock to Thief, and then a Protoss right behind that. So it's not very good consistent kills, which means you're not trading each other off effectively, you're not playing well positionally, and at the end of the day, you're not winning your fights. Versus you look over at FaZe, and a similar story. 17 kills for Baby Bay, then that is a 9-kill drop down to Tig, then it's a 4-kill drop down to Supa. So you can tell Baby Bay's kind of carrying FaZe right now. Tig also kind of in that position, so if Moist Moguls can just shut down Baby Bay and don't let him find any kills early, or at the very least try and take him out in that retake that he's trying to put up, then Moist Moguls may be able to take some of these rounds here. That's almost certainly what that timeout was going to be used to talk about. Moist Moguls taking a little bit of a slow and methodical approach as they do push up C. I don't think they've done an actual C hit yet that was effective. We'll see if it's going to happen here. I mean, 2 from Moist Moguls are pushing in, lurking deep into A. Turret does spot them. But there's still 3 from Moist Moguls looking at C. And the lurk from Moist Moguls, they do take out the Killjoy turret, and it looks like they're going to be pushing up. Hoist is ready for Flya. Flya's looking like he's just going to hold this. At this point, FaZe does have to be a little bit worried that maybe they're pushing into A. And that's why Poise pushes out here, and he's punished for it. Flya going to take Poise out. And that's an early pick from Moist Moguls. And off of that, Moist Moguls starts pushing over towards A. Skybird comes out down B main, and it looks like Moist Moguls wants to fake a push into B. And it looks like it's good, because FaZe is putting more attention into this B hold, or getting so many on B. And because that Killjoy util's been taken out, Moist Moguls can just push into A. Spike does have this opportunity to go down, and will here in a little bit. Though, of course, Baby Bay going to try and stop it. He's able to take out Fly. Meanwhile, Super takes out Thief. Baby Bay also going to take out a Proto. It's now a 1v4 that Brock has to play. The key player, Baby Bay, still alive. 4 bullets left. You got to reload, man. Gets to tree. He does have time to reload. He's going to go for it. He jump peeks out while he's reloading. Pop Flash comes out. It's now a 1v1. Health low for Tig. Kind of low for Brock as well. The Pop Flash comes out, and it's not going to be good enough. And Brock going to clutch it out in a 1v4 to finish it up. What a way to do it for Moist Moguls to take map 1. And again, a reminder, that was FaZe's map pick. So this is not at all where FaZe wanted to be, losing map 1. And again, I'll remind you, if FaZe does not take a map up against Moist Moguls, they are at risk of not qualifying for playoffs. So they need to take at least a map up. And it's looking like FaZe is going to be struggling to do that. So they may be in a bad spot here. Yeah, one thing I sort of want to point out here is, for example, let's say in the Shopify versus Turtle Troop game. So let's say FaZe loses this, all right? They're going to be at 3-2, all right? And then we look at Shopify Rebellion versus Turtle Troop and this game, okay? And let's say Turtle Troop, or let's say Shopify Rebellion wins. They're going to be at 3-2. So will Turtle Troop. So will Oxygen. Now, Oxygen's already qualified. Their map differential is too big. But what it's going to come down to then is that map differential, which could be a pivotal factor. So let's say Shopify wins and Turtle Troop gets a map up. Then they'll be at 6-6. Shopify will be at 7-6, right? So Shopify will be above Turtle Troop. Let's say FaZe loses this 2-0. They're going to be at 6-7, right? Which does mean that if Shopify, say, wins 2-1, they'll be at 7-6. They'll be above FaZe, and FaZe won't qualify. Essentially, FaZe needs to be above Shopify, and essentially FaZe needs to be above Shopify and Turtle Troop, or sorry, mostly just Shopify. So if FaZe loses this, my point is, if FaZe loses this, and it's a 2-0 loss, and then Shopify wins, even if it's 2-1, especially if it's 2-0, FaZe likely will not qualify for the playoffs, just because of the way things will shape out. And this is if FaZe gets 2-0. If FaZe does secure a map, then they'll lose it, and they still lose. Then it'll be 7-7. All right, so 50%. Then if say Shopify wins and it's a 2-1 or even a 2-0, Turtle Troop will be at 6-7. If it's a 2-1, Turtle Troop will be at 7-7 and will be tied with FaZe. And then it comes down to round differential. So there's a lot of like minute details that it'll come down to. But FaZe, if they do lose the playoffs, or sorry, if they don't win a map, they don't win a map, then they're in a really, really tough spot where they've got a really low chance of qualifying. Now, let's say they win the series, they automatically qualify for playoffs. But with the way it's looking right now, if they don't win a map, they are at risk of not qualifying for playoffs. Because right now, the teams that have confirmed are not qualifying for playoffs are Disguised, OR Esports, and Mad Lions. That 4th spot is what all of these teams are sort of trying not to end up in right now. Is that fourth spot. And so, literally any one of these teams of Turtle Troop, Shopify Rebellion, FaZe Clan could end up being that team that doesn't qualify for playoffs. So they're all fighting for a lot right now. And again, if FaZe does not get at least one map, then they're at a really big risk of not qualifying for playoffs. Even if they get a map up, they're at a risk of not qualifying for playoffs, but especially if they don't get a map up. So, and the case scenario is if FaZe does not get a map up and they get 2-0'd, then if Shopify Rebellion beats Turtle Troop, FaZe will not qualify for playoffs. So even if FaZe loses this, there's still a chance. If you're a fan of FaZe, there's still a chance they lose the series, and it's a 2-0. You just need to hope Turtle Troop beats Shopify, with which I'll remind you, Shopify beat M8. So I don't know. You know, like there's a lot going on right now. So this is a big day for deciding who is like which 2 teams in this like sort of bottom 3 of FaZe, Turtle Troop, and Shopify. Like which of these teams will? I mean, they're gonna it'll be like very close that they made it to playoffs. But again, FaZe essentially, because it's not looking like they're gonna win this series, they need to get a map up to give themselves as much of a shot as possible. And then FaZe needs to hope and pray that Turtle Troop beats Shopify, because if they don't, it'll come down to a round differential thing, and it's going to be really, really close. And yeah, so FaZe does need to beat. FaZe does need to beat. FaZe. Obviously, if they beat Moist Moguls, they qualify. But FaZe needs to get at least a map up to give themselves as much of a shot as possible. And even if they don't get a map up, or even if they do get a map up, they still have to hope and pray that Turtle Troop wins against Shopify. Because if they don't, if Shopify does not beat if Turtle Troop does not beat Shopify, FaZe is out. FaZe will not qualify, or not will not qualify. There's a very real possibility that FaZe doesn't. It's gonna come down really, really close if Shopify beats Turtle Troop. So again, even if FaZe gets 2-0'd, there is still a chance that they qualify for playoffs. It's just a matter of will Shopify beat Turtle Troop. So yeah, there's a lot going on right now. There's a lot of minute little details that are adding up to a lot here. Let's go ahead and take a look at any clips that have been uploaded to Twitter. I didn't do this yesterday because I forgot, and it looks like we got, oh wow, we've got a lot. Go and take a look at least a few of them if we can.
Enemy remaining.
Man, no way! They just keep giving them up. Mummy now gonna try his hand. But it's...
Oh,
One enemy remaining.
Man, no way! They just keep giving them up. Mummy now gonna try his hand. But a 2v4. It becomes a 1v2, and now it's FaZe put in a hot seat here. It's Mummy put in a hot seat as
yeah.
Another, this one going swimmingly for FaZe as Supa continues to deal damage, but this guy's still alive. A 1v2 as Flya finds the first. Flya, you're not allowed to do this! Flya does it again!
Alright, yeah, let's go and take a listen to the casters and see what they have to say about this. The same clip we just saw.
Estimating FaZe just a little bit, which fair given the circumstances. Moist Moguls is one of the better teams currently competing in challengers. The glow up from Split 1 into MSF and now is warranted. But man, what a series to kick things off on that first map. Going into that final round, it seemed like everything was lost. It was gonna go into OT, and then Brock does what they had been doing all map long here, Dryad. It was the clutch factor. They have 4 clutches, and that one's a 1v4 to close out the map.
Something that we talked about at the beginning, the clutches and the individual plays that really come through when these players need to step up, and they always do. Now, keep in mind, these was both of the pistols going for the side of FaZe, so they had that advantage for 3 rounds because one of the anti-ecos they ended up losing, and it was still the map avoiding overtime and going the side of Moist. I think, yeah, it looks very close, but with FaZe winning the pistol, the rifle v rifle, and the chances that we saw for Moist, they were always one step ahead. And FaZe, they were doing adaptations. They played really well in that first half as well when they needed those attacking rounds. After the timeout, you could see the difference as well, getting a little bit more space, getting a little bit more of map control early on. But for Moist as well, in the second half, when you're attacking and you're on this map, it feels like you have all the confidence to be able to make it work out.
And you are absolutely kicking yourself if you're FaZe because of those clutches, right? So there has to be that conversation going into this next map of how they can play together. It looked pretty sloppy.
Yeah, and I mean, this is sort of why I was questioning the choice from FaZe to pick Lotus, because we know Moist Moguls is a really solid Lotus team, probably more so than FaZe is. And yes, Moist Moguls did barely scrape by. They got lucky with their clutches, especially that last clutch to finish it out. But regardless, they take a win. That's what matters in the end. And so it's very clear it was a bad map pick from FaZe. Honestly, they would have had a better shot if they'd picked Bind, which they did have the opportunity to do. But I imagine they were like, they were planning on picking Split, but because Moist Moguls banned that, they're like, alright, how do we play this? FaZe does end up banning Bind in the second phase of bans, which I don't like that decision. I think Fracture could have been a good pick as well. I mean, there's so many picks from FaZe that could have been different than picking Lotus, because we know how strong Moist Moguls has been on Lotus. We know how strong Moist Moguls is on Haven, which is another 3-site map. Like, you should be afraid of Moist Moguls on these 3-site maps, but FaZe is like, no, we can take them. We're gonna be good at Lotus, and I think they really were, and it was definitely closer than I was expecting. Doesn't change the fact that they lost, though. And now that we're going to Moist Moguls on Haven, which is their best map, I believe. I mean, this could just be abhorrent. I mean, maybe Ascent is better, but this could be just abhorrently bad from FaZe if they don't figure out how to recoup themselves and play a little bit better strategically, because that definitely is where they struggled. They had numbers advantages in a lot of these rounds and did not play them well. I mean, that last clutch from Brock to finish it out, that was FaZe peeking one at a time. I mean, that is textbook. You messed up if you're peeking one at a time. So, yeah, well, there's a lot to look at here, and I think the fact that the first map picked by FaZe goes to Moist Moguls does not bode well for FaZe moving forward.
You're not tethered to any of your util like you are the Killjoy. Obviously, you lose a lot in way of site holding potential. You don't get the lockdown. But it poised with somebody that we talked about being so incredibly strong. And if this guy is mid-rounding, when you're thinking about the attacking side, it's going to be great for him, right? To be on these solo missions, to play around this large map of Haven on that Cypher, not be tethered by the team or any utility, and help make those calls and call for those rotations with the space that he's able to gain. So I think this is going to be poised map. As much as the Jets will shine, if we see the Cypher again, I feel like I've talked about it too much, so they probably change it up. But historically, it has been a Cypher on Haven, and I absolutely love that pick for Poised.
It's interesting because in the weeks where we've seen that success for FaZe, has been different players stepping up for different maps as well. But I think for that week, you have, you know, one insane performance from Superman, one from Poised, one from Baby Bay, and those are the wins that they've been able to get. It does feel like this week could be Baby Bay's, even though they do lose that first map. He got 29 kills, 7 of those were the first kills that he was putting onto the side of Moist. And also one of the concerns that has always been for anybody facing this squad is, how are we gonna shut down Baby Bay? How are we gonna stop him from getting momentum? Even if he loses this first map, there's a big chance he's gonna step up massively for the second one, because also FaZe, they haven't been able to close it out in 2 on the results that they've gotten, so there's a big chance that we go to 3 maps.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, FaZe has never 2-0'd a team in Challengers so far. So there's an argument to be made that, all right, yeah, they just needed to warm up, right? They just needed to warm up on that first map. But it still worked. Like, you can look at it any way you want. This is literally the best map from probably the second best map from Moist Moguls, other than Ascent, and maybe even Pearl in there as well. Like, this is a really powerful map from Moist Moguls. FaZe lets it through, and of course it's gonna, you know, Moist Moguls. First of all, Lotus gets picked by FaZe, so they're like, All right, this is great for us. We'll just pick Haven, and now we're just going to pull through. And that's what they're going to do here, or that's what they're going to try and do. Like they talked about, Baby Bay has this explosive potential. We've seen a lot of teams do a really good job of denying Baby Bay any grounds for anything. And I think Moist Moguls, who has played against a team like M80, which has that sort of same explosive duelist, we may see Moist Moguls do a similar thing they did to Koala Noob on Haven when they did play up against M80 on Haven, which is just deny. Don't let them even breathe or think about how they're going to move through this. So let's go ahead and yeah, let's gear up. Let's get towards this second map. This is a big map for FaZe. We'll see if they can get this one pulled through and try and take it to a decider. Let's go ahead and take a look. And again, one map up for FaZe is really going to give them some good odds of qualifying for playoffs. If they don't get a map up here, it's going to look bad for them in their hopes to qualify for playoffs, especially if Shopify Rebellion beats Turtle Troop later today. But anyways, let's go ahead and take a look at the agent select. Playa and Mame both on Breach. Sim and Baby Bay both on Jet. Brock and Tig both on Sova. Aproto and Poise both on Killjoy. And Thief and Stupa both on Omen. Identical picks here. This is the standard team comp. I mean, if you look at any team composition, or you look across most team compositions on Haven, and you look at this, you're like, yep, that is a standard team comp. You got the Breach util. You got the Jet on Duelist. Sometimes you'll see a raise in there if people are feeling lucky. Brock, or sorry, not Brock, but Sova in there. Sometimes you'll see a Sky in there instead if people are feeling lucky. A Proto, of course, Killjoy, a staple on this map to help gain mid control. And then Thief being on Omen. Now, Omen and Astra we see used interchangeably a lot. And I think because they both have a lot of the same reasons why Astra was picked by Moist Moguls on Lotus versus Omen being picked by FaZe, it's a similar sort of story where there's really good defensive util for Astra, a little bit more aggressive util for Omen. Of course, the difference here on this map being that you only have one controller rather than double controller setup, and so you do have to play it a little bit safer here. And Omen's just a good way to allow some of that more individual strength to pull through. Let's go ahead though and let's get ready to start this series as we start FaZe on the offense of an offense-sided map. They should be able to take the lead here, but I did say that on Lotus as well, and well, they didn't. It was kept tied by Moist Mogul, so we'll see the same story will be true here now that we've had a little bit of a break, some time to breathe. Silver Dart comes out from Brock. It is destroyed, so Vision denied for FaZe. Meanwhile, a three-man or three-player flank going to be coming through mid. Never mind, they're backing up. They want to rotate over to A as quickly as possible, but taking a flank will be a little bit slow. A side's been taken. Spike not going to go down quite yet. Shock Dart going to do some damage to Mame, which does allow a little bit of an easier retake for Moist Moguls if they can start getting onto site here. They have no flank, though. The util going to come through, though, and Sim starts pushing in. Sim going to take out Baby Bay. Brock going to find a pick. Tig able to take out a Proto, and Mummy finds a pick as well, but they're both traded off. Although not Tig, though. Poise was taken out. That was a little bit of a trade. Tig going to find a pick before he goes down. Brock going to take him out. 2 players left line for Moist Moguls. Does give them this first pistol round, and again, on an offense-sided map, like Haven, which is not as offense-sided as Lotus. It is a little bit more balanced. But regardless, like, it's still a little bit offense-sided, so getting the first pistol round is a good start for the defense to put up a decent fight, or even take the lead, which we've seen Moist Moguls on Haven do before. It's just have such a dominant defense that they take the lead going into the second half when they do start on the defense of this map. So, yeah, if you're FaZe, this is not a good start for you. You would like to deny Moist Mogul, especially since this is sort of like the home turf for Moist Moguls, being on Haven. And of course, Moist Moguls did pick Haven, so you know they're feeling confident on it. And FaZe, they made a little bit of vision in A lobby, but now they're going to turn their entire attention towards B. There's a Killjoy turret, but that's not a whole lot of util. This around for FaZe. Ooh, plant not going to go down. Breach util going to prevent that. Baby pushing into this Omen smoke. Does catch Fly off guard, but Sim going to be able to trade it off. Meanwhile, Sim going to try and start this re-entry. Not going to find a pick. Gets denied, but a Proto and the rest of the team going to lock it down. Proto finds 2. Brock and Thief each find 1 as well. In addition, this round does go to Moist Moguls. Spike does not even have the opportunity to go down for FaZe. A little bit of econ denied there. FaZe will now be on a bye. The question the day is, will this buy convert into a win for FaZe, or will the bonus round for Moist Moguls be a little bit too powerful? Now, again, it's a bonus round. Moist Moguls just going to be holding on to their guns from the previous round. 2 Vandals and a Spectre, and 2 players did die, which means those players going to have to be on pistols. So it's going to be a pretty, not easy fight for Moist Moguls, but, or sorry, for FaZe, but there's not going to be a whole lot of pushback. Although FaZe, are they going to be saving 2 of their players? No, they're going for a tech pause. Okay. I was like, that's a little bit of an interesting choice. But yeah, looks like a tech pause. Not entirely sure why.
So time for the players to speak amongst themselves.
I mean,
coaches
see them all on camera.
Get involved in the technical pause. Still early days here on Haven. You're mentioning it.
Oh, hold on. I gotta give me a second. I gotta switch on my mouse. So what's the plan, guys? What's the plan? I have no idea what we're doing. Yeah. I mean, already it's looking like it's gonna be solid for Moist Moguls, but again, it's only been 2 rounds. That's why I don't like tech pauses this early, because there's just not a whole lot to talk about. I think one of the things FaZe struggled with a little bit on their Lotus was on their offense especially was playing good post plant. I mean, honestly, they didn't struggle too much on it. No, it was playing good post plant. I mean, they could get on site a few times. Sometimes it was denied for Moist Moguls, but I do think the majority of the time FaZe was able to get on site. It's just that either Moist Moguls prevented the plant or they were able to retake well, and that's one of Moist Moguls' strong suits, where a lot of teams struggle, which is retakes. Retakes is something a lot of teams in pretty much any pro plays or pro play in Valorant, Tier 1, even, Tier 2 especially, but a lot of Tier 1 teams don't even have that fundamental down of like how to retake effectively on the defense, especially on a map like Haven, where you get caught in those choke points. But Moist Moguls does know how to use that util well to start a retake. It really does seem like that for Moist Moguls, and so FaZe will have to try and figure out how to play well against that as the tech pause comes to a conclusion, and immediately the round starts. FaZe looks like they're going to be pushing into A. Yeah, it looks like looking into A lobby.
I was expecting aggression from Moguls.
Yeah, through A lobby. Now they're seeing that Sova drone through. Now it's not like Moist Moguls is going to be in A lobby to push them back, or A short or A long. But of course, FaZe doesn't necessarily know that. Some sound or some vision denied there as the drone gets destroyed, and FaZe is going to back up. Looks like they're going to be going through mid now to maybe approach B, possibly go through garage. They did B the previous round, and it didn't work out. There was only a turret there last time. Now there's multiple, or a lot of Killjoy util in those nanoswarms. They do get destroyed, or at least one of them does. The other one does not, but the one that is destroyed does get destroyed, and does not do a good job of denying the plant. Sorry, my brain's not functioning right now. Moist Mogul is going to be able to get back on site. And they've taken the site back in their control. Now it's just can FaZe play a good post plant, but Brock and Sim each finding a pick, and then a Proto finding one as well. Defends that spike defusal. Baby Bay gonna take out a Proto, but Fly takes out Poise. Baby Bay gets away with his life and a Vandal, but 4 players left alive for Moist Moguls. Makes that a pretty good round, and that was the bonus round for Moist Moguls that they did take a win on. So FaZe's Econ gonna take a little bit of a hit here. Looks like they're gonna be forcing a buy. Yeah, they will be forcing a buy here, although... Yeah, although, yeah, it's going to be a forced buy. All of them going to have guns, or decent guns. Mame going to be on a Bulldog versus Moist Moguls, who has now gotten some econ stability built up off of that 3-round win streak and winning their bonus, which of course will put your econ in a good spot. Sim going to take out Suba. He's pushing up, trying to deny entry into a lobby, and he does a pretty effective job. As now FaZe like, alright, we'll just, we don't need to go A. And it looks like they're going to back it up and maybe take it over to C. Potentially, they've got that lurk on Poise, who's been watching C for a little while now. Everybody's taken mid, but no garage control and no B control either. So FaZe doesn't really know where these players are. It looks like they're gonna be pushing into C now. Hunter's Fury comes out from Brock. They're still reading the possibility of an A hit. But as the push into C starts, that Hunter's Fury is going to get canceled and can start to rotate over towards C. But Flya finds an early pick, and now onto Poised, and now not only is there no Killjoy util, but now FaZe going to be down 2 players. Ooh, a Silver Dart comes out, and it does spot Sig in mid. So now Moist Smoke is going to be wary that they might be trying to go Garage, especially since that Sova Dart did spot Tig backing up. They're probably like, maybe it's Garage, but now the pushing to B starts. Of course, there's going to be so much sound to confirm that. And Baby Bay going to be pushed up in a link. Spike does go down. A little bit of damage done to Mame. Actually, pretty decent damage down to half health, but may not matter. Brock going to start coming through A link, going to encounter Baby Bay. Mame going to take out Sim. Stuns come through. It doesn't matter. Tig going to take out a Proto and Flya. He's finally going to trade it off because now it's 2v2. He's going to TP on top of the middle box. Spike gets tapped. Baby Bay not going to turn around, but still going to get taken out by Brock. Mame going to take out Brock. This post plant going to be played here. A 1v1 here. And it looks like Thief just going to try and stick it. There wasn't any time. He had to. And Mame going to take him out. Deny that. So FaZe finally takes a round. Now, is it an expensive round? Absolutely. Do they lose the majority of their players? Yes. And so that does mean some econ stability is denied. But they will still be able to buy here. I mean, look at their econ. They're going to be able to put up a buy here. Although not a completely full buy, it will still be a buy versus Moist Moguls, who will also be able to buy. I mean, like I said, they've gotten some good, decent econ stability going into that round. And that continues here. They're going to be able to buy this round. They should be able to buy next round as well. You even see that Operator coming out on Sim this round. Silver Dart goes off in a short, trying to clear out Sim. Does peek out after that Dart comes to a conclusion, but the Sova Drone comes through to re-clear short. Operator shot goes off to kill it, and now FaZe is just going to back up. And Flya going to be watching B, but now backed up by Sim. Going to be peeking mid with the Operator. FaZe just running all the way over to C. They want to avoid that Operator at all costs. Looks like they're going to be able to. It's only going to be Thief to lock down this site. Punish Fury does come through. Not going to do anything. Baby Bay able to take out Thief. But Proto going to be able to trade it off by finding a pick, but he gets taken out before finding any more. Just mean that player advantage maintained for FaZe, and then Baby Bay and Poise each find a pick. Poise is lurking in through B. Brock with 5 HP going to get concussed, and Baby Bay going to take him out. And suddenly, FaZe looking pretty solid here. They've been able to win these rounds in pretty dominant fashion, especially after that. Or, well, no, the first round win was not, but this previous round win was in a dominant fashion. So now Moist Mogul is going to have to be a little bit worried. What are they doing wrong here? Although I said they would probably be able to buy, it looks like maybe they're going to be on a little bit of an eco round. No, it will be a buy. Bladestorm for Sim. Going to count as a gun. Also Bladestorm for Baby Bay, although I doubt we'll see it come out. There's Rolling Thunder for FaZe as well. Lockdown for Moist Moguls. Although, I've seen a lot of these teams figure out how to counter those common lockdown plays. Sim pushing out aggressively in mid, not going to find anything as FaZe is pushing into C very aggressively. Killjoy Util to stop that push in. She will for a little while. Spike's not going to go down either. Util going to push them back. Baby going to take out Thief, but it is traded off. There's that Star Duelist. Proto gets away with his life as well, although he's very, very low. Lockdown going to come out. Now FaZe going to have to back up off of C. They just don't have the positional advantage to try and get that spike down at all. And yeah, C site is going to be cleared by Moist Moguls. Now they're going to be ready to rotate. Ready for the rotate from FaZe. FaZe is going to be rotating over towards B, it looks like. There is a spike down. Or sorry, spike. There's a player over on A. A little bit. Sorry, the bit rate was a little bit low there. Brock is over on A. So we're going to have to figure out how they want to counterplay this. There's also a Proto in B Garage, although he's on 5 HP, not going to be able to do a whole lot. Killjoy Lockdown comes out to clear B site, and it will. Nobody from Moist Mogul is going to stop the push in necessarily. Ooh, Sim peeking out, but whiffs his knife shots. And he's going to get detained as well. Nobody's going to punish that, but now they know, alright, there's a player down. We can just get this spike down.
Spike goes down from the shadows.
So the from the shadows gonna come out. Make sure there's no flank. Though there wasn't any to begin with, so we'll see if the retake gonna be good here for Moist Moguls. Spike gonna get tapped. It's held until half, but Tig gonna punish it by taking out Flya. And as Poise takes out Sim, it's now 2v4. Poise takes out Brock, and now it's down to a Proto who's on 5 HP, gonna get taken out. And
And
FaZe has
FaZe
tied it
wins
up.
this time, but yeah, that reveal
Offense-sidedness
from
being
Dark
shown
was
very
taking
prevalent
skills
here, as you
of
saw that
players.
offense just rotate so quickly from C to B. Moist Moguls wasn't really able to do. Moist Moguls wasn't really able to do anything against that.
We talked about it during the desk. They haven't had the chance to do
Bladestorm
so
on
many
Baby
of the
Bay
times
this round
that
as
FaZe ended up
well.
going to this map of Haven. It was going against G2, losing against G2. But a map that they always attempted and had really good ideas on. Now with the Killjoy changing a little bit more, and you see even the lockdown, all that space that it got for them. Work around.
Brock gonna take out Tig. Oh my god, he's pushed up. This is the eco round for Moist Moguls. Brock was able to get a Bulldog. Was able to scrap enough money by it to get it up, and it is up. And he finds 2 Vicks with it. 2 for 1 special. Definitely what Moist Moguls would want if they want to try and make some grounds in this buy round.
Yeah, now the play is pretty much holding these weapons so the defense can't get them. What that means is probably gonna end up on this A site. Oh,
Look
wait.
at Thief.
Thief, yeah, he got a timing. Seems like Killjoy got out of range.
Ooh, Flya, oh, sorry. Flya trying to lock down this site. Sim gonna be able to take out Supa. He's watching short. Only 1 bullet for Sim. It doesn't matter as Baby Bay takes out Flya. Sim takes out Poise. Now Baby Bay is alone in a 1v3. Very winnable for him. He's got such a big gun advantage. Won't matter. Sim's Sheriff gonna finish him off. Moist Moguls turns an eco round into a win. A thrifty win. FaZe gets ecoed, and that does mean that now Moist Mogul is gonna get a good boost to their own economy. Although, if there's a round you want to win, it's probably not your eco round, because it does mean that you're able to win your eco rounds and not your buy rounds. But maybe there was some restructuring that Moist Moguls was able to do in order to get that win there. I will say, FaZe is putting up a pretty good show here against Moist Moguls. Pretty good fight considering who they're up against. Hunter's Fury for Brock, coming out here, looking for some damage. Gonna find some on Baby Bay. Not gonna get a kill off, but does do some. There's also a Rolling Thunder for Moist Moguls as well to utilize. There's only 1 ult for FaZe, and it is that Bladestorm, which is out on Baby Bay right now to get a little bit of econ save. Sim down to 2 HP. Punished for peeking out of C. Baby Bay down to 70 HP. Both Jets kind of low on health, although Sim is 1 shot in Baby Bay. Baby Bay not near that really. Probably 2 shots, I think. Yeah, with the Vandal, I think 3 shots at the Phantom. Depends on the range. Now FaZe gonna be pushing. It looks like they want to peek C again, despite getting spotted so aggressively early on there. There are still 3 on C for Moist Moguls. They know Sim is low, so they can't really have him be his own player. So they do keep 3 on there to help back it up. Baby Bay gonna start the sentry. Silverdart comes through. They don't clear their corner, and Sim's able to take out Baby Bay. There goes the entry duelist. They're gonna take out Sim. Thief gonna take out Tig, but then a Proto gonna lock it down, taking out both Mummy and Super, who overextended without clearing their corners. They're so focused on Thief, and now Thief gonna take Poised out. This round does go to Moist Moguls, and that is a buy round win. It seems like of a restructuring Moist Moguls did do after that 3-round loss streak. It did convert into a good amount of rounds here. Or sorry, a good amount of momentum here. And now the econ going to be built up for Moist Moguls. Sim can get that operator in his hands. FaZe going to be on a buy round, but if they lose this, they will have to take an eco next round. We will see if it does come through here. Rolling Thunder and From the Shadows for Moist Moguls. We'll see if those come out. And now FaZe doing a little bit of defaulting, split play, playing off contact.
Still able to buy, though. They are
just waiting a little bit, hoping Moist Moguls will push into them. I imagine they know, alright, they've got op money, so Sim's probably got an op in his hands. They're just worried about where it would be, because it could really be anywhere. It is watching A lobby. The question is, does FaZe push it? No, it looks like they're going to be going towards C. And there's actually nobody on C. It looks like Moist Moguls is mostly reading a B push. And, well, it's a bad read. Although... Ooh, Sim gonna get spotted by that Sova drone.
Chances are always
He
there.
uses that operator there, and off of that, FaZe just gonna. All right, yeah, let's push into C. Especially since that spike is in the hands of Mame. It's gonna get rotated over towards C. There's a Rolling Thunder here. Baby Bay pushed into garage. There's an alarm bot, which will go off here. Maybe not, though. It doesn't. Tig gonna get a pick. Then Baby Bay gonna swing out and get a pick as well. So now it's a 3v5 here for Moist Moguls. Thief Ting and Baby Bay evens it out a little bit. It's now a 3v4. Shooting through the smoke. Mame gonna be able to take out Sim. There's a flank coming through right now as well from Tig, and it's probably gonna be good for some good numbers. Super gonna take out Thief, although it may not matter. Yeah, there you go. The flank comes through, and Brock gets discombobulated. Super gonna take him out, and this round does go to FaZe, keeping it even here. Although, I will say it again, this is an offense-sided map. And yes, it's not as offense-sided as Lotus, but you should still be at least keeping it even. And FaZe is doing a good job of that, but Moist Moguls, we know how powerful their offense on this map can be. And so I imagine when we switch sides, it'll be difficult for fight for FaZe. And it's not impossible for FaZe to take the lead in this half if they win the rest of the rounds. And I think they could. Got some good potential to do so. I will say FaZe has not allowed any clutches. Mostly Moist Moguls hasn't been in clutch positions, but you know, we haven't seen any clutches come out from Moist Moguls. Unlike on Lotus, where very early on we saw quite a few clutches come out. As FaZe doing a little bit, defaulting a little bit again. Sim does have that operator. Silver drone coming out. Operator peeks out to take out the drone. Nice and vision there. And now FaZe is going to start pushing through mid. It looks like they want to go B. Yeah, the push onto B has started. Concussions come through. Blast goes through. Not going to allow that plant to go down. Mame going to take out Brock. Which does now make it a 4v5 for Moist Moguls. Now FaZe is going to be pushing over towards A short. Sim is waiting. He doesn't have a dash to get away with. Just going to have to run through it. Able to take out Tig. Baby Bay is an operator as well, though. Could look very, very deadly. Going to re-peek A lobby. Nobody's there. The Rolling Thunder comes out from Moist Moguls, which nobody's going to play off of, but it does prevent the push. There's a flank coming through right now from Poise. We'll see if that comes through for anything. Sim fights another operator pick onto Supa, and Flyer runs right into the hands of Poise, which will keep it even. Rotate over to B has started. A Proto is deep into that entrance. They thought it was cleared because Poise is in backside, but it was not. Baby the off shot going to take out a Proto. Thief going to take out Poise, though, and there's no time to get that spike down. This round does go to Moist Moguls with 2 players left alive. A pretty expensive round for both sides, but of course going to be more expensive for FaZe considering, you know, you lose, and they also lost more players, although only one more. Still should be able to buy here. FaZe taking their first time out, and I mean, you can see why. Moist Moguls now has at the very least tied it up going into the next half. But Moist Moguls may even be able to take the lead going into the next half. Although these rounds are a lot closer than I think I was expecting Haven to be, it is still going a little bit in the favor of Moist Moguls. Definitely not as much as they would have liked, for sure, especially with how they've been playing. But still going in their favor, for sure. Yeah, at least to start off this half. And again, offense-sided map. So Moist Moguls, even if they lose the rest of these rounds and it goes into the next half tied up, Moist Moguls is in a good spot. Overall, so FaZe does have a little bit of worrying they need to do as far as how they want to play this.
Yeah.
And FaZe needing to find ways to dig these side anchors out.
You can just see all of these players looking so serious. Seeing Moist Moguls honestly looks a little bit defeated. Yeah, from my eyes, I think it's just because they're tired. Or it's just not going the way necessarily they were hoping it would go as far as how dominant they wanted to play. You know, as far as sending off the end of the season, you know, having this series go so close is probably not what Moist Moguls had in mind. But, you know, they're still winning right now. We'll see if that does change. FaZe can take it to a third map.
He's got backup this time around, though. Out towards mid, Thief. The low ground, Sim with the high ground, kind of.
And FaZe getting ready to push into A. It looks like there's no operator in A lobby or to watch A lobby this time around. There's just 2 on site. That does mean FaZe will be able to push up and get at least into those main entrances and start the push on. Still no sound though, and off of that, Brock's just gonna back up. Where do I go? Gonna play from heaven, it looks like. Now some util coming through. The flash comes through and concussion comes through from Flya onto the A long players, which is gonna do some good work there. Smokes come through. FaZe gonna be allowed to get onto the site. There is not any ults here. Thief coming in for the flank though. Gonna be good to find out and take a pick off on Mame. Sim gonna be able to take out Tig from Heaven. Super gonna trade it off, and then Fly gonna trade that off. Brock gonna take out Poison. Now it's just down to Baby Bay and Hell. And jump down on him, and Thief gonna get the kill onto Baby Bay. Diffuse gonna come through, and now Moist Moguls has taken the lead going into the next half. And now it's starting to look shaky from FaZe, who's not, actually no, they should be able to full buy this round, but still not a good position to be in. Even if they win this next round, going into the second half where you're going to be on the defense of Haven is not really a good position to be in. Because again, it's a defense-sided map. They're up against Moist Moguls, who is a very powerful team on Haven, and especially on the offense of Haven, because it's an offense-sided map. Like, FaZe is just in a tough spot. And again, like I talked about earlier, FaZe does need a map up in order to, or should be trying to get a map up in order to give themselves as much of a shot at qualifying for playoffs as possible. So they do need to get a map up in this series in order to minimize the amount of risk that's going into the series or going into them qualifying for playoffs. Rolling Thunder comes through. And now Baby Bay shooting off. FaZe gonna start clearing into A. The shock dart does come through. Actually, the spike is going to be allowed to go down. No util, no ult's going to stop the plant. There are 2 ults for FaZe. Hunter's Fury can be used for post-plant, absolutely. Util coming through. Is Sim going to start clearing into sight. Clears out Baby Bay, who is in hell. Proto and Brocky trying to pick. Super going to take out Thief. But now FaZe in a 2v4. Hunter's Fury was already used, which means that Defender Locked-In can now come out. Sim going to take out Mame. Brock takes out Tig. And this round does go to Moist Moguls. And now they're up 8-4 going into the second half. Remember, this is Moist Moguls map pick. This is an offense-sided map. Moist Moguls is about to go onto the offense. If you are FaZe, you're going to have to be looking very, very worried, as this is not looking good. The odds are not in your favor. Now, of course, odds not in their favor doesn't mean it's completely out of the picture that they win this. They could still pull through. There's still a chance that FaZe does win this map. They're just going to have to put in a lot of work, and it's a big uphill battle. But we could be looking at FaZe losing 2-0, which is not where they want to be, because again, at this point, I mean, with the way Moist Moguls is playing, I doubt FaZe is going to win the series, right? Even if they get a map up. At this point, FaZe getting a map up would be like a little bit of damage control. But at this point, FaZe is just going to have to play their best here to get a good round differential, so that way they can hope that when it goes into, when that third series happens today, that the round differential or map differential goes in their favor, and they gotta hope Shopify loses, because otherwise, it may not go well for them. Sim gonna find an early pick, and this entry into A is gonna start. Sim gonna take out Mame as well, and now Tig gonna take out Fly, a bit of a damage control there. Tig also gonna take out a Proto. He's locking down this A lobby. Steve's just gonna jump, right-click with the classic, and take him out. And now, as FaZe has gotten 2 onto A, Moist Mogul's going to back out of A, and they're just going to run it over to C. This is a really solid decision here, as nobody's going to be there to defend it. Ultra going to be picked up by Baby Bay, but of course, in this round, it's not going to matter. And now Storm comes out, which will stop the push into C for a little bit, as the 2-player flank comes through from FaZe. This spike will get the opportunity to go down. And now, it's going to be down to Baby Bay and Poise. Can they defend this site? Can they take the site back into their hands? Baby Bay left alive. He's one of those very powerful players. Poised is spotted. They don't know where Baby Bay is. They're kind of leaving their side open to Garage, although Thief does turn his attention towards it. Baby Bay wins the encounter. But, oh, the shock dart from Brock going to take Baby Bay out, and then Brock going to be able to take out Poise from long. And that's it. Moist Moguls takes the first pistol round. That is not what FaZe wanted. They needed that pistol round if they wanted to try and get this half back in their favor, or get this map back in their favor, try and get it closed up. But Moist Moguls taking the pistol round is not at all where FaZe wants to be, because it now means that Moist Moguls will likely be able to take this round, this next round as well, and Moist Moguls will have some good momentum to move forward and try and take this map. And FaZe is going to be in a good spot. I mean, it's like I said, FaZe should be trying FaZe at this point should be trying to... What am I trying to say? Oh, yeah. FaZe at this point should be trying to get that round differential up in a little bit more of their favor, in order to give themselves as much of a shot in case it does come down to round differential. Of course, map differential comes out first, but there's a very real possibility that it could come down to round differential. And so FaZe does need to start to get some of these rounds up in their favor if they want to do some damage control. But this round not looking like it's going to go the way of FaZe. Baby able to take out Thief. It's not going to be a flawless round for Moist Moguls, but Brock is going to trade it off, punish that a little bit. Moist Moguls are going to be going to this bonus round. Now, one of their players not going to have a gun, and two of their players do have Bulldogs. So the gun advantage is going to be in the hands of FaZe. They should be able to take this round. However, FaZe is in the same position in the third round of this map, where Moist Moguls won the first two pills rounds. In that third round, they had a good gun advantage, and FaZe did not convert it into a round win. So there's a very real possibility that Moist Moguls does win this round. We know that they can do it even when they're at an eco disadvantage. Baby Bay gonna wall bang, started off into that B window, or that mid window, hoping to find a pick. Not gonna do anything though. Although Tig gonna find an early pick on those pushers through a lobby. But he does spot Brock pushed up pretty aggressively, so he's gonna back up a little bit. There are still two on A, so FaZe will have a little bit of a defense here. The jump peeking coming out from Mame behind box. Doesn't want to get punished though. Silver Drone comes out, and now Mame's been spotted. So a dart comes out as well. Some util coming through. The push on the site has started. Mame tries to stop it with some breach util, but not going to be able to do a whole lot. Baby Bay going to do a good job of locking it down. The two that were on site are now gone. Thief takes them out. Baby Bay finds two picks of his own though, which does mean that that player advantage is going to be maintained for FaZe as the trades do come through. And Moist Moguls, who's been down a player since that initial push through a lobby, cannot afford those trades. So player advantage is going to be there for FaZe. You know, when you're on a bonus like this for Moist Moguls where you're at an eco disadvantage, you should just be trying to kill the majority of FaZe's players. Moist Moguls has already done that. Now they're going to be going for the win. As Brock takes out Supa, it's very real. But Poise does take out Thief. It's even right now. It's a 1v1. There is a Hunter's Fury, though, that Brock can use if he wants to. Not going to get the opportunity to do so. The Silver Dart comes out. Poise going to take out Brock. And this round does go the way of FaZe. Although, like I said, being on this bonus round where you're at an eco disadvantage, at the most, or at the very least, or what we should be, your main goal should be to kill the majority of the enemy's players, in this case it's FaZe's. And Moist Moguls has done that. They killed all but one, so now FaZe's econ in a really tough spot. And it's going to be difficult for them to recover from. You look, are they going to be able to buy this round? No, we see a Bulldog on Mame. The Bladestorm going to have to come out. So Moist Moguls could be in a position to win this round. And FaZe going to be denied some good momentum off of that round win. Although, they do have some decent guns. They could definitely still deny this round win for Moist Moguls. Two ults for Moist Moguls to use from the Shadows and Hunter's Fury already up. And it's only been 3 rounds of play in this half. And now they're going to be pushing in through A again. There's a Bladestorm for Baby Bay, but that is the only ult that FaZe has up. And of course, Bladestorm going to be used for some eco momentum being built up. Sim going to start this entry. He doesn't actually push into his smoke. He barely misses it, but it doesn't matter. FaZe not going to be able to deny it. Hunter's Fury comes out from Brock. Not going to find anything. Does some damage, I believe, to Baby Bay and maybe Tig. But I think it was only Baby Bay. I think Tig took some damage earlier when the entry started from Sim. Spike is going to get to go down. That Hunter's Fury going to do a good job of pushing back the defense. And now the retake has to start from FaZe. And like I said, it's very difficult to do this retake here because you're getting caught in these choke points. Supa coming for a flank. Ooh, well, Proto's going to see him. Sim going to be able to take out Mame. Brock going to take out Baby Bay. The retake is stopped. Supa, the flank, going to take out a Proto. Fly going to be able to take out Tig, which does mean Supa's alone. Brock going to turn his attention to short. 3 kills for Brock this round as he takes out Supa. Moist Moguls does take this buy from both sides into their hands. And now FaZe in a pretty tough position That was a round they really needed to win to get some momentum moving, and they didn't. Now Moist Moguls gonna have an eco advantage, as FaZe gonna be on an eco round, and Moist Moguls should be able to get to that 12th round, and FaZe will have to make a 7-round win streak to come back if they don't secure this round. Sorry about that. From the Shadows available for Thief here. That's a very situational ult. We probably won't see it come out, but we may. You never know. Offense for Moist Moguls finally not doing an A push. Going to be pushing in through mid. Nobody's on mid to watch it for FaZe, so that does mean Moist Moguls can actually get on site. Is going to start to turn their attention towards it. Off of some Utah coming out. Those two pushers through Garage coming through. Baby Bay going to get taken out by a Proto. Poise, though, also coming through Garage, going to find a pick. And Suba takes out a pick as well, finds a pick as well. It is, as Poise gets traded off, it is going to be traded, all of these kills. So it will be kept even. It is now a 3v3. Now FaZe has been able to take the site back into their hands, but Flya coming from C-Link, going to do some paranoia, able to take out Pasupa. Then he's going to take out Tig. Now Thief is going to take out Mame. FaZe did not know where to look. Now Moist Moguls has taken that 12th round. It was semi-expensive. They did lose 2 of their players, but they do keep the majority of their players alive. So Econ not really that damaged here off of that win. And FaZe, that was their eco round, so they're going to be able to buy this round. And it's good because they're going to need to make a 7-round win streak. They're using their second timeout. I'll point out again, Moist Mogul, similarly to Lotus, they didn't use a single timeout in their defense. It's the same story here on Haven. Not a single timeout used by Moist Mogul on their defense, or Moist Moguls on their defense. So they've got 2 timeouts to use. FaZe using their second one here. Moist Moguls, even if a win streak starts from FaZe, Moist Moguls can just use that timeout to try and counterplay. So Moist Moguls is in a pretty good spot here. And 20 kills for Brock, 19 kills for Sim. This is a lot more equal play. On Lotus, you saw Flya was like outperforming the rest of the team. And that's not really what you want to see. You want to see really good kill consistency because it means you're trading each other off. You're playing well positionally. I talk about it a lot. And for Moist Moguls, we're seeing a little bit of better sort of kill consistency. Obviously, there's a big drop in between Sim and Thief of 5 kills. And there's a big drop between Thief and a Proto of 4 kills. And then there's like a 3-kill difference. Like, it's not great. It's not super consistent play, but it's better than we saw from them on Lotus, which is why they're dominating so heavily here versus FaZe, who was hoping to be able to rely on Baby Bay. Hasn't really been able to do that here on Haven. Baby Bay hasn't looked as strong as he did on Lotus. And in addition to that, Moist Moguls has just been doing a good job of denying Baby Bay. It's sort of what I talked about. One of Moist Mogul's strengths, and the reason they took Haven up as a map against M80 in the midseason face-off, was because they denied Kuala any of that jet play. And so Moist Moguls knows how to deny jets on Haven, and we're seeing that come through here, as Baby just has not been able to find any grounds here. The entry starts from Sim, only going to find one though before he goes down. Mame going to be able to take out Sim for a trade, but then Brock and Thief can return, and that's both of those defenders from CT gone. Poised and Supa now going to have to try and play this. Defender lock-in comes out, but it's destroyed using Butte. Thief going to take out Supa. It's now a 1v4. The Rolling Thunder comes out. Somebody trying to cash in on him, but Brock's been hit by the Rolling Thunder. And now it's a 1v3 for Poise as they all peek out. And Moist Moguls takes a 2-0 over FaZe. They finish it up 13-5 on Haven. Sure, Lotus was close and it ended 13-11. But Moist Moguls is like, alright, let's shut them down here as we move into Haven. And that's exactly what happens. And now FaZe is in a really scary position for the main and core reason that they're in a tough spot. All right, they're in a tough spot. They need to close this out. They do need to close this out here in the sense that not close this out. FaZe is in a tough spot because they are relying now on the fact that they need Turtle Troop to beat Shopify Rebellion in order to qualify for playoffs. I talked about this earlier, but I'll talk about it again. FaZe Clan now, let's see if they've put it in yet. Probably have, yeah. So FaZe Clan now has a record of 3-2 with a map differential of 6 and 7, which is not great. And the reason this is going to be so prevalent is because we look over at this at Group A, because FaZe, if they had won that series, first of all, they would have qualified for playoffs for sure. But they needed a map up to try and get this round differential to be 7-7 because it gives them better odds. So here's now what needs to happen, okay? In order for them to qualify. Let me get my camera back on.
this point. And it also creates another interesting storyline. FaZe is now in a weird world.
There you go. All right, let me turn this
talked about
on.
this a little bit at the top
So,
of the
sorry, I had
show,
to put my
but
light
there
up
was a world where
because I've just
FaZe
been using my phone
would
flashlight.
qualify with a loss.
So if we go ahead and
And
look
it makes
here,
things a lot easier.
this is sort of what
With
needs
the
to
loss,
happen now for
there
FaZe
is
to
a
qualify.
scenario where I
First of all,
believe,
if Turtle
if
Troop
my
beats
calculations are correct,
Shopify
this
Rebellion,
could be because it's
immediately
confusing.
FaZe will qualify. They'll just have a better record, and they'll place better on the standings, and they'll qualify. Okay, they're in a very teeter-totter position right now. Now, in order for Shopify Rebellion to qualify here, or sorry, in order for FaZe to be disqualified, so I'm pretty sure Turtle Troop is going to qualify, although, no, it's still close for Turtle Troop as well. So now for FaZe to qualify for playoffs, what needs to happen is that Turtle Troop needs to beat Shopify, and then immediately Shopify's record will be too bad. FaZe and Turtle Troop will both qualify for playoffs. Now, the way that FaZe will not qualify, or can't, or may not qualify for playoffs is if Shopify Rebellion wins, okay? Because now what happens if Shopify Rebellion wins? If it is a 2-0, Shopify Rebellion's record will be 7-5, and they'll be 3-2. Turtle Troop will be 3-2. FaZe will be 3-2. So Shopify Rebellion will be at a record of 7, or a map record of 7-5, or map differential of 7-5. Turtle Troop will be at a map differential. This is if it's a 2-0. Turtle Troop will be at a map differential of 6-7, which is worse than Shopify. They'll be below Shopify now. FaZe Clan will have a 6-7. So remember, this is going to be a 7-5, which will be better than FaZe Clans. And Turtle Troops will be 6-7, which means, guess what it comes down to at that point? Because if it's a 2-0 from Shopify, it'll come down to round differential on who will qualify between Turtle Troop and FaZe Clan. And assuming Turtle Troop wins rounds in their series against Shopify, we will likely see Turtle Troop able to get a better round differential, because currently FaZe Clan's round differential is 4. So if Shopify 2-0's Turtle Troop, it's going to come down to round differential to see who qualifies between Turtle Troop and FaZe Clan. Now, if Turtle Troop does... if Shopify does not get a 2-0, then FaZe does not qualify. And the reason is because if it's 2-1, Shopify, if it's 2-0, so first of all, again, if Turtle Troop wins, FaZe qualifies, Turtle Troop qualifies, Shopify's out. If Shopify wins and it is a 2-0, then it comes down to round differential to see who qualifies between Turtle Troop and FaZe. And if it is a 2-1 from Shopify, they'll be up 7-6. Turtle Troops will be 7-7, and FaZe Clans will be 6-7, which means they'll be below Turtle Troop. So FaZe Clan at this point now needs to hope and pray that Shopify does not win. And if Shopify does win against Turtle Troop, then FaZe needs it to be a 2-0 win from Shopify, and then they need to hope that Turtle Troop's round differential is negative or worse than FaZe Clan's, which is possible, but it's also possible that it isn't, right? So FaZe Clan does need to hope that Turtle Troop takes a win over Shopify, and if it's not a win, it needs to be a 2-0 from Shopify in order for FaZe Clan to qualify for playoffs. It's going to be really close. Shopify versus Turtle Troop will come down to the wire as far as who's going to place and who's going to be disqualified for playoffs.
Small amount of time between mid-season face-off and split 2. You give these guys more time, and what does that look like? That is a terrifying prospect, again, for anybody who has to play the moguls.
And we talked about it in mid-season face-off. We talked about it in Split 1. They were clutch kings, but we're going to go ahead and throw things to the post-series highlights. When we come back, we'll be jumping into the post-match interview. Stay tuned.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to highlight also, this is a big match for Moist Moguls, because now their record is 5-0. They went completely flawless in Split 2. They did not lose a single series. That's right, not a single series, not a single series in Split 2 was lost by Moist Moguls. I'll remind you, in Split 1, nobody had that record of a completely flawless run. Nobody. MAD nearly did, but they got bested by the guard. They went flawless in mid-season. Then we go to Split 2, and MAD loses to Shopify. So currently, Moist Moguls is looking really, really powerful, okay? Especially their Haven, and especially their Ascent. Like, these are maps they look so powerful on. now that we're going into playoffs, where Moist Moguls is going to have 25 points on top of their Split 1 standings, which wasn't great, of 11 points. They're going to have 36 points, which I believe puts them above G2, well, with how G2 is playing. So I believe it puts Moist Moguls in 3rd place in circuit points. It'll be M80, the guard, and then, assuming the guard wins. No, I think the guard currently will be, wait. Yeah, no, I think it's going to be M80, the guard, and Moist Moguls at this point. And then in 4th will likely be Oxygen Esports, I think. I'm looking at these standings right now, but in like the overall placements as far as who is making it to, yeah, the overall placements, like overall circuit points as far as where the seedings will be for playoffs, I believe it's going to be 1st place M80, 2nd place the guard, and then 3rd place Moist Moguls, which means we'll probably see Moist Moguls against so we'll see them against the 6th place player, which could be G2. I think it also might be TSM. There's a good chance it's TSM. I'm not entirely sure, although TSM, yeah, I mean, we'll see. Obviously after today we'll know. I obviously don't have a spreadsheet where I have all of the current overall standings. I probably should have done that. Probably could have done that over the weekend, but I didn't. So, you know, we don't have that. One thing we can look at really quickly is the post-match highlights, or the post-series highlights. We looked at a little bit of those clutches on Lotus, which there were a lot of. So we already looked at these two. Let's go ahead and take a look at
It's for Moist, and we can see trepidation here. They don't quite want to find their way into it, and now FaZe are starting to cut the numbers down as the odds find themselves even inside the pit. The shorty awaits, and Baby Bay there to collect as a Proto will try and get the job done. Low HP, 1v2. That spike continues to tick. He's going to look to get this one halfway, look to take the fight. A jump across from Tim.
Alright, sorry about that. My dog was barking because there's somebody outside. He might be whimpering now as well because there's somebody outside. Anyways, yeah, 4K from Baby Bay.
He can. Wow, back in. Look at the decay. They're so incredibly low. I mean, this right here, you just have to get lucky. Will drop the pit. They think they're off. Do they expect him on the other side of the smoke? It seems that Voice does. Not quite expecting this angle, and Flya does it again. Spike Brock can see all. His vision is clear. Tig ready for the backstab. Now it's all up to Brock. Mummy forced off the spike. There's no time. How have they done it again? Flashed up, taken down. Brock gets it done with 4. More a tap on the spike, Brock.
Yeah. I mean, Moist Moguls was just allowed to clutch over and over again on Lotus.
Starting to find the kills. Here comes Baby and Supa as Brock will try and hang on. The jump down from Mummy. And a 1v2 remains. No time. Here is FaZe working against the clock. 4 bullets left, forced to reload. The other player spotted. Brock, you're not allowed to do it. Not like this. 1v1. Brock versus Tig for overtime for FaZe. And Brock will get it done with 4. Starting to find the kills. Here comes Baby and Supa as Brock will try and hang on. The jump down from Mummy. And a 1v2 remains. No time.
All right, but yeah, I mean, that was such a good way to close it off. Let's take a look at the Haven.
Frontline finds a stun onto Supa. Baby Bay's still okay. Poise getting caught with util out, but he sneaks away. 1 shot left in the 6-shooter here, and Sim is good for it. Baby Bay will try to survive, but he's got to do more than that if he wants to win the round. 3 players just around the corner. Sim for 3, a 3.
Yeah, I mean, Moist Moguls played. I think. I mean, obviously there weren't as many clutches on Haven because, they're just like there wasn't as many opportunities because they weren't allowed to be in the positions for opportunities. It doesn't look like we've got anything else here. But yeah, it was a very definitely good series for Moist Moguls. That second map was super dominant. FaZe Clan now going to be in a tough spot where they need to hope that Turtle Troop beats Shopify. What's happening right now, and the reason it's so close, is because there's already 3 teams that are not making it to playoffs, confirmed. That's OR Esports, Mad Lions, and Disguise. The question now is, between Turtle Troop, Shopify, and FaZe, who is going to be that 4th team that doesn't qualify for playoffs? And so, it's looking like it'll be Shopify. If Shopify loses to Turtle Troop, they're gone. Now it's at a point where, if Turtle Troop if Turtle Troop beats Shopify, Shopify's gone, and FaZe and Turtle Troop qualify, right? And so that's what FaZe is hoping for. Now, if Shopify does beat Turtle Troop, FaZe needs it to be a 2-1 win in order to have a chance at qualifying. At which point it comes down to round differential. And if it's a 2-0 win from Shopify against Turtle Troop, then FaZe is not going to qualify for playoffs. It's a big thing. There's a lot of ifs, ands, and buts, but we are done with the Moist Moguls FaZe Clan series, and this next series does not matter as much. It's more of a, I wouldn't even call it a show match. It's more so just another series that we have to look at. It's the GRD versus G2 Esports, and I think this is pretty easy to predict the outcome here. G2 Esports has looked very, very bad this past split, the entirety of split 2. You know, some people are probably still banking on the fact that maybe in the 2 weeks we have in between now and the playoffs, they'll improve. I don't necessarily think that's going to be the case, but it is possible. It looks like we do have the post-match interview, so let's go ahead and take a listen to this interview and how it's going to go, or what these players are going to say. I don't know what I'm saying anymore.
Split 1, which means it's time for the post-match interview, and I can't imagine us interviewing anyone else after that ridiculous round. We're going to be bringing in Brock for the post-match interview. Congratulations on the win, and obviously that insane clutch as well.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I do gotta ask you guys, you come out of the first split, things were pretty good. It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad either. You had a winning record. You end up making it into the mid-season face-off. You have a close series against M80. You guys almost make it into the upper finals. But since mid-season face-off, you guys have been, like, incredibly good. One of the strongest teams currently competing. What is it that things are just clicking right now with this team?
I think at the beginning, our map pool wasn't as strong. So, like, we were struggling on some maps, so we had put like a lot of prep on those maps, but now we're like we're like a 7 map team now, so I feel like we're really good. Yeah.
You know, it's interesting because your coach said that in the video piece beforehand, and I was like, I feel like there's a map we haven't seen. You guys don't really seem too fond of Bind. What is it about that map that you guys just don't really want to play it?
It's really not many teams have like picked it yet against us, but we are looking really good on it. So.
Okay. Now, like we said, it's just because, you know, maybe the split is going well doesn't mean things are always perfect. Walk me through round 24, the clutch moment, that 1v4 on Lotus. What was going through everyone's heads? What was the comms like? What was just general attitude like coming into that final moment?
Right after I got into like the 1v4, there was like no word said. And then they just kept peeking me one by one, so it's just easy to win that. They just give you ones. Yep.
Did you feel like when you entered into the 1v4, like we've praised you guys for your clutch potentials throughout both the first split and mid-season face-off and now in split 2, did you feel like it was pretty winnable for you given that you're so good in those clutch situations?
I feel like after I killed the Viper jumping out heaven, that's like the kill that made it really winnable. Then it became a 1v2, and then I just played my own game when it got down to the 1v2. Yeah.
How was the heart rate? Were you like starting to sweat a little bit?
It was going up towards the 1v2, then calm down right after, but yeah.
All right, so you guys are now the #1 team in Split 2 after today. Heading into playoffs, you're in a top 4 that includes obviously M80. You've got GRD in there. You've got Oxygen as well, who I thought would have been potentially replaced by G2, but they had a rough split. You've played all 3 of those teams. How are you feeling heading into playoffs knowing you've played those teams and only lost in a close series to M80 at the midseason faceoff?
We're looking good. I feel like we match up against every team. The only 2 teams that we're like matched up with is GRD and M80. I think we can beat any other team really easily. So we're hoping to just make Ascension pretty easy.
That's kind of how we were framing it up here on the desk too. We were saying, like, realistically, it feels like it's a battle for 2 spots between 3 teams, and it's you guys, M80, and GRD, and we wish you the best of luck with that. We do have our final question coming in here. This one comes from the fan zone. It's actually from our very own Shelton, the replay operator, coming in here for Valorant Challengers North America. He just asks, how often does grass touching occur?
About an hour a day. I go outside like right when I wake up. I go to the gym usually for like, about an hour. Then I'm back on the computer.
All right, well, let's just...
Practice is rough, man. The regiment is for real. Well, congratulations, an incredible split from you guys. I'll go ahead and let you celebrate. You've still got some prep to do for playoffs as well. Best of luck moving forward.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Well, that wraps things up for our first match of the day, but we've still got plenty more to come, and the one that's following up next is one that actually is a team we were just talking about. We're talking about the Guard, who's currently in the top 4 alongside a team like Moist Moguls. They're facing off against G2, who's had a rough second split, but is still qualified for playoffs. We'll be back in just a bit.
Alright, but yeah, let's go ahead and gear down a little bit. Let's talk about a series that doesn't matter as much, if at all. I mean, I think it's a tiny little series. It might matter a little bit for the Guard and their placement as it compares to M80, because here's the situation. If M80, or sorry, if the Guard loses to M80, sorry, I'm switching back and forth for some reason. If the Guard does lose to M80, or sorry, not to M80. If the Guard does lose to G2, first of all, they'll have a losing record, and M80 will be in second place overall. Now, if the Guard is able to beat, or in split 2, not overall, if the Guard is able to beat G2, which I'm anticipating, and it is a 2-0, then the Guard will have a 9-2 record, and they'll play second place in split 2. Now, if the Guard does beat G2 and it's only 2-1, then the record will be 9-3, which I believe will still be a winning record for the Guard. So really, the only world in which the Guard, or sorry, the only world in which the Guard does not play second place overall is if they do lose to G2, which, you know, I think we can all agree probably isn't going to happen. And in case you are like, well, why isn't it going to happen? Well, I'll go over it right now, I suppose. Because it's pretty cut and dry. I mean, it's pretty simple. Look at G2's record. If we just look at their midseason face-off, or even their split 1, you're like, all right, you know, it's looking pretty good. 2-1, 2-1, 2-0, 0-2, okay, 2-0, 1-2, all right, not great. As we go into midseason face-off, and then their lower bracket run starts 2-0, 2-0, 2-1, 2-1. They beat the Guard. Then it goes to the Grand Finals. Nobody's really expecting them to win the Grand Finals, and they take a map up there, but they do end up going down. And then we come into Split 2. They lose 1-2 to OR. And you're like, okay, well, you know, it's the first week. Maybe they just didn't have a lot of practice time. We'll throw them a bone, all right? We'll give them some room to breathe. Then they go up against Moist Moguls, and they take a loss. And you're like, okay, well, it's Moist Moguls. They're looking pretty strong. That series against Mad Lions in the first week looked really powerful, so, you know, throw them a bone. Then the third week of Split 2 happens, week 8, and it's a 1-2 against Mad Lions, and you're like, okay, this is Mad Lions we're talking about. One of the bottom teams at the end of Split 1, yeah, they definitely look more powerful coming into Split 2. Sure, that's an argument that can be made, but they just got destroyed by Moist Moguls earlier, so G2, you were one of the top teams throughout. You were the top team in Group A in Split 1. You made it to the Grand Finals, the mid-season face-off. You should be able to beat Mad Lions here. And they didn't. And then you're like, okay, maybe they just needed more practice time. Then they play FaZe-Clan and they get 1-2. They take another loss there. And so, I think we're at a point now where we're looking at G2 and we're going, alright, they're probably not going to win their series, right? Like, especially now that this next series, they're going up against the Guard. I think their last chance to win a series in Split 2 was against FaZe-Clan, and it looks like G2 may be joining Disguise in the flawless loss streak in Split 2, because G2 is just not looking that powerful right now. They're about to go up against, I mean, first of all, they lost to FaZe, and again, that was their, like, last chance to try and prove something, because now they're going up against the Guard. This is the team. G2's already beat the Guard. We'll point that out. You know, we can look at their previous, sorry, I didn't mean to close that. We can look at their previous series against each other. It was in the mid-season face-off, and G2 beat the Guard 2-1. They played on Split. G2, although it was very, very close, G2 did take that map, went to Haven, the Guard took it 13-8, and then it went to Ascent, and it was very close, but it did end 13-11 in favor of G2. That was a very close series, and that is sort of the point at which and I think a lot of people were like, alright, G2, you're looking like you're going to be top 3, maybe even top 2, you're going to be vying for that spot. And then again, we just see this loss streak coming into Split 2, so now we're at a point where this is sort of G2's final time to try and prove something. I mean, at this point, again, probably not going to be proving a whole lot. They're probably not going to be able to take this series, but what G2 can try and do is at least take a map up, and at the very, very least, get a good round differential. You know, make these maps close, so that way when we do go into the playoffs, there's 2 weeks in between, right? There's a lot of time for G2 to reshape themselves. There's a lot of time for G2 to try and restructure and play a little bit better. And so this could be the final send-off for G2 to be like, yeah, we're kind of going to be there, and we're going to be trying to put up a good fight. Now, you're probably wondering, they've lost so many, are they at risk of disqualifying for playoffs? No. They placed number 2 in the mid-season face-off, so they get an additional 6 points on top of their placing in Split 1, which is 3rd spot, so 15, so they're at 21 points. Sorry, my math's a little bit bad right now. But 21 points, and so even though it looks like they may be placing, they're going to be just above Disguise. They're going to be placing 11, which will be 23 points. They should be in a good enough place. You know, Disguise is not going to have enough points, and then OR and Mad Lions, because of how badly they placed in Split 1, they're not going to have enough points. So yeah, G2 will be qualifying for playoffs. Very likely, it's very possible that they will be in the 8th seed, and if you don't know what seeding means or what any of that means, essentially, the way that it's going to work is the first place across all of these, because what we're looking at is circuit points, right? Circuit points are what you need to qualify for playoffs. If you've got the most circuit points, you're in first place going into playoffs. What that means is you're going to go up against the last place going into playoffs. So, although there's 12 teams, only the top 8 qualify for playoffs. So, the first place player in circuit points goes up against the 8th place player in circuit points. That's called seeding. So, first seed goes against 8th place. Then 2nd place goes against 7th place. And this is because if you've performed well enough to be the number 1 spot, you get a little bit of an easier time, right? Like, you earned yourself a good, easy start to playoffs, right? That makes sense. You're going to, you know, you've earned yourself a good spot. You may as well be able to have a easier pass into playoffs, and it vice versa. If you've played the worst going into playoffs, it's like, why would you get an easy pass? Like, why would you play against players at your same level? Of course, they're going to put you against the highest level players because you've got a lot more to prove. You did not, you know, you didn't put in as much effort. You didn't make it as far as those top teams. So, of course, you're going to have a harder time in playoffs. That's how traditional tournaments work, and that's how traditional seeding works. Pretty standard stuff in sports, in how all of esports has worked when these brackets do happen. So that's sort of what's happening here. So G2 maybe, I don't think they're going to be in 8th seeding, but they may be in 7th seeding. It could be 8th, I think. Which means they're probably going to be starting off playoffs going against M80, the Guard, or Moist Moguls, which have already all beaten them. So it's going to be a difficult series for them, except for the Guard. The Guard did not beat G2 yet. Or no, the Guard did beat G2, or not yet. They're about to beat G2 most likely, right? So we may, what's funny and what may happen is, what may happen right here is the Guard beats G2, and then we go to playoffs, and then they play each other immediately off the bat, right? So it's going to be a little bit of an interesting situation, but for G2, it's looking like playoffs is sort of their last chance to make something. I don't know why they're coming into Split 2 and looking so poor. I mean, obviously, they have not been playing well in their matches. Obviously, their series have not been going well. The question is, why? And I don't know the answer to that. Like, they've got the exact same core roster. They've got the exact same players, pretty much. Like, I'm not sure why, like, or, like, they've got the exact same staff. Like, I'm not sure why they're playing worse now than they were in Split 1 and in mid-season face-off. I think part of it is they know that they've qualified for playoffs, so they're not putting in as much effort. And, like, I don't want to say, like, they're slacking or, like, they're kicking back, because I think they are still trying to put in the effort, but that sort of, like, pressure of, like, oh, we need to qualify for playoffs isn't there for them, and I think that's a big motivator for them, potentially, and so it's creating this sort of, like, we don't need to do as much work. I mean, if we look at mid-season face-off, they lost in the upper quarterfinals, and it's only when they were backed into a corner where they had to play in order to continue in the midseason face-off that they started to play well, right? They got backed into a corner. They were in the lower bracket. Then they went on this crazy, powerful win streak. Sorry, my dog's gonna probably start barking. That's why I was muting. But they went on this crazy win streak in the lower bracket, made it super, super far, super, super deep, make it grand finals, and then they start to lack a little bit in grand finals, but it's against them, maybe, right? But now that they're in Split 2, there's no pressure on them. Give me a second while I let my dog out of my room. Alright, But yeah, now that there's not this pressure to like make it into playoffs, that could be why G2 is playing a little bit worse. We'll see maybe, you know, when they get to playoffs and like they're like, all right, we need to get to Ascension, if they're gonna kick it into overdrive or not. I'm not entirely sure. One thing I can talk about, and I can go over it again because I went over it yesterday, but I can do it again here. Let me just go ahead and change my title while we gear towards this next series, G2 Esports versus the Guard. Although it looks like we're about to get ready to hear the casters come on. One thing we can talk about is how, you know, what are we playing for in playoffs? So the top 2 teams in playoffs, meaning if you make it to the grand final, you get a spot in the Ascension tournament. Now, you're probably wondering, what's Ascension? And if you are wondering that, I'll get to that in a second. Or no. If you are wondering that, it is essentially a bracket, and the winner of the bracket, and it's for our region, it's going to be the Americas Ascension. So it's 6 teams, the top 2 teams from North America, top 2 teams from Brazil, 1 team from Northern Latin America, and 1 team from South Latin America, all going to form the 6 teams. They're going to play in a bracket, and the team that wins that gets to play in the Americas region for the Champions Tour next year. So it's a really close bracket, and there's only 1 team that wins that, right? So we get 2 teams that we get to push towards North America. The way that we decide that is challengers. Now, if you're wondering, okay, they made it to the grand final. Why is there still a grand final? It's because you get money. You get money if you win the grand final. You get $20,000, which is a good amount of money, right? On top of the fact that you make it to Ascension, if you're wondering what playing relegation is for the bottom 4 teams to earn a spot in next year's Challengers, you'll also notice all of these teams get a free spot in Challengers League North America next year, and yes, they do. These 2 teams do as well. The top 2 teams do as well. So if you don't win Ascension, you do get a spot in next year's Challengers. But if you do win Ascension, then you win Ascension, and you get to you don't need that spot in next year's Challengers because you're going to be playing in Tier 1 competition. But anyways, it looks like the casters are back, so let's get back to talking about the Guard versus G2. It doesn't matter as much as, you know, the 3rd series today. It's one of the less exciting matches to finish off Challengers, but it is still a series to look at as far as will G2 be playing well in playoffs. Let's take a listen.
But I don't want to chalk it up to that, right? I feel like what we've seen throughout this split for G2 is that they have remained the same, whereas everybody else has leveled up around them, and I don't know if they were quite ready for that. When you look at their side of the bracket or their group, it doesn't seem like the most difficult group, but then you look at, you know, Losses, Mad Lions, OR Esports, these are teams that have also leveled up. G2 versus FaZe, it's a matchup we've already seen. And that one slips away from them as well. So it just seems that they kind of remained behind while everybody else was making changes.
But there's also the reality that they've already qualified. And you can see this team, when you take a look at their roster, there's a lot of talent here. These players, they have a lot of experience. When you look at where the players come from, too, it's not like they're coming in with no amount of pedigree, which is why it makes it so surprising. Yes, already qualified for playoffs based on the #1 seed out of Group A in Split 1. And the #2 placement at midseason face-off. The points had pretty much put them in a good spot, where I'm pretty sure as long as they got any points here, they would have been fine, which naturally they would, because even in dead last, that was something that was going to be guaranteed to them. It doesn't mean it makes it easy, because obviously, you know, coming in as the 6th or 7th seed means matching up against some of the teams we've seen dominating in this split, looking at teams specifically like Moist Moguls, the Guard, M80. So certainly scary. It's just weird. It feels like this team just isn't the same team, even though it is. And there's just no real answer as to why it's not working, because players who were at one point the better players coming in to mid-season face-off, looking at players like Oxy as an example, or even a player like Dapper, who had a really good run at mid-season face-off as the sentinel role for this team. They're just not hitting the same stride. The team is not performing at the same level. It just isn't working. And you mentioned losses to teams that I would not have
I feel like it's difficult to talk about a series like this because there's not a whole lot to say. It's very like cut and dry. Like G2's not playing well here in Split 2. It should very easily go to the Guard. I'm expecting a quick, and I'm talking about quick 2-0. I'm not saying these are going to be close. I really do think the Guard can make quick work of G2. Similarly to how Moist Moguls against G2 made quick work of G2. I mean, if we look at this series, you look at Lotus, which did go to G2. Yeah, it was kind of close, but then Ascent went 13-4. Haven went 13-5. Like, it was not close. And I think the same thing could be said here for
okay,
G2 versus the
scores are
Guard.
different.
Could
They were
G2
winning more
possibly get a
matches.
map
They
up?
were at the very
Maybe.
top of
Do
the
I think
group.
that's what's going to
But this is a
happen?
team
No, I don't.
that
I
didn't
think it's going to be,
really
again,
step
not
out
a whole lot to
until
be
they
said here.
really had
G
to.
just got
And
a
this is a
powerful
play the squad
roster, and
actually
yes,
has.
they
Just,
absolutely should be doing better
playing
than
it
they
as
are,
smart as you
but
can
they
in
aren't.
every single
At
way
the end of the day,
possible,
they
and
aren't,
obviously part of
and
it is
that's what's
giving
happening here.
Shazam. We actually got to see him last week again playing on this jet, having fun with it, because that's honestly part of what they're doing right now when they are so confident they will make it to what we're going to be seeing in playoffs. And a G2 that, like I said, they are very selective on, okay, when are we going to step up? When are we going to show everybody what we got? And I feel like, honestly, this match could be the one, because G2 was the team that took down Guard in that lower bracket of the midseason face-off. You have the win streak against them. You have the option, or maybe there's that possibility that it doesn't go that way this time around. But when you are going against the Guard, I feel like you definitely want to get that win. And that is going to be the thing that goes over all the results that they got this whole season.
I think that what you said right there at the end, Dryad, speaks volumes, right? Is if they get a win here, then they can just shrug everything else off. They can show to their fans and their friends, hey, we are still here to do the darn thing. And maybe they were just waiting until we're getting a little bit closer. The thing that scares me about if they're like quote unquote taking time off and maybe experimenting and stuff because they have that position locked in. We were talking about it before the show, is when you are kind of when you're outside of this locked in state, how locked in can you get, right? If you play through 5 weeks of just trying new things, testing new things, maybe taking your foot off the gas a little bit, can you put pedal to the metal when it really matters come playoff? Or are you gonna be stuck in that lull stage that you kind of brought into playoffs?
Now, here's the interesting thing, too. Despite the fact that this has been a bumpy second split and things have not gone their way, Oxy still remains towards the top. He's number 2 in overall ACS. It kind of illustrates the strength of his performance, not only in Split 1, but at midseason faceoff. And even here in Split 2, he's been a phenomenal player. The problem is it's a significant drop between him and the next player, which would be Shazam. It does feel like maybe the rest of the roster is having a hard time clicking. A large part of that is going to be, he's a duelist, so even when the team's not necessarily playing as great together, the duelist is going to be able to put up numbers because that's the nature of the beast. That's kind of how it works. Now, when you look at the other team, you look at a team in the Guard. When we look at this Guard roster, we know what this team is capable of. Obviously, they made a change coming into the year as they lost Saya player. They bring in Tex, but I don't feel like that didn't feel like it was a downgrade. Kind of maybe a bit of a lateral move. I don't feel like it was an upgrade either. I feel like it just was a move that made sense.
Yeah.
But personality-wise, the team meshes, and we've talked to this team about this before. There's that like family atmosphere that they have where it's, oh, these aren't my teammates, these are my brothers. That's a really important thing to keep when you make a roster change. So the fact that Tex was able to plug in statistically as an even move and then also gets along well with the team, the attitude fits, the personalities mesh, that's something you can't quantify. So, Tanner, when I look at this team, I feel like it's the same team we watched play last year. It's the same team we know is incredibly dominant, and it's a team that we had picked as a favorite coming into the year.
And although they haven't really felt the low lows like we've seen teams feel and then make changes, you can believe what they're saying about the team, because when there is tumultuous waters, I guess, they don't make those changes, right? They do feel like a family. They can go to one another and fix the things. The thing that scares me about this is a week out for Tex. Now Tex coming back. He didn't have the most explosive week. I know that he isn't necessarily that guy for the team, although he can be. I'm wondering how good is he feeling coming into today?
He has been that explosive player. We remember that match against Moist where actually it was Tex not being able to play, so Trent actually took down that duelist role and he was making a difference in so many maps, so many rounds. But I think overall it's kind of the feeling that you guys are saying, a team that feels more like a family by the way that they talk about each other and the way that we see them even interact with each other. I got the chance to see a couple of them for VCT Americas last weekend, and it just feels like the end goal for these guys have always been, we're gonna make it to that top level, right? These are all just things that you have to deal in the way, just things that you have to deal with for the matches and making sure that you're staying at that top level that the Guard has always been. And Valen, that was something that he was saying, saying the audience right behind him seeing all these things is a feeling that they want to get to. But of course they have all these matches, the split first, playoffs, Ascension. There's a lot of things to take care of, but is a guard that, like you guys said, they've never been in that really low position. They had some tough moments, but they always adapted, and it doesn't mean a crazy roster change, but it just means between themselves fixing the issues.
Yeah, my favorite thing about the guard is that they are showing that it works when you trust the process.
Yeah, I'd say that this team overall came in with a lot of question marks the first time we ever saw them play, and right away we were fans, and the confidence is certainly there as the team feels like they're poised to make a run to Ascension, make it into the league that many actually think they should have been in the first place. But a team who's maybe going to disagree is G2. They're pretty confident as well, and we had a chance to sit down with both their coaches and talk to them about the upcoming match. Let's take a look.
Yeah, no, this is pretty.
I think this split is super interesting in that we're jockeying for positioning and seeding and standing right now. Granted that we're secured in playoffs, so we can afford to experiment a little bit in our matches, even try different things. But yeah, I'm pretty satisfied at how the split is going.
I think the guard, the top 3 teams alongside us and M80 coming into this whole challenges, I think they're still up there. There was a chance I could have been on the guard at some point, so I enjoy playing against them. I want to beat them every time I play them, and then this time round, obviously the match doesn't mean anything at all. Like, it actually doesn't. We're both in playoffs. We're probably last seed regardless of what happens. So I'm just looking forward to playing them, getting some confidence into the boys, and it's always nice to get one over on Valen.
They're definitely on their back foot, maybe on the ropes, but I was looking at the standings and how the points are falling through. I think they are most likely through in playoffs. A lot of things have to go wrong for them, including a loss against us in this matchup. As far as like how they are, I think they're always really scary in that maybe that's just they're just experienced their floor, you know, what they are at their worst probably, and then we did lose
everybody's
them
got hit rock
in the
bottom,
mid-season
okay?
face-off, so I know what they're capable of.
That's how you climb.
I'd be concerned for anybody that's playing them in the first round. So I'm pretty sure they're going to show up.
I think the guard are, yeah, they are well-rounded, but I think they have the best player in all of NA, actually. I actually think he's the best player in Trent, and I think they have a really good IGL, and I think they're big key pieces. Their coach is very good as well. So I think those 3 pieces are the key pieces to the guard, but as a whole, they all do their jobs pretty well, you know.
It's all about the little things for us to win, making sure on that day our habits go through, right? How we communicate, the appropriate amount of intensity, and then making sure me and Jake drop a good game plan, how we execute it, and make sure we are calm under pressure, that sort of thing. The little things is what's gonna take us over.
Honestly, to make a deep run, we just have to do the same thing we did in MSI. We just have to show up, and we just have to be the best we can be and take each game as it comes. But obviously, with us potentially being 8th seed, we're probably going to play M80 first, which I really want. So I'm happy to play them. Doesn't matter if we play them first game or last game. We've got to play them at some point. And if we're going into playoffs and we're confident against playing against them, then we're confident against playing against everyone, and that's all we need to do. Confidence, play our own game.
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of a series for
everything else should
G2
take care of itself.
For the
like,
fans and supporters, thank you for supporting us throughout our crazy last 2 splits. As you guys know, there was a lot of restructuring that was happening, and obviously a lot of memes about how the org is kind of under pressure. But luckily, the management was able to support us throughout this whole change.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Like for G2, this isn't like, again, this series does not matter. For G2, this is like, can we put up a good enough fight that we look good going into playoffs? Or is this just going to be another series where we are like, yep, we still got to improve, right? Or, and for the guard, this is just like, let's put up that solid fight. Let's just deny them any hope of looking good.
Be patient. I know it's looking rough for us at the moment. A lot of fans have still got faith in us. We have been trying things, we've had issues, but the only thing that matters is playoffs. Split 2 doesn't mean anything for us. It's just playoffs is the only thing that matters, and making it to Ascension. And then when we make it to Ascension, making it to franchise.
You know, you hear it from Josh. He says, we'll see you guys in Brazil for the LAN. Effectively, the Guard has all the confidence in the world that they're not only going to be making it through playoffs, but they're also probably going to win that event. That's how they approach things, and you can't blame them. The team has a lot of history together. They play well together, and outside of a few minor hiccups throughout this Challengers circuit, it's been pretty much the Guard show. But as we take a look at the map picks and bans to determine where the series is going to be heading, there's a possibility that G2 could try to slide one in on them. I mean, I don't know if this is going to be it. While normally in the past, Ascent was a half-decent map for them, here in Split 2, it's been pretty rough. Dryad losses to FaZe and Moist by massive deficits, 13-5, 13-4. And yeah, Lotus, you know, it worked out for them in a series against Moist. They took that 13-9, but they also got bullied by OR Esports in a 13-4 loss. So it looks a little bit rough right now for G2.
I actually find this very interesting because something that we heard from Emmy is, you know, they're feeling like this match at the end, they're going to be the last seed for playoffs. So they're going to face the strongest team. But something that he also mentioned is he always likes to beat the Guard. And these maps, yeah, sure, recency is obviously going to go and lean the way of the Guard. But a map of Ascent in the history of G2 has always been good. And so this is kind of what I'm relying on.
I don't know. I don't know. This is all cope. G2 picks Ascent. They were flawless on it. Moist Mogul stopped that flawless rain. They then tried it again, I believe, against FaZe. It did not go well against FaZe. I mean, G2 picking it here against the Guard, it makes sense. You know why? They feel confident on it. They were flawless on it coming into Split 2. Know they've got some comfortability on it, more comfortability. It seems like they're doing better on Ascent than they did on Split, or they've been doing on Split in Split 2.
Nothing changed.
So they're hoping they can pull out a curveball against the Guard. Of course, the Guard is going to be very, very practiced on Ascent, and I doubt anything the G2 can throw at them will do anything because of just how weak G2 is looking right now. I'm not a big fan of G2, and this loss streak is not making me view them in any more of a positive light. I do think, again, I think there's still a lot of potential here. It's just not looking like, at least in Split 2, that potential is going to come to fruition for G2. Maybe they can try. I mean, every single loss they've had, I believe they put up a map. So maybe they can put up a map against the Guard, but yeah, I don't know. The Guard is looking really solid. Yeah, they took a loss to Moist Moguls, but yeah, I don't know if that'll matter a whole lot. Looks like they're going back to another break. Which, considering there's not a whole lot to talk about, I don't really have anything to fill time with, so we'll just go ahead and do ranked duel.
Join the Discord at pks.gg/discord. Select NA Challengers Fan Zone. Pick your favorite team from the drop-down menu. And don't forget
Alright, we'll go ahead and do this here.
You can now interact with fellow fans, ask player questions, and rep your team properly.
Dude, I hate this shit, bro. No res? No. Fuck. One on flank too. Yep. Good luck.
Sunny and Viper. Nice.
What?
Dude, I hate this shit, bro. No res? No. Fuck.
What? That is not Ascendant. What the? That Yoru just literally ran it down. Was he trying to fake clone? Like that? Like, oh, okay.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Both of them are A, I think they're B1B.
Get the classic out. Oh.
One enemy remaining.
Clutch. No way! You know, so.
Nothing here. I don't know. That's like a toss-up. Like the aim was okay, but like the way the enemy was playing was so bad. They weren't playing their numbers.
Let me counter shot first. Wait. I don't
Silver
see
and gold
push
are
now.
the same rank.
You can check close.
Wait, don't go.
Oh, I'm caught.
It's not okay.
Yes, backside.
It's two backside. One more.
Cypher, backside.
This is EU, but I can't.
One more side.
Wait, is it still lives?
Here.
Good, I'm planting. Wait, I need to take
Spike planted.
There's two CT.
Comms, decent aim as well.
Both CT.
off city.
One could be heaven.
I swing off contact. I can swing off
Put
contact.
the gun there. It's a good choice.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, my miss.
Player standing.
Nice.
Let's say immortal. Okay, that's around there. I mean, good comms, good crosshair placement, just overall good. Not a good performance from me though. All right, that's pretty much it though. I guess if this break's gonna be any longer, take a quick break myself. I suppose I thought they were just gonna go right into it, but I'll be back when the next series begins. Let's see. Alright, one of these. And I'll be back.
welcome back, Valorant fans. We say goodbye to Bach early before we can jump into the Agent Select, as we've got all of our players ready to jump on in. I am Tanner Metro. This is Dryad. I am not your host. I am just put in this position, Dryad, to kind of talk to people through until we jump into the Agent Select. It's the Guard. It's G2. If you're just joining us, the G2 squad still chasing their first win. The Guard, however, I wanted to make the joke, and maybe now is the time, but this feels like the Guard is the Bowser Castle flying into the Snow Kingdom that is G2.
Snow Kingdom. Okay.
If you haven't seen the Super Mario movie, then
I haven't.
maybe you wouldn't be familiar. Okay, maybe you wouldn't be familiar, but that's kind of how it feels. A very large Titan.
Okay, I haven't seen it in either. After a very, very long break, it looks like we are back. Let's just get right into the Agent Select. Start here. I guess they wanted to wait until 2 o'clock. Not entirely sure why, but yeah, let's just go ahead and get into this Agent Select. Dapper and Nem both going to be on Killjoy. I have to wait until everybody, we see everybody's before I start saying stuff, because stuff changes like that. Alright, so it's like Net and Dapper both going to be on Killjoy. I already said that. Tex and Oxy both going to be on Jet, and I believe that's where the differences start. Similarities end. Let's go and take a look. It looks like it's going to be double controller setup from the Guard, whereas it's a double initiator setup for G2. Again, both players have a duelist, both players have that Killjoy Sentinel. Over on G2, they've got one initiator, and it is Sova. They are running, or sorry, no, they've got 2 initiators. It's Sova, a KO, and then their controller is going to be Astra. Over on the Guard, they're running double controller. They've got 2 controllers. One is Omen, one is Viper. And then their initiator is going to be Sky. So it's a pretty standard comp. I mean, sometimes you don't typically see double controller. You'll often see this sort of double Sentinel. But double controller can work because it is, you gotta lock down 2 sites. It can definitely be useful. Plus, then you can have your Viper on the lurk. I mean, it does work out, and it looks like we're jumping right into this. So, yeah, let's get ready as the G2 does start on the offense. I'll remind you, defense-sided map. G2 has picked Ascent, though, so maybe they'll be able to take it, although I do expect a G2, or sorry, a 2-0 from the Guard, not a G2-0. So we will see how this does end up playing out. More like an OG2 sort of situation. And as G2 starts pushing to the site, there's going to be a few on site to defend it. Not going to take out Penny, but Whippy, Dapper, and Oxy are going to return with 3 kills of their own. Not exactly what the Guard was hoping for. Tech's going to be able to find a pick, but he does get taken out. It's not going to be a 1v3 for Valen. It looks like G2 wants to flush him out. They want to get this over with quick, and they're going to play their numbers well, and Valen is gone. Oxy takes him out. And this round does go to G2. It will now be a good start here. It's going to be a good start, as G2 will begin here to try and get some of these rounds. Again, defense-sided maps, so G2 taking this first pistol round does put them in a little bit of a good spot. The pistol rounds are inherently offense-sided because you're much less likely to be able to play well individually, and you do sort of need to rely on trading each other off, and on offense, you're going to be grouped up better. Yeah, pistol rounds are inherently offense-sided, so not unexpected there, but it is a good start for G2 getting that pistol round, because it does mean that they're putting up a good fight against the Guard. Although the Guard has read a push from G2, and they only get away with 1 kill. Valen down to very low HP, 10 HP, going to get finished off by Penny. And although it was a good read, it's not going to provide good pushback, because now it's down to Net in a 1v4. Penny is down to 4 HP, so they do have him plant, but he'll get away without taking any damage. And at this point, it doesn't look like Net really knows where he's going or what he's going to do, so we'll just have to wait and see this play out.
I think it bodes, even more important, because when you look at this Guard,
see how this ends up playing out.
Look at the composition they bring into it. this Viper's gonna have a bit more stopping power. It's supposed to slow you down and maybe make you rethink your
It's like Net just going to be playing for picks.
And so if G2 could piece together a good
actually not going to break wall, so he's not going to find anybody. He's just going to die to Spike. No additional picks, although Penny was very, very low. Nobody going to be able to cash in on that. This round does go to G2 around. They should have won. They do.
see if anybody comes back
And,
in range, but
yeah.
no time there.
Net dies to the
Assault
spike. Of
second
course, that's
round,
what you want to
only
do.
one
It's worth
player
the
back
money
there
he'll
who
gain.
picked up reinvest
And
in
now it's down
FaZe
to the guard. Now that they're on a bye round, it's going to be a pretty good bonus round from G2, though. Only losing one of their players. You see the rest of the players actually going to be able to have Phantoms, so they have good rifles here. The guard going to be in a really tough spot where they're going to have to put up a really solid fight. And although G2 will be down a player as far as Oxy not being able to have a gun, or at least one of the G2 players not having a gun. Oh, never mind. They are going to be buying a gun there for Oxy, so never mind. Full loadouts from both sides. This is a bonus round for G2, though, so the guard needs to win this with the majority of their players alive, or else the eco advantage that G2 will have will be too great for the guard to really deal with for a few good rounds. Now, it should be pointed out, I believe G2 in every single series has gotten a map up, even on the map, or despite the fact that this split they've lost all of those maps. They have, or all of those series, they have been able to get a map up. So G2 may be able to get a map up here. This is, of course, their map, so they're going to have a little bit of ground to stand on.
That they are just going to continue to try.
Now G2 going to be taking mid control. They've got 3 going through mid, and it looks like they're just going to push all the way through. They'll be taking it down there towards stairs. The question is, will they be pushing through? And it looks like maybe they're hoping to maybe find a pick before they start pushing up too heavily. Oxy's pushing up here, clears pizza, clears market, takes out the turret that was watching market switch, and now they're going to start pushing in while 2 players come in through garage, and now 1 player following up through mid into market. So all the players will be on site. Now there's 3 players on site for the guard to lock it down, and G2 pushing out into CT, going to catch those 2 players from the guard rotating off guard. And it looked like G2 is going to be rotating over to A, and of course the guard's like, alright, they're probably rotating over to A, so they start rotating. Oxy, though, ready to watch that rotate. Net going to take out Oxy. Trent going to take out Dapper. Spike will go down. It's 2v4 or 2v3, which is winnable for the guard, but Net very low on HP, and yeah, Shazam going to finish him off. It's now a 1v3 for Trent. And at this point, he may just want to save his gun, as it does not look like this will be a good first half for G2, or sorry, for the guard, as G2's already gained quite a bit of grounds here against the guard.
Expecting something to come from behind. Yeah, Trenton's hanging on to his rifle here, gonna be able to save this one, but G2 showing some signs of brilliance early in this one.
Yeah.
And if this
G2 played that pretty beautifully.
I mean,
Able to catch those players from the guard rotating over from A to B, and then they caught those players for the guard who were getting ready to rotate from B to A. And yeah, I mean, just really well played positionally from G2, and they took advantage of their positional advantage that they were able to get pretty early by taking mid control. And honestly, the guard gonna have to try and figure out how they want to play this moving forward, because that was just disappointing, and losing 3 in a row is not at all where the guard wanted to be to start off Ascent. Although it is G2's pick, that does not, you know, it's not an excuse for the guard to be in sort of the position that they're in right now.
With these ideas, right? A composition that is not new. We've seen it in Americas. We've seen
Looks
it
like
in
G2 will be pushing into A.
And teams slowly finding different ways to play around.
Although it is a little bit of a split push, but the spike is in A lobby on Kenny, so they're definitely looking at going A.
As well to create a little bit more space for your team. So there's different things that you can do here, and it feels like just the right time for the guard to play around this, and obviously for G2 to capitalize from it.
not a whole lot to work with in this round.
G2
for
pushing
the guards.
through.
Stack 3 inside B main.
Sova ping does come
goes the
out.
Sheriff in the hand of Jonah.
Jonah
Meanwhile,
takes
out towards that A site,
a
there
bit of a
is
ping.
not a whole lot
Some
to
vision
stop
gained by G2, but nobody gonna really cash in on that vision.
toxic screen.
Ooh, Trent gonna peek out, able to take out Shazam. This is not a buy round from the guard, although Trent was able to keep his gun from the previous round, and it seems it did pay off. Already able to find a pick with it. Net gonna be locking down Tree from within garden. Oxy gonna punish him with a shorty, but Valiant gonna be there to trade it off. And when you're down numbers, you can't really afford trades. That's G2's position, or that's the position G2 is in right now. Although it will be even back out as the pick does come through. Dapper takes a Valiant, straight out by Jonah, and then Jonah's actually able to transfer to get the kill onto Penny. Whippy gonna take out Jonah. Whippy now in a 1v1 with Trent. Whippy's also down to 50 HP. Oh, doesn't matter though, as he's just gonna win his 1v1 with Trent, despite Trent being the only player in the guard with a good gun. The BMing comes through, and it looks like the guard, although very close to winning that round, Does take a loss, which is not where G2 would have wanted to be, especially considering it's the player that had the gun that lost the 1v1, whereas Jonah with the Sheriff was able to kill the players on G2 that had a gun. I mean, the guard was in every position, or in a very good position to win that, and didn't. So, yeah, you gotta be in a good spot here, or sorry, you gotta feel bad here right now if you're the guard, but you are now on a bye. The previous round was very, very close, which did make it expensive for G2, plus it's a good show of what maybe the guard can do, even when they're not on a bye. So now that they are on a bye, maybe they can take the win. We will see. This is G2 going to be running it over towards mid, it looks like.
But a lot of respect given here. A deep drone to try and get some information out towards mid from Shazam. That allow for the rest of the team to start working their way up. This catwalk position. 2 players waiting to receive here inside tree room and a guiding light for the information, but it's not telling you much more than you should already know.
Dex is playing so far back as well with his operator.
Ooh, that KO knife, that KO dart gonna be doing some good util or info. Clearing out those in tree. Just so G2. Alright, let's just not push tree. Looks like they may want to go A. Now, this is defense sided because you get caught in those choke points really, really easily when you're trying to push into these sites. That is sort of the position that G2 is in right now.
I think G2 think that they might have sold a fake.
Now G2 going to be pushing in through A. Guard going to be looking to try and maybe find a pick on this push in, but not able to. Penny taking out net means it's only G2 who's able to get a pick. Jonah clearing mid. The timing does not look down. And it will not see Dapper. Bit of an interesting situation there. Does mean that Dapper can get away with a flank here. May not have to though. Jonah is taken up by Whippy. It's now going to be a 3v5 here. Tree room is cleared, and it looks like the guard going to go to save their guns. And although they were very close in their eco round to taking a win, they don't get that here. Dapper going to take out Valen. Tech's going to take out Oxy. Right there, looking for more. Not going to find it. Whippy going to take Tex out. Whippy also going to take Trent out. And this round does go to G2, and that's 5 in a row now. G2 looking pretty solid against the guard. This is not looking like how I thought it was going to go, at the very least. I thought it was going to be a dominant 2-0 from the guard, but it's looking like maybe G2 has a chance to take a map up here. With this momentum they've built up. Guard going to have to be on a... they're going to force a buy here, it looks like, but so they will be on a buy, but just a little bit low econ. Look at Trent going to be on a Guardian. 2 ults for either, or, yeah, 2 ults for either side. Both sides have a Blade Storm, and you're going to see a Tex using that right now. Also for the guard, they've got Seekers, and then over on G2, they've got a Cosmic Divide. So, useful ults here. Question is just, will they be able to use them well?
Guardian shots do not land. Defense here. Not much of a lean out towards this B side until Tex slowly starts to work his way over.
There's a Sky Utilus clearing very up close with towards that A site.
G2.
And nobody gets spotted, right? So you know it's gonna end up on B. The Seekers
Getting ready here to approach into B. Trent is spotted by that Sova Dart. Sorry, I'm like zoning out right now. And G2 now going to be rotating over through mid. Looks like they're going to be approaching A in through tree. And a very quick rotate. The guard has been holding on A though. Jonah going to be able to take out Oxy. Also able to take out Shazam while Valen takes out Penny. Dapper able to take out Jonah. Tech's going to take out Whippy. And Valen takes out Dapper. Very quick and dominant round for the guard. The forced buy does turn into a win. It was a good choice to buy or force a buy. Trent not going to be able to pick up guns. That will be an extra expense. But guard going to be in a good spot here. G2 going to have to worry about how they want to move forward now that they've just lost one of their buy rounds. Although with G2's momentum, they may not be too worried. They definitely played that a little bit weirdly, trying to bait out that play on B, and then decided, alright, let's just go, it's probably open, and then it was not. So I think G2 will be able to replay or restructure themselves to not allow that to happen again. But we will see.
The guard are done playing around.
The guard doing an aggressive push out of A. Jonah gonna take out Whippy. Tex takes out Shazam. Penny gonna take out Trent. Jonah gonna take out Penny. Oxy gonna take out Jonah. Trade's coming through, but G2's lost a player in the process. Now Oxy gets taken out by Tex, and now it's just down to Dapper in a 1v3. Spike is now in the hands of the guard. And sure, Dapper's all the way in CT. May have a little bit of a positional advantage here, but it may not matter.
It is only going to be a space, and speaking of it by itself, just the guard, they got some space.
As Dapper starts pushing up.
So quickly.
And going over into A, and you can see the guard is ready for the possibility that she's been able to push through CT. Although he'd have to have made a long journey, which he did. So, ooh, Tex spots him. Now they know where he is. Not gonna restructure. No longer having to watch mid. 40 seconds. Good amount of time here, but Dapper not in a good spot to play that time well. Ooh, sprang through that smoke. Tex gets down to 1 HP. Not gonna be able to take him out though. Valen gonna protect his teammate and take out Dapper. And the guard takes another round. It looks like the guard is no longer just messing around with G2. Those first 5 rounds, they were like, alright, we're giving you a chance. Alright, I'm stop messing around. It looks like the guard gonna be pushing very... I mean, we saw that very aggressive push out of A, and it paid off. It's a good read there, and now the guard gonna restructure to play a little bit more passive, it looks like, on the site rather than pushed up. G2 is gonna be pushing out of A, it looks like. Viper's Pit comes out from the guard in B, Garage to defend that push there. Penny gonna take out Tex. No trade's gonna come through either, and Whippy actually gonna take out Jonah. Valen gonna smoke off that main entrance. Well, he's trying to get away, but he gets pinged by the Sova Dart. He's behind a box. Still just gonna try and finish him off. Valen gonna get a pick before he goes down. The Net trying to defend. Valen gets taken out. Trent gonna take out Dapper, but now they know where he is, and Shazam gonna take him out. And G2 now has secured the 6th round, which means it's impossible for the guard to take the lead going into the next half. And I'll remind you, this is a defense-sided map, so the fact the guard is struggling on their defense is not good. As now, when it, let's say the guard wins the rest of the round, when it does switch sides, G2 is going to be in such a good spot because they're going to be on the defense-sided map, and they'll already, the guard won't have the lead, having just been on their defense. Timeout being taken by the guard, and again, no question why. You can probably tell. Guard's just been, one thing they've been struggling with is, I think they've been pushing out too aggressively. Obviously, in one of their ground wins, it did work out. But especially in this previous round, like, they pushed up a little too far, hoping to find some early picks, and it did not pay off. And so I think they do need to take a little bit of more passive playing on site. You don't need to play off of site. You don't need to play back of site. You just need to play on site to an extent to put up a good fight. And I think at that point, we may see the guard able to gain some ground to an extent. But yeah, at this point, it's impossible for the guard to take the lead going into the next half, but they can minimize some of that damage control, try and get it even going into the next half at least. Duels for either side again. Lockdown for G2, Cosmic Divide as well. Over on the guard, they've got Seekers and From the Shadows. Their lockdown is only 1 ult point away, although G2 has got 2 ult points away from Null Command, so some ults are pretty close. Good ult economy for both these teams. Sova Dart coming through. Tex not going to be cleared. He's holding mid with an operator. Sova Dart just pushing back a little bit. Ooh, he gets spotted as well. Now Shazam knows that operator's there. Shooting at him through the wall does a little bit of damage, but no meaningful damage. And now G2 going to start this push into A. It is only Valen to defend it. He's actually playing backside in heaven off of site. So it is a more passive approach that the guard is taking. Where it looks like they're going to be going for this retake angle. Dog comes through, clears mid. Now the push through A is going to start. The guard not really going to be able to defend it.
Lockdown will allow not only
Recon
St.
Volt
Bastion
as well
to
does
launch the
detect
site, but
some
will allow a few seconds to tick
those
away
players,
on
which pushes
the
the guard back
spike.
further. Lockdown
Everybody from
comes
the
out.
top side
Now
of
it's
the
down
map
to
is
the
causing
guard
a
to try and play
divide,
this
but
retake. The
also
spike is
keeping
down.
the
It's
guard
been down for a
squad
little while. No
at
command
bay.
comes
Oh, and
out
the ultimate's
as
being
the
used here. You
Seekers come
mentioned
out,
the
so no
Seekers are
util will
finally
be
being
useful
used.
for the
Val's
guard.
good backstab.
Valen
Nice
going to take
little
out
ult to
Whippy.
whip
It's not
this
going to be a
player down
5v4 for the
G2.
guard.
They're still
Tech's going to
working
take out Shazam. It's now a
against the
5v3
clock.
for the
That being
guard.
the
This
guard.
retake's starting good, although
Tex
Oxy
has
and
the
Hell going to
operator,
be
and
able to
that's
take
been
out
dealt
Net,
with.
who's trying to
Oxy now
clear him.
gets beat
They're
dug
going to
out.
take out Penny,
Unlucky
though,
step
and then
into
the
the
trade
center
does come
circle.
through onto
Kill will do
Oxy.
just that.
So it's
And
now
taking
down to
down the
Dapper.
last
He's
one
got some
standing.
post-plant
Where's this
util
guy
on the
playing
spike.
from? He's been around the map.
But at this point, not going to be able to do a
Won't
whole
know
lot in a
where he's at with the
1v4.
flash. Instead,
Spike
they'll
will
put
get
the money
defused. This
on the
round
line.
goes to
They've
the guard, and
digested
it
out
looks
the
like
retake.
maybe
Good
they're
for
going
the
to gain
guard,
some
and then we'll
footing.
cut
They
to
do
the
need to
depths
sort
of
of
the map.
scrape together to win these last few rounds of this half.
With the
Keep
lockdown
it
as well
even
getting
if they want to
tested
take this
for
map,
G2, guard had to wait just a little bit
or have
longer
a
because
chance
of
at
course there's
taking
no
this map.
you don't have those to break that
Especially again,
ultimate,
because
but
it's a
waiting
defense-sided
around
map, and the
and
guard has
ultimately
not
getting
taken
that
the
one
lead, or
kill
will
just
not be able
sets
to take the lead going
everything
into the
else
next half. So
and the rest
G2
of
will
the
have a
squad
good
for success.
advantage. So the guard does just need to
3
keep it
rounds here,
even
and the
to the
adaptation
best of
that
their
is
ability.
always there
2
for
ults
the
in the
guard
hands of the
for
guard
the
from the
IC.
shadows and a lockdown over
But
on
we see them maybe
G2. They're
struggling a
not
little
really
bit. You
close
see
to any of their
maybe so
ults, and
many of
they
these matches
already
going
used
to
the
miss
majority of their
so
ults
many
in the
of these
previous
apps,
round. They're 2 ult
especially
points away from Hunter's Fury,
but
which
it's
could counter the
always
lockdown, but they
they've
do
been
have to
around
get that ult
adaptation
up
and
in the
having the
first place.
timeout as well. You can see the
Looks like the
impact
guard
that
would
it
like to
makes
prevent that ult or being
to
grabbed in
maybe not
A.
take
They're
that
using a
fight
little
so
bit of
up
util, but they're
close to
not
G2 every
peeking
single
out. They
time.
don't want to play too aggressively. They're just
Giving
playing
that
in a position
fake confidence
where
on
they
that
can
space
kind of make
towards a
G2 worry that there will be a
something
peek
new to
out to
play out.
deny the ult or being grabbed. G2 does have a lurker in B garage, but everybody else is going to be going in through A main.
And to sell it like Tex
And the
is
ult
not even
orb
there.
was grabbed by Shazam. So he's now only 1 ult point away from
Very
his Hunter's
measured
Fury.
once more from the guard.
Looks like now G2 going to rotate it
from
over through
spawn.
mid.
Repeat.
Question is, where do
Been
they
able to
go
play that
through mid?
quick
Is it going to be
rotate.
through tree, or are they going to go
Any way that they go,
through into market?
numbers will
We will see.
favor
It looks like G2 going to be
G2
going
as
into
they
tree.
continue play this death ball strategy. Now split up into that 1-3-1.
So Dapper is still in a
They
garage,
want to be.
making some noise. Guard though, still locking down site entrance of tree. Which does push G2 back, and now they're going to go through main. Very slow and methodical play from G2 this round. The guard hasn't really budged. I mean, they've pretty much just been staying in the same spot the entire time. Again, taking a little bit of a passive stance, going to try and play retake. Spike will go down. There is a lockdown to deal with. Oxy going to take out Net. Jonah going to be able to take out Penny for a little bit of a trade, so it's still a 4v4. And now G2 going to start trying to get into position to play this post plant. Oxy going to take out Valen. It's now going to be 3v4. Tex going to take out Dapper. It's now a 3v3. Oxy going to take out Tex for trade. So now it's a 2v3. And the guard in a really tough position. I don't know if they'll be able to get this spike. Jonah going to get taken out by Oxy. Trent going to take out Shazam. No ace for Oxy though, as Whippy takes out Trent. And it's looking like G2 gonna be able to, well, they already did take the lead going into the next half, but it's looking like they've got some good momentum that could allow them to take a good, substantial lead going into the next half. Still 2 rounds left, and that's a good amount of opportunity for G2. Econ, not really going to be an issue for them either. They'll be able to buy next round, which will be the last round of the half. And the guard, though, in a little bit of a tough spot, but you can look at their Econ next round. They'll be able to buy as well. They're going the light shield half buy, so we will see. This does end up going. Silver Dart comes through, and it looks like G2 going to start this push in through B garage, potentially. And getting ready, trying to do some damage, although now they're backing up. 2 ults for G2, Bladestorm and Hunter's Fury. Guard only has 1, and it's from the shadow, so it's not going to do anything to counter the ults that G2 has. Bladestorm is being used by Oxy this round. It does find 1, but Valen going to be there to trade it off. Bladestorm not going to do a whole lot there. And Valen, who got the trade, gonna get away as well. Tex pushing out, hoping to maybe find an... Oh, but trying to clear and make sure there's nobody coming in through Cat. And he's able to find the pick on to Tex, which means that trade not going to be worth anything, as now G2 does have the player advantage.
I mean, it's as good as it's going to get for the guard. 2 of 3 defenders still here on the B site. Valen backed off. Good paranoia to slow things down. Dapper. Oh no.
Shazam gonna take a net. Now it's gonna be a 2v4. The push in to B site has started, and now the guard in a really solid, or in a really bad position. G2 in a solid position as they're gonna get the spike down. Trent now in a 1v4, able to take out Shazam. It's now a 1v3, depending on 20 HP. I mean, this is just gonna be difficult. This is difficult for anybody to play.
A guard that have looked really good on this map with a 3-1 score. Of course, at one time losing against G2, but every single time.
And it looks like Trent gonna be able
start on the attacking side. They secure at least 4 or 5
get away
rounds, and with that, they're good.
with his life. Although he's looking for another pick. Not gonna find it though. So he does peek market. It's gonna be challenging those pushing out through B garage into B lobby. Just coming through the wall. Trent not gonna peek that. Oh, he gets wallbanged. What an unfortunate way to die. The guard did have some econ to try and survive that as we move into the last round of the half. I'm sorry, I'm not talking a lot. Just tired. But yeah, not a whole lot of econ for the guard to work with here. I did say maybe they could survive a loss, but they can't really. But it doesn't matter. It's the last round of the half. You may as well force. You see Spectres, Bulldog, Vandal on net. Bladestorm going to come out from Tex. There are three ultimates for the guard. Bladestorm, which I already talked about, from the shadows, and now Viper's Pit. G2 has a Hunter's Fury to try and counter maybe the Viper's Pit. Vex taking out Dapper, though, in B Garage does mean no more Lurker for G2, and as the Viper's Pit comes out in A main, G2 does have to make a decision. Are we going to try and push through, rotate over to B, or do we just go through this Viper's Pit? Silver Drone comes through. Valen does get spotted. Nobody for G2 going to take him out. Although Oxy does come in through tree, Jonah is watching it and is able to find the pick on a Jonah. And is taken out. Shazam going to be able to use that Hunter's Fury to counter that Viper's Pit and find the pick on the Viper. Tech's going to find a pick. Valen finds a pick. And now that Tex takes out Whippy, Shazam's in a 1v3. Not going to be able to do a whole lot here.
The only one alive here on the attack. 3 players on the other side, and the spike is out of reach.
Guard that for this round just gives no options for G2 to take any space. Though you know they like to play it slow. For that B hit to even take place after they hear that Viper spit on A, it depended on Dapper either getting a timing or getting his one there.
Shazam just gonna try and clutch it out the best that he can. He finds a pick before he goes down, but he does go down. And the guard does take the final round of the half, so it's not gonna be 9-3. It is 4-8, I guess. You know, say the G2 wanted to avoid the 9-3 curse. But again, defense-sided map. The guard just lost their defense pretty badly. So now we're going to the next half, and it's not even close to even. The guard going to be in a very uphill struggle at this point. Now, again, I talked about it earlier. Pistol rounds are inherently a little bit offense-sided, so the guard does have a good chance at getting the pistol round here. I could try and claw it back. Can try and claw it back into their favor, but they do need to start it off by getting this pistol round. If not, I mean, this map will not look like it's gonna go their way.
That helps when you're looking. Play that 1-3-1, crunch onto the safe side through catwalk. It also frees up Valen smokes to be placed.
Viper Cloud comes out. Looks like the guard gonna be pushing up into B.
We've seen a G2 actually willing for this aggression.
Although the Cloud is seen by the wall, so in response, Shazam does send a shock dart through, try and do some damage. Does a little bit. Guard's still just going to be pushing through though. Oxy in market. Ooh, the ping comes through. Texas spotted. Oxy from market going to take him out. Dapper also going to shoot through the smoke and take out Trent.
Another reveal turns into another frag, and with that, the space that's been allowed to this G2 defense.
Not going to take out Dapper. It's now going to be a 2v4, and Whippy and Shazam each find a pick, which immediately closes it out.
They can't even walk their way on the site without being dealt with, and G2, I mean, a fire lit under their butts coming into week 10 as they piece together.
Now G2 able to take the pistol round, and that does mean the guard not in a good spot here.
And you expected it to be this way, but kind of the rivalry between the two teams, remembering that
this is definitely not, again, not what I was expecting from G2. I was expecting more of sort of a rollover performance from the guard. So this is definitely a a good position.
Now G2 though wants to do it again. They might not have the results for the other matches of this split, but for this one, it would feel great. It would give that confidence back and allow you to start playoffs with the right foot, right?
So the dart comes through. Shazam not going to find any vision as this dart is destroyed. Now it looks like the guard going to figure out how to push up through into B. It looks like that is where they want to be headed. Viper Cloud comes up to allow the guard to cross. I don't think it's going to be seen through the wall this time from G2. But they would have heard it. The orb is grabbed, and then the drone, Sova drone comes up. It will spot one. It's not going to do any damage, though, off of it. You do see the guard running away, so G2 getting ready for the possible rotate. The guard going to be re-hitting B, and of course G2 is going to be ready for that. There is some good Killjoy util to prevent the push in. Tech's going to start the entry. Stinger going to be able to take out Dapper, although barely. It's now going to be a 5v4. Tech's, ooh, long range. Don't even have to scope in as Tech takes out Shazam. It's now going to be a 5v3 for the guard, and this eco round maybe turning into a win. These guns are going to be picked up. Oxy going to take out Tex though, which does even it out a little bit. It's now not a 5v3, but a 4v3 for the guard. G2 needs to find a few more of these picks. Spike is down, so it's up to G2 to push through this. Extra smoke does smoke off garage. Oxy able to take out Trent. Push through the garage does happen. Net going to do a little bit of damage. Jonah locking down the site. Going to find 2 picks. Whippy takes out Valen. It's now a 1v2 for Penny. And Jonah just going to swing around. 3 kills for Jonah this round. And guard does take their eco round and turns it into a win, which means the eco now for G2, because that was a force buy, by the way, from the guard, which does now mean that G2 going to be in a bad spot as far as eco. And the guard going to have some decent eco off of a win, so they're just going to push probably for some better guns. That's combat the eco round from G2. Looking at the score, how things were going, and the patterns that they've been able to and yeah, Seekers for Jonah P. And that's it. Like, there's no other ults available. Seekers get up because Jonah's been playing so well just in these first 2 rounds. Guard now going to be pushing down A main. It looks like they're going to start pushing it to the site. Now, there are 3 on A. Dog going to come through. I believe it only spotted 1, maybe 2. Oxy going to take out Net. Shorty not going to find anything on Whippy. Tech's going to take out Oxy. Valen takes out Penny. And that is all 3 that were on site gone. It's now a 4v2 for the guard. Valen a little bit low on HP, but the heal will come through from Jonah. And the spike will go down as well. Now it's down to Shazam and Dapper. Play this 2v4.
This is looking like round for the guard, relatively uncontested. Another good reveal.
Tech's going to take out Dapper, and although this map is defense-sided, these teams are making it look offense-sided. Guard going to take out Trent, going to take out Shazam. This round does go to the guard. The little bit of a comeback that they do need to make has started. Although G2 taking the first round doesn't make it easy. It does start. That's what matters. Now going to be a buy from both sides, although this is a bonus round for the guard, I believe. Yeah, it should be. This is a bonus round for the guard, so G2 should have better guns here and should be able to take this round. Meanwhile, the guard has 2 ults, Bladestorm and Seekers. Imagine that Bladestorm will come out. I almost said Showstopper. Raise. Bladestorm will come out to help with this bonus round for the guard. Gun can be passed off to the player that died. Everybody on the guard will have guns, but not good rifles. Eco rifles, Bulldogs, Guardians, Spectre. There is a Phantom on Valen, but that's it. Now the guard going to be pushing in through mid. It's an interesting Viper wall. Does not clear Arch or does not cover Arch. The entry going to start from Tex. He's able to get in through Tree. Going to get into Heaven and find a pick. Dapper going to take out Tex for a trade, but then Trent trades off Dapper. Ooh, Jonah and Oxy going to meet each other. Jonah going to take Oxy out. Penny going to be there to trade it off. But when you're down players, you can't really afford trades, and that is definitely the position that G2 is in right now in a 2v3.
Call here for this one, a 2v3. Weaponry pretty good on the other side. Fragment out. Won't find the players underneath. It's Two of them down there. Shazam sits on a
Net
recon
holding from
bomb.
A main, some of that post plant util.
We'll get that
Meanwhile,
used.
2 in hell. Oh,
Goes
they do
down.
get spotted.
Also
Valen gonna get
revealed.
taken
Next
out
up
as
is
well
pushing
as
out
Trent.
towards main, and
Now she's
G2
down to
seemingly
net.
found their way back into this round. Tap on the
As
spike.
the
Both
spike
players
isn't
off.
being
Both players trying to
diffused.
fight for it. Shazam does
Jiggle
again.
peeks out.
One more
Spike
tap.
gets tapped again. It's being
Spike
held to half.
halfway.
Being
Looking
held
for
all the
the
way.
one.
Net just happy to take him out.
For the
Clutch
in the
does come
round
through
for the
from net in a
guard.
1v2. The guard does take this round, and I'll remind you, that was the bonus round from the guard. It was a buy round from G2. So now the guard going to be on a buy themselves, and the guard going to be in a pretty bad spot econ-wise. So they're not going to be able to afford a buy. They're going to have to be on an eco. So the guard, looking like this comeback that they did need to make is going to start to come through. Said enough is enough for G2. Not going to let them try and come back here, or try and win this map. I'll remind you, Ascent is picked by G2, so if G2 does not take the win here on Ascent, it's very likely they won't take a map at all. So we're going to Lotus next, which is pretty much the God's playground.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. They are.
Shazam going to take out Trent. It's now a 4v5.
While they experiment, Jazz is headhunting. Found an early one. Oxy, linchpin here of the round, though. Blades should be revealed. Not the blades, but the player should be
Guard
revealed.
going
No,
to start
back
pushing
away
into
from
B.
the
They
turret.
are down a
Working
player,
behind the Trailblazer.
but the
Dapper
eco advantage may be very prevalent as Tex takes out Penny. Dapper going to get a little bit of a trade by taking out Net, but then Tex going to take out Dapper, and it's Jonah P takes out Shazam to take the site. It is now a player advantage in the favor of the guard. And again, still have that big gun advantage. Oxy with the knives going to start pushing into the site. Could do some damage with those. We'll see though. Tex going to jiggle peek out. Oxy going to be the first to see him. Sends a knife his way, but Tex just going to drop down, get out of his range of sight. And Jonah going to be the first to see Oxy in a little bit of an off angle. And yeah, Oxy going to get picked off, and then Tex going to take Whippy out. 3 kills for Tex this round, and looks like this win streak for the guard is going to continue, although G2 now going to be back on another bye. This is the first full bye from both sides in this half. We will see who it goes to, although G2 did lose where they were at an eco advantage already when the guard was on a bonus and G2 was at a gun advantage, but you do play a little bit differently when you're on a bonus round than when you are on a full buy, so we could see this go to G2. There are also 2 ults for G2 to use, Null Command and a Lockdown. The guard has 2 ults of their own almost up in the Viper's Pit and Lockdown, so they can get an ult orb, they can get one of those up. Although both of those players are in B lobby. Well, the rest of the guard is pushing up in through A main, it looks like. Skydog comes through, clears nothing, doesn't really see anything except for a turret, so now the guard gonna have to figure out, do we continue to push through A? Or maybe their lurkers can find something, as Net gonna peek in through mid into stairs and up to pizza. Not gonna find anything though. Oxy gonna take out Trent, and now it's a 4v5 for the guard.
They find the first one of the controllers gone. Look at Net though. Look at Net's position.
You have to know, I think.
Ooh. Oh!
No
What?
way.
Oxy gonna walk right into the crosshair of Net, but I don't know what that flick was. That was disgusting. And now it's looking like this round gonna turn more into the favor of G2. Shazam gonna take out Valen, that garage push. Tech's gonna trade it off, and then Tech's also gonna be able to take out Penny. That's actually B site clear. The defenders are gone.
With that, the guard have found themselves breathable.
Market was opened. I think the guard thought it was closed, but it wasn't. Oxy, Yop gonna take out Tex. Jonah looking to finish it off. Oh, finishes Oxy off and able to flick and take out Dapper, but Whippy gonna shut down that clutch. And yeah, looks like this round will go to G2, but it is very, very expensive. And look at the eco for G2. Do you think they can afford that? No, they really can't. The guard, though, look at their econ. They absolutely can afford a loss there where they lose all their players. G2 may not even be able to full buy this next round. They were able to pick up the operator, though, which could be really big to help secure more of these rounds, since that operator was a big player in that round. Not entirely sure what the reaction time there was. Yeah, I don't know what Net was doing. Fell asleep at the monitor, apparently. 3 ults for the guard, Seekers, Viper's Pit, and Lockdown. Over on G2, they got 4 ultimate abilities in the Cosmic Divide, Hunter Sphere, Null Command, and Lockdown. The guard is also 1 ult point away from Bladestorm and 1 ult point away from the Shadows. So the guard nearly has all of their ultimate abilities up. G2 has 4 out of the 5, nearly all of theirs up as well, although Hoxie is not close to his Bladestorm, so probably won't see that come out this round unless he gets 3 kills. Guard gonna start pushing in through tree. G2 Penny gonna just close the door, but it's immediately destroyed. And that's sort of that eco I was talking about. Penny's on a stinger, and it definitely plays a part here. Jonah gonna find a pick. Trent able to take out the null command. Whippy gonna take out Trent. Net and Tex each find a pick. Hunter Sphere finds a pick on the Net, but Tex is there to trade it off, and then Trent gonna find a pick as well. And all of a sudden, 3 players left alive for the guard as they take a pretty dominant round. Seekers were the only ultimate ability used by the guard. The Viper's Pit and the... sorry, not the Viper's Pit. The Bladestorm does get up now for the guard. 3 ults left for the guard here. G2, I believe, used 2 of their ults, maybe even 3. So they're gonna have worse ults here. And this comeback has started for the guard, and it's looking like it's gonna be alive here. G2 taking a timeout, and again, you probably can see why. I mean, G2 is looking like they're getting a little bit sloppy in their play, not winning their engagements. They're playing a little bit poor defensively, positionally. I mean, we haven't seen them really lock down tree, and guard was able to take advantage of that in the previous round. To be fair, G2 was a little bit of an eco disadvantage, so that's why they were playing a little bit weirdly. But at the end of the day, that's, you know, if you're playing a little bit weirdly for whatever reason and you lose a round, you lost a round, right?
It wasn't necessarily a text performance, right? It wasn't that pushing them over the edge style performance. And this week, he's kind of getting back to it. Gonna need a little bit more from either Tex or the rest of the crew. They still trail by 1, but they've set themselves up nicely here in this round. Coming out of the timeout, G2
all right,
are working with sticks and stones.
2 ults for G2, 3 for the guard. And it looks like the guard gonna be doing an A push. There is 1 in B lobby.
We're seeing as well Oxy to play a little bit more far back. It seems like he was thinking about
Before pushing up through main into A as well.
Nobody on A.
Yeah, the gamble. Unfortunately, it's on the wrong site.
And yeah, the guard gonna be able to get onto the site. Spike will go down. G2 is reading a B push, but it's a bad read, and now they're gonna have to play a retake where they are very, very low on eco. Likely will not be coming through here. Tex pushing into heaven, gonna find 3, looking for more, gonna find the 4th. At this point, I'm saying get your ace, get your ace. He's gonna meet Oxy. Oh, the denial. No hope there, but at least 4 kills is 4 for 1 special. More, you know, typically I say 2 or 3 for 1 special, but 4 is very uncommon, and Valen just gonna finish Oxy off here. Not quite the ace, but that is the round that ties it back up for the guard. I'll remind you, the guard went into this half, and they were down 4-8, and G2 took the first pistol round. And then the guard still came back here. I'm sorry, G2 took this pistol round in this half, and G2 and the guard still was able to come back and close it up here and keep it even. 3 ults for the guard, 3 ults for G2 from the Shadows. Viper's Pit, lockdown for the guard. Bladestorm, Cosmic Divide, lockdown for G2. So both teams have a lockdown, but the other ults that these teams have are going to be a little bit different here. Trent, if he can get on site, can get that Viper's Pit down. G2 does need this round, or their eco will start to look pretty bad.
Last time G2 were able to take the lead before, avoiding the overtime at 13-11 when the G2 was able to take now.
Attacker lockdown does come out.
Looking stronger and stronger. Is it double?
In response, the defender lockdown comes out to counter it.
Ult onto the site from Valen allows for them to take the lockdown.
And the defender lockdown not actually going to do a good job of defending the site. The guard can still get onto the site, and the Viper's Pit I talked about earlier does come up, and the spike goes down. Tex going to get a pick as well, and so does Trent. And Cosmic Divide comes up to help the defense a little bit. It does block off B Garage, but there are still 3 on-site in a Viper's Pit. So G2 going to try and isolate that fight in Garage, and no, they make the call to save. Despite using an ult to maybe try the retake, they do make the call to save their guns. It's a good choice here. I mean, you're not really going to do a whole lot against the Viper's Pit, but you already put a Cosmic Divide into this round. You may as well try for it, but also Econ. I mean, there's a lot of different angles. I understand their decision here. It's a difficult retake. It looks like Jonah willing to hunt them down a little bit here. While Flash comes out, he's going to be essentially having a smorgasbord, able to find one pick, but Flashes do wear off and trade comes through. But G2 going to lose the majority of their players that round. Of course, the Guard only losing one of their players is okay for them. They're okay with that. Bladestorm for Oxy to use this round and get a little bit of econ momentum, but yeah, this is not looking good if you are G2. And look at the Guard, about to max out their econ. It's looking like the Guard going to be moving in a pretty good direction with this momentum. G2 are going to have to put up a big fight here. If they don't win this round, I mean, you could be looking at the Guard winning this map, and at that point, it could be a 2-0 for them. Looks like they just needed to use that first half of this map to warm up a little bit. Ooh, Oxy push out into B lobby, gonna catch Trent off guard, and gonna find the pick. Quickly gonna get concussed in Wine. Flash comes through to try and defend. Still, Whippy gonna get taken out. Penny not really gonna be able to do a whole lot. The Guard now gonna start pushing aggressively into A. There is a judge on Dapper looking to do some damage. He does get flashed though. Guard now actually backing up. It looks like they want to run it over to B because they haven't just seen how many it could possibly be on A. But G2 acknowledges that they're probably rotating and sends 2 over to B as well. Oxy, who still has that Bladestorm, and Shazam as well. This will definitely be good for some damage. He peeks out, not going to find anything in a 1v4. Fight was isolated, and now Shazam in a 1v4 on this site. Now to just wait for his team, not going to get away. Tech's going to take Shazam out. Now it's a 4v2 for the Guard, who could just get on site, get that spike down, and now they just get to play post-plant. And it's looking like this round, which I did say was if G2 lost it, we could be looking at the Guard taking this map. So looking like we may be seeing G2 lose it. As now Dapper in a clutch situation, and may just want to save his gun. Hello. Yeah, it looks like he's just gonna go to save his gun. Although it looks like the Guard gonna chase him down, and he gets full blinded. The Guard now gonna be taking that 12th round. It's now gonna be a 12-10 score, and although it looked like maybe G2 would have the lead, as they did have the lead going into the next half, it looked like maybe they were going to this half. It looked like maybe G2 was gonna be able to take this map. The Guard shuts down any of that hope with a 4-round win streak, followed by another 4-round win streak to give themselves the lead here. And now they are 1 round away from taking the win. G2 gonna have to put up a good fight here. You see them forcing because they have to. And the Guard will have the eco advantage, the gun advantage, and the momentum advantage, as their mental has got to be in a good spot here. Still don't understand that wall. Like, why is it? Is that intentional that it's not covering Arch all the way? I don't know. Viper wall does come through. Walls off mid a little bit. The Guard actually going to be pushing into A. They made some noise B, and then they just ran it over to A. They're going to be allowed onto site, and they're going to get this spike down. And now it's just a post plant that the Guard has to play, and they've got that gun advantage. Ooh, for main, not going to find anything. Dapper going to take out Tex. Trent there to trade it off, though, by taking out Oxy. Shazam and Penny trying to pick, though. Now it's a 2v4. Guns have been picked up as well, but Net takes out Whippy. No util. Peeking out. Penny able to trade it off. Net very low on HP. And Penny gonna take Net out. We're keeping it alive. The run is still alive from G2. Able to pick up some guns. Do they lose the majority of their players? Yes. Will they be able to fall by next round? Probably not. But for G2, getting a win is good enough. Now they just need to get one more. And will they be doing this next round on low eco? Yes. They also just did the previous round on low eco, and they did win it, even though G2 did have the positional, or sorry, the guard did have the positional advantage there for a second. Timeout comes through from the guard. I mean, look at Tex. 28 and 15, 7 kills above Jonah. Jonah's then 7 kills above Valen, and then those bottom 3 a little bit closer, although 5 kills between Trent and Net. Not as much of that kill consistency I like to see versus over on G2. You see a very common sort of setup where you've got a carry in Oxy, 22, and then the next lowest or the next highest is 16, which is 6 kills below that. And then between Penny and Dapper, it's a 4 kill difference. So you've got like one on top that's really far ahead, and then one on the bottom who's kind of lacking below. It's very common. See it a lot. Of course, Dapper is on the Sentinel role, but we've also seen a lot of Sentinels in Challengers do very, very, very well. So, you know, it's not an excuse to be on the bottom. But the same is true for the guard. Net on the bottom there. And we see sort of that similar sort of the guard where Tex is way above the rest, and then Net's kind of below. But at the same time, Tex is way above Jonah, and then Jonah's way above Valen. So it's a little bit of less traditional sort of kill setup. But you can tell, at least in these past few rounds, that the guard really has been pulling through, especially on this offense. And really, the only side where it matters that you're not going to be able to trade each other off properly, play well positionally, is on the defense, where that is pretty much the only way you're going to win. Versus when you're on the offense here, you can have those carries because they can just entry onto the site, right? And so that's why it's weighing on G2 right now, having sort of a carry in Oxy, and that's why the guard didn't do so well on their defense, because they couldn't have that carry. Penny gonna take out Tex, Jonah gonna take out and get a pick, but then Oxy trades it off. Trent gonna take out Oxy, Valen then gonna take out Shazam. This engagement in mid is not working out for G2, as it's now a 1v3 as Net takes out Dapper. It's now a 1v3 for Whippy. And Spike's gonna be taken over to B because they know where Whippy is. Net jiggle peeking out. Now they know for sure where Whippy is, at least for the moment being. Spike will go down, and now it's down to Whippy. Can he play this? Can he clutch this 1v3? Or is the guard going to take map 1? Which I'll remind you is G2's pick. Just an alarm bot that Whippy is about to hit. Nanostorm comes out. As the smoke goes down, alarm bot is destroyed. Snakebite comes out. Another Nanostorm comes out as well. Whippy going to be very stalled here. A bit of a one-way. Honestly, Whippy is able to take advantage of more than anything else. Valen gonna finish Whippy off, and the guard, although very hard fought, does take the 13-11 win in map 1, and that was the pick from G2 on Ascent. Now we're gonna go into Lotus, picked by the guard, and it's looking like G2 may not be able to take a map up here, unlike all their other losses where they've been able to take a map up. It's looking like that may not be the direction that we are headed in here.
With these two compositions and having to adapt on the fly, it was a Valen that was just one step ahead, even for the last round as well. Like you said,
yeah, that was huge.
Massive as well to save the life of one of the players, make that round just so much more winnable for the guard, and it's great to see it. I think we didn't know how this map number 1 could go, looking at the results for the mid-season face-off, looking at a G2 that is looking to keep that streak against the guard, but a guard that, as always, they adapt on the fly and they close out the map.
And you know what? G2 are always good for one map, right? They've proved to always be good for one map. Unfortunately, we've got 2 more to go. We'll see if that one map for G2
Yeah, but I mean, here's the thing. We said that as well about the series between Moist Moguls and FaZe Clan, and guess what? That didn't go where FaZe Clan got a map up, right? So clearly it doesn't matter if you've got a pattern going. If the team you're up against is just too strong, you're not going to be able to do a whole lot. And it's looking at this maybe a similar story where G2 is just not able to put up a good fight, especially considering the map up that G2 has gained is not their map pick. Like, that's why... Or sorry, no, sorry, the map that the guard has up right now is not their map pick. So now that we're going into the guard's map pick, they're just gonna look so strong, and we know they look strong on Lotus. We've seen them look strong on Lotus, and I imagine we'll see that again here. Let's see if we have any clips here. It looks like we got quite a few. Let's go and take a look.
Yeah, Oxy getting cheeky inside the smoke. Valen good for the trade. Tex was biting off a bit more than he could chew, and unfortunately he choked. Whippy finds a kill, but Jonah P making this one hurt. Now only one remains. It's Whippy. Forced to reload with the snakebite at his feet. Vulnerable. A body shot is all it will take. And it's Trent on the other side with the Vandal, but Whippy goes clutch.
On the side time around,
Yeah,
G2
G2's
still
first
finding
half
it. The
was
spike planted,
really
Oxy gets
solid.
one too.
Yeah, and he's just being so tricky here. Tex is trying to survive, and that operator won't match up to the shorty. Now a player in front, a player behind.
Enemy remaining.
Noxy just playing the back.
Yeah, two potential aces from the Jets.
Seemingly found their way back into this round. Tap on the spike. Both players off. Both players trying to fight for it. Shazam does it again. One more tap. Spike halfway. Looking to hold it the whole way. Net on the peak. He's going to make sure that it does not mean a phantom in somebody's hands, and he is going aggressive. Man, just mouse one. This thing looks like the Odin as he sprays them all down with the knives. Oxy next up.
Yeah, I mean, it's very clear that the guard knows what they're doing. They definitely did struggle a little bit on their defense, but both of these teams did, despite it being a defense-sided map. Then it switches sides, and you can have a carry just really pull through. Again, there's not a whole lot else to say here. I'm getting kind of tired, so I'm just going to take a little break until the next map, and then we'll be back. We're back.
Ooh, doggy. Another close game in our opener here for the series as G2 and Guard go all the way to the final round and overtime doesn't happen. Unfortunately, the comeback was actually real, but not in the way you would expect, as it was Guard who was down by a pretty heavy margin, and they managed to turn things around. They end up besting G2 in the end, 13-11. And it was really, Tanner, a shootout between Tex and Oxy. I feel like we were watching the highlight reels, and it seems that the highlight reels just stacked up a little bit nicer for Tex.
Yeah, we did get a lot of that. I applaud G2 as well for doing a good job of pulling the guard around the map. The early few rounds, because they were playing kind of this death ball, you know, death ball is not the right word for it. If they were playing a 4-1 versus like the typical 1-3-1 or like a 5-man hit or a 3-2. And they did a really good job of spreading the guard thin and then eventually pulling the trigger on, hey, we're either going to hit this site with 4 players and let Dapper lurk, or we're going to rotate and do the thing elsewhere. It took a little bit for the guard to actually catch up to what, you know, Oxy, G2 were finally putting together. And it made it very close, right? A very unknown G2 in the first few rounds means that this game goes 13-11.
And it's interesting to see something that you mentioned, Tanner, too. A lot of the setups that we got to see for G2 on the attacking side was actually playing that 4-1 that towards the end became a really easy read for the guard, where Dapper was playing always alone towards B, even if, of course, you're not always going to have the turret up top where you often see it. It was in different spots where the guard just had a read on it on that defensive side, and it seemed like, at least in the first half, that 8-4 was going to be just enough for G2 to close it out. But again, I think a little bit of a mix of what you guys are saying, the heroics between the two Jets, and the read as well that Valiant had on this game was what ended up closing it before we even got the chance to go to the overtime.
322 is usually a negative number when you're thinking of first-person shooters. You guys might not get the reference, but if you know, you know. This time around, it's going to be Tex, who gets 322 ACS, 28 and 16, 5 first kills, 6 for Oxy on the opposite side. Maybe the KD not as impressive, but still a strong game from both of the Jets. It was really, though, 2 players that I was slightly disappointed in was Dapper and Net. They just really struggled. They were abused, aggressively abused by these Jets. If you actually look, I think Net went 2 and 5 against Oxy. And then on the flip side, I believe it was Dapper who was 2 and 7 against Tex. It did feel like the role players were the ones that were just getting bullied by the Jets, and that's why maybe it made things a little bit harder, because Dapper was a player that I think this G2 roster really leaned on, looking back at their performance at MSF, and he's not even really able to get into the game here.
I think it's interesting, though. Like, I don't think these 2 players, of course, the Sentinels, are to blame for that kind of play.
No, absolutely.
But it is kind of an evolution that the meta has taken, where you already know where this killjoy is going to be. You know it's going to be a 4-1. The killjoy is going to be alone. How are you going to isolate the duel? How are you going to make it yours? And that is something that the 2 Jets were really good at. And that is actually something the teams are evolving to. Maybe we're going to be seeing more in playoffs by these 2 teams, but something that Moist have been doing all along, where they're putting that killjoy less and less on the flank, and it's instead the controllers that you often see flanking a little bit more, so you're not risking all that utility being lost early on. And yeah, I think it just goes back to very well read by both of the 2 teams, and maybe even what we've seen and how much easier it's become to know where the killjoy is and even that utility.
Yeah, I think to add to that point, it's why you're seeing now Net does play the killjoy here, but a lot of the times that Viper comp is still behind Sova KO, and the Viper then picks up the lurk role or the Sentinel role, like in most maps, you know, Bind comes to mind as well. So it's a little different here for the guard. But yeah, I think teams are looking to experiment on a map that is relatively figured out. And this is kind of half the experiment. I'll be very excited to see once we do make it to playoffs, and if we see Ascent again for the guard, if they stick to that with, you know, the Viper at all, or the Viper and the Killjoy, or no Killjoy. It's going to be interesting to see.
You talk about maps, it's time to look at the maps here for the series. Just a refresher for all of you watching at home so you can figure out where we're going next. That was G2's pick, and it's understandable why. It's a map that in the past has been good for them, but it's been a little bit rocky lately. Now we move to Lotus, and this is a map that is definitely the guard's playground. If you just look at their performance,
I said that exact same thing.
5-1. They had a big win over FaZe. They had a big win over Mad Lions. So you might be like, not that big of a deal. They had close wins over Oxygen, who's also pretty good on this map. I'd say maybe one half of the map seems to be a little bit more difficult for them than the other, as their attacking side does feel maybe a little bit light. But they beat Oxygen, they beat FaZe, and then they beat Mad Lions again here. It's maybe easy to look at this and go, well, yeah, the guard's good at this map, I guess, but like they haven't really been tested. Whereas on the flip side, you have a G2 team who has played this map against teams like Moist Moguls. They've played them twice, and they've beaten them twice. They beat Moist at the midseason face-off. They beat Moist as well here in the second split. but then you also sprinkle in like a loss to OR Esports, a loss to Oxygen. So it's kind of an inconsistent performer for them. So it's really like, who do we look at here, Tanner? Is it the guard who plays the map maybe with a higher volume and has a greater success rate, or G2 who has greater success rate against more difficult opponents?
Yeah, I think if I could lean towards anything, I would lean towards G2 always find a way to grab a map. They almost did it in map 1. They have looked pretty good here. It's one of those situations where the map is still being figured out, but G2 still finds a way, usually manages to play to the level of their opponent on this map. And the guard play it well. So I'm expecting G2 to have a solid game plan against the guard, barring anything crazy. Because, again, if anything was, if G2 do any homework on Lotus for the guard, they could quite possibly bring out something that we here on the desk aren't even expecting, much like we saw in map 1. So I think G2 can pull this one out. But the ball is in the guard's court with the comp that they bring and the game plan that they have, if they are still testing things.
I mean, you talk about comps. One of the things we've seen from, I think, both of these teams is the Harbor, and it's something that I think that Guard was the first to implement, at least on a regular basis on the map. We've seen them do it pretty aggressively, whereas G2 was still sort of finding their footing on the map, only implementing that more recently, as they weren't really going to that initially early on. One of the things we did applaud G2 for, though, during the midseason face-off was the fact that we saw them flex a little bit more. Players were playing off of the roles more than we'd seen them do in the past. They were willing to get a little bit more creative. I think it was Shazam who went and played an Omen at one point in time. So they were like, okay, we're going to try something a little bit different than what we've seen in the past. And it's okay. It's not fantastic. But as they've fine-tuned that program and they've found out the way to make it work, it has improved and it has produced success. So map 2 may be the guard's pick, but it's not out of the question that G2 could take us to map 3, and it has kind of been their thing.
It's always
third
like
map,
that, yeah.
Third map is always the way it works. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. We do have to throw things to a very quick break. When we come back, we'll be jumping into map number 2. Stay tuned.
With eBay Refurbished, you have a choice of refurbished
since
qualities
I
to best fit your
threw it
budget.
to break earlier, I'm just
Certified
going to throw it to
refurbished
another
items
break
are
again.
restored by the
Back in the match
manufacturer to
time.
like new for up to 50% off. This drill was barely out of the box. Soon it will be back to working like new. Here's how it works. Every item is carefully inspected. Any imperfections are fixed by the manufacturer or manufacturer-approved vendor. Then it's tested to make sure it's working perfectly. Once it passes inspection, it's given the verified stamp of approval. Then repackaged with new accessories and shipped to its ultimate destination. With Certified Refurbished, you can shop with confidence because all our manufacturers go through a rigorous vetting process. And every purchase comes with an award-winning 2-year warranty, a money-back guarantee, and hassle-free returns. That's what makes it the smarter way to shop for premium brands. eBay Refurbished. Like new products, better than new prices.
A short break before we jump right back into the action. Map 2 just around the corner. We are headed out to Lotus Dryad, and with Agent Select also just around the corner. Let's see what we get. Let's see what the guard choose to do. Do they bring in something funky, or do they just... something funky in map 1 almost ended up in a loss. So I'm thinking the guard maybe just stick to what they know, which is your credits up as soon as possible and get Trent the Odin.
Right.
Meanwhile, on the other
Let's
side,
go ahead
I'm
and
very
get into it. The guard picks Lotus, and the guard already beat G2 on their chosen map, so there's a good chance the guard can take this map and make it a quick 2-0 over G2. Let's find out if they can. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Agent Select. To move forward with this, I'll wait until, of course, the Agents have all been shown as far as what is being chosen. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look here. We've got Trent and Whippy both on Viper, Net and Dapper both on Killjoy, Valen and Penny both on Harbor, and Jonah P and Shazam both on Sky. The only difference is in the duelist. X going to be on Jet, Oxy going to be on Raze, and we've seen Oxy do well on Raze, and Lotus is a map where you don't need to be playing on Jet, you don't need to be playing on Raze. I think they both work. In fact, we've even seen a Neon come out from some teams here in Challengers, but I do think Oxy is a player that we've seen do honestly better on Raze than we've seen them do on Jet, so I think they're happy to be able to play Jet here, or sorry, to be able to play Raze here. Tex, of course, being Tex, of course, just going to keep playing on Raze. We've seen them do, or sorry, just going to keep playing Jet. We've seen them do beautifully on Jet before, and I think nothing's going to stop that now. So let's go ahead and get ready for this match to start. This is a big map. If the guard does take a 2-0 over G2, then that would mean that the G2 will take their first 2-0 loss here in Split 2. It will not be their first loss. In fact, if the guard does take out G2 here and make it a series loss for G2, then G2 will join disguised in being one of the two teams that has not won a single series here in North American Challengers. The guard would be happy to make that the case for G2. G2, of course, would like to stop this streak in its tracks and give a good show before they go to playoffs. And see how it does end up going. G2 going to be pushing in through A main. Meanwhile, the guard preparing for a B push, going to be pushing out B main. Not going to see anybody though. And now they're going to start pushing into A. G2 did hear that turret get broken in B, and now they know there's at least one or two. Probably predicting at least 3 going to be going to the flank, and Dapper is still watching that flank in A main. Guard now pushing through that. And P and Tex actually take quite a bit of damage. I believe that was from a Nanoswarm. And Tex does get taken out. Shazam going to be taking advantage of the low health. Valen going to take out Shazam. Oxy going to take out Net. Valen going to trade it off by taking out Whippy. There's now a 1-player advantage here for the guard, although Jonah is very low on health. Valen going to get healed back to full. Spike is down, and it is in the hands of G2, and they know where all of these players are coming from. Jonah P going to be taken out. That was one of those players that was low. Trent going to take out Oxy. It's now a 1v2. Penny takes out Valen. Now it's a 1v1 as my dog is barking up a storm. Will Penny clutch it up? No, he will not, and this round does go to the guard.
And it gets close, but it is a 4-man flank there for the guard. And one by one, they get shot down inside of G2. It's similar to what we saw early on today, especially when you get to see this map where you're trying to pinch what this attacking side is doing, especially towards A, and especially early on. Turning into that 1v1 that Trent is able to get. So pistol here belonging to guard.
One enemy remaining.
Alright, I do apologize for that. I had to go take care of my dog.
That's a good start.
Put him down. No, I'm just kidding. He's just in my room now because he seems to bark less when he's in my room, although if he does bark, it'll be much louder, so I apologize. Score now going to be 1-0. The guard does take that first pistol round, so now they're going to be forcing a buy. Of course, expected to win this round, being at an eco advantage. G2 going to be pushing down C. The guard is semi-prepared for this. They've got Tex there. After that Viper wall goes up, Tex is going to be watching from water, ready to rotate over to B, or even over to A.
With this map oftentimes being so attack-sided, this is the team that in Challengers, they're often securing the most rounds on the defense. Even when they start on this defensive side, they're always going above and...
Penny going to take out Tex, some early engagement, and it does mean now that G2 has a player advantage. Will that player advantage continue, or will the guard close it up? The G2 does push into sight, and the spike starts to go down. Ooh, Nat trying to stop the plant. This shot's not spraying the way he would have liked. Oxy's going to push out. He's able to pick up a gun, and he's going to use it to take out Net. Straight it off, but guard, you're down on players. You can't afford player trade. Jonah going to be able to take out Dapper, but Whippy going to be able to take out Valen, and then Penny trades Jonah off. So now it's a 1v3 for Trent, who has to retake this site. Ooh, but gun's been picked up, and Shazam happy to use them. And this eco round turns into a win for G2. This is not a good start for the guard, but I will remind you, this is a very offense-sided map. So G2 starting on the offense here. They're going to have a little bit of an advantage, although it's not completely out of the picture that the guard is able to put up a good fight here. We also saw them struggle on the defense of Ascent, and you can tell this team, both of these teams actually, are not the greatest on defense, and so we will see if a good fight is put up. G2 now going to be on a little bit of a bonus. They were able to pick up some guns, but this is a buy round for them against an eco round from the guard, as they did or they were able to secure that eco round win. And the guard pushing out aggressively into A. It's a good read, but doesn't look like they're going to find any picks here as Oxy Shazam going to return fire and take out 2 and then 1. So 3 kills total. Oxy also going to be able to take out Valen here, who was trying to hide in his own wall, not quite going to be able to. And now it's down to Net in a 1v5, who's all the way over on C, and at this point probably just going to have to go to play for exit frags. G2 happy to try and hunt him down and get a kill here.
When you know the economy isn't the best for the other side, you play a little bit slower across the map. Make sure that the gamble is not going to be exactly where you are. But G2 doesn't
playing together a little bit so as not to lose the numbers advantage. And it looks like Net not going to be pushing up. He doesn't want to die to the spike if he doesn't die to a player.
This is a
he's actually going to be able to get into CT. Oh, never mind. Shazam's watching, and yeah, going to be able to take.
With a showstopper available for Oxy, Shazam 1 pip away from the ultimate in the Seekers as well. So they are, I mean, they are reared up. Pretty explosive round here, even to the full weapons, the full rifles.
Sorry about that.
Of the guard who have invested themselves into the light
Showstopper available for Oxy.
Across the board.
Yeah. Gonna be light shields, and something that we talked about as well for the map number 1 is maybe the kill just having difficulty.
And yeah, early advantage here for G2. The guard now going to be on a bye, but this is a bonus round for G2 off of winning that previous round, so they do. So the guard going to have to win this with as many players alive as possible in order to try and start to damage the econ of G2. Whippy being the only player without a gun for G2. It's a Bulldog. Not going to be able to do a whole lot here. And that G2 just going to be allowed onto B site. The spike will have the opportunity to go down. Showstopper from Oxy does come out, and it clears out Jonah, who is coming through Breakable. It's not going to be a 4v5 for the guard to try and retake, and at this point, they may want to decide to save. Not really in great positions here. The Seekers come out as well. Now they know where they. Now G2 knows where the guard is. Oxy going to take out Tex, who's coming in through Breakable. I think Bite comes out, and Net and Valen each able to find a pick. Good here. Penny's still holding this. To find a pick before he goes down. It is a 2v2 now, though. Dapper going to take out Net, which does now make it a 1v2. Valen doesn't have time to fuse at this point. Only 5 HP as well. Just going to try and get away, which he will, but not what the guard wanted to do, because again, it's a buy from both sides where it's a bonus round for G2, so the guard needed to win that with the majority of their players alive, and they don't even take the win, and they lose all but one of their players, so this is not where the guard wanted to be, and it's looking like this half for the guard not going to be going well, but again, offense-sided map, and we know how much the guard can struggle on the defense, so we may still see a good comeback from the guard when we do switch sides, but at least for this half, it's looking like it's going to go pretty well for G2. Reckoning available for Valen and the guard, and also one ult point away, one ult point away for the Viper's Pit, and 2 ult points away for the rest of the ultimate abilities for the guard. So they're pretty close to these ults, whereas G2 really isn't. They've already used some of them pretty early on here. The guard may be able to get some of these ults up quickly, but they do need to get kills or grab ult orbs in order to do so. Ooh, Whippy, can I get down to 5 HP? I believe that was a head tap with a Sheriff. Fortunately, not going to do. Not going to be an immediate kill there with that range. But now Whippy going to have to play down to 5 HP. May get a heal off, but that will mean no shield for Whippy. Going for the heal, going to be able to get healed. Guard was pushing out a little bit in B main, but they do get spotted by a turret. Now they just back up. G2 gonna start this push into C. It looks like 2 on C or watching C for the guard. Lock it down. Don't know if they'll be able to though. Looks like sending the dog through. Yeah, and it looks like now the entry gonna start. Tech's gonna take out Dapper though over on A, which now does mean that G2 gonna have to play down a player. And their lurker over on A. One of their lurkers over on A is down. Whippy's able to trade it off, though. And so that does give G2, if they want to rotate, they can. And it looks like they will. It looks like it's going to be rotate over to B. Meanwhile, Shazam going to take out Jonah. catch him off guard. So G2 now does have a player advantage. Reckoning does come out, but the guard not going to be able to play anything off of that. Spike's going to go down. It's now a 2v4. All they have is Sheriffs. Penny going to be able to take out Trent. Pushing him there, trying to play their numbers. Oxy going to peek out of that water entrance and going to get killed there. And now the score going to be 1-4. And yeah, the guard's starting to look very, very shaky in the way that they're playing this defense. They're going to be back on a bye, but I'm not entirely sure it's going to mean anything. Looks like Tex wants to push out of C, maybe try and find a pick. Nobody's going to be peeking that, though. Looks like it's going to be pushed down B for G2. They know that there's alt money in the hands of the guard, so they know they should be worried about it. Although it actually looks like the operator now going to be placing B. Looking for a pick there.
And he's holding this close B angle. Trailblazer.
See, oh, dog comes out and Tech's gonna be taken out most likely. Although Trent gonna defend it by taking out Oxy. Whippy gonna take out Trent. Not before another pick comes through. Or no, sorry. Whippy gonna take out Trent, which just traded off. I don't know why I thought another cookie too. She's going to trade it off. Tex fires quite a few shots. Doesn't hit any of them though. So this will be a 4v4, and it looks like G2 going to pivot over towards C. There's Net locking it down with some Killjoy util.
One orb away here for the Seekers, or that lockdown too on the defensive side. It's something that early on G2
Bladestorm available for Tex, Reckoning available for Penny. G2 going to start this push into C site.
The toxic screen,
take out that Killjoy turret.
They know that the seaside under pressure with that. Net will back away. Blades are online, so an operator in tow for Tex, and they still want to go for this one. Jonah P in a tough spot. He's getting cooked. The
Spike does go down, and now G2 are going to be able to play this post plant. Guard's been pushed back. Guard now going to have to play this retake, and Tex only has an operator. It's going to be hard to hold these close angles, so he pulls out the Bladestorm. The question is, will this Bladestorm be useful for anything? G2 playing quite a bit of time. Is Guard not starting this retake yet, and Tex jumps up with the Bladestorm, going to get taken out.
And now they just have to send it onto the site through the screen. They'll go. Net, fortunately, not long for this world as Whitney finds himself the last one standing. 3 kills on the round, needed a 4th, but Jonah P will strip away any chance at a 4K, and the guard are back in the win column.
And of course, I'm trying to keep my dog from barking, so I missed the whole thing. But Jonah, let's get the win somehow. All right, sorry about that. I just straight up missed. I have no idea what happened there. 2 ults available for the guard. They've got a Viper's Pit, and I believe that was a lockdown. Timeout being taken by the guard. Probably tell why. There's, you know, the score is going to be 2-4 to 4, which is not at all where the guard would want to be. And although they did just win a round, they did lose all but one of their players, so it wasn't a very successful round, especially considering they don't have econ stability to afford losing the majority of their players on these round wins. G2 in a pretty good spot. They're winning quite a good majority of these rounds, and although it is an offense-sided map, the guard putting up a decent fight here. They do need to start to win more of these, though, and get some more momentum moving if they do want to at least try and keep it even or keep it very least pretty close going into the next half. Where we saw the guard go into the second half of Ascent down quite a few rounds. Score was 4-8, and they were able to pull through on it. So. And come back. So, and that wasn't even an offense-sided map. That was a defense-sided map. So, the guard can keep it decently close. You know, 4-8, 5-7. They could possibly come back in the next half and make it a 2-0, but we will have to wait and see. 2 ults available for the guard: Viper's Pit and a lockdown. Viper's Pit does come out here, and now G2 pushing up down C long. Over C mound. It looks like G2 going to start this push in through to C, potentially. Snakebite comes out. Takes a little while to go off, though. Ooh, Trent going to be able to take out Penny. The alarm bot going to be good to play off, but then Oxy going to be there to trade it off. We got all the way onto the site. Very deep, very quickly. Net there to trade it off, though. which will maintain the player advantage in the favor of the guard, and then the Killjoy lockdown comes out, and now G2 just gonna have to back up, and it looks like they're gonna take it over towards A. Although Tex with the operator peeking out, and now G2's stalled out. They don't know where to go. And as Jonah peeks out and gets a head tap onto Whippy, the health is now low. G2 does have to figure out how to play this. It looks like they want to challenge B, but Shazam gets taken out by Jonah. Now it's down to Whippy in a 1v4. Not going to do anything. Valen going to be able to get that pick there. Also coming in through B main. And it looks like that timeout was useful for the guard as they do secure a round win. They did use a Viper's Pit, and that was a pretty instrumental ult. They did find a kill with it earlier, as well as the lockdown. So they did have to use 2 ults this round in order to secure the win. But like I said, as many rounds as possible is good, even if the guard doesn't take the lead going into the next half, because we know the guard has comeback potential, and it's an offense-sided map. So the guard just getting, 3-9 is, not good, but I think the guard would be okay with that. But they are in a good position to try and get some good momentum moving. You see them now going to be on a full buy. They've got some good stable econ. Viper's Pit available for G2 though, which could be used. Seeker's available as well, but this aggressive push out of B does turn into 2 early kills for the guard. They find 2 picks, and now it's a 3v5 for G2. Now, they weren't doing a B push. I believe those were both lurkers. As 2 with the spike are going to be going down C, while there is actually a lurk from... Whoa, the timing as Whippy looks away right... Or sorry, not Whippy. The operator on Tex looks away right as Whippy starts pushing up through stairs. Meanwhile, the rest of G2 are going to be pushing into C, and so they're going to have to send some players to back up Net, who's already had to use some util. Harbor Wall did come out, so they know that at least one of the controllers is over on C. And now that the Seekers come out, they do know it's a C push. Although the guard now has to be a little bit paranoid over the fact that Whippy was lurking over on A. Viper Wall's going to come up now, and now they should know G2 is entirely over on A. The spike does go down, and now the Viper's pick can come out. So it's up to the guard to play this retake. It is a 5v3. They've got good numbers, but it is through Viper's pit. Shazam going to take out both Valen and Jonah. Tex able to take out Penny, though. Just maintain this play advantage in the hands of the guard, and Net takes out Whippy. No more Viper's Pit. Shazam not going to find anything else either as Net takes out Shazam. And although definitely time played well by G2, not well enough. And the guard will be taking this round, and it does tie it up. And like I said, 4-8 would be a good amount for the guard, but they got some good momentum moving. The ball is moving in their field. And it looks like maybe they may be able to take a good majority of these rounds that are to come. They've got some good momentum going. They may even be able to take the lead here. G2's econ still in a position to buy, and I think they'll be able to buy next round, although maybe not, off of a loss here. There is a lockdown available for them, and I imagine they'll be trying to use it this round to try and take sight with it. And it could definitely be a useful tool. They just need to not let their Killjoy die early, and you can see their Killjoy playing pretty far back in order to keep him alive. There's also a showstopper only 1 ult point away for Oxy, and they're actually in a position to grab this ult point if Oxy's able to get it. Could use that showstopper to clear some space. Clearing up in C, although actually Shazam's going to grab it, not Oxy, so that showstopper won't come up. And now G2 backing up. They're done challenging that. Looks like they're going to join their 2 lurkers who are A main. Maybe going to go over to A, although maybe they want to pivot over towards B. No, it will be going towards A. And the guard only has 1 in A currently, but they are sending some more over that way. Just going to leave that operator on Tex to lock down C by himself. And nobody else is going to have to back them up. So G2 are going to be able to push in through to A here. Reckoning does come out. G2 going to push in.
Here on the A side, G2 gonna take space. They've got the spike on. Trailblazer come through, clears things out. The cove will allow for a safe plant.
Spike does go down. G2's been able to take sight. The guard not going to be able to do a whole lot of pushback. They're not going to prevent the spike plant. They can get on site. The attacker lockdown comes out. I believe that was actually placed on site. Which means if the guard can just take site, they may be able to destroy the lockdown. Not quite able to take... Oh, there they go. They're able to destroy that lockdown, and they've been able to clear site effectively. So now it's down to Shazam and Whippy to try and defend the spike, but it's just going to be held. And as Tech's going to wallbang, take out Shazam with a headshot. Trent going to take out Whippy, and now it's a flawless round for the guard. Not how G2 would have wanted to end that. And the guard has taken the lead. If they can get 1 more, they will prevent G2 from being in a position to take the lead going into the next half. And then the guard will be in a good position to take even more rounds. G2 will be able to buy this round, but if they lose, they will not be able to buy next round. So this is a big round for them to win. They've got a showstopper in their hands. Oxy could definitely use that to clear some space. Not only that, but if G2 loses this round, the guard gets to that 6th round, and then the guard, because of the low eco for G2 next round, will be in a position to take the lead going into the next half, which again, very offense-sided map. And G2 definitely struggles a little bit on defense, so that's not where they would want to be. Tech's going to be pushed up along with the help of Jonah P in A, and they're not going to spot anybody or do any damage. G2 is turning their attention towards C. Valen able to take out Penny, and that spike down. And although it can just be picked up, that is good vision as to where G2 was thinking about going. So some util comes out. Now the guard going to try and figure out how they want to play this. The door did open. The B-Link door did open. You could tell G2 did or were thinking about rotating it over to B, and they actually do have 2 lurkers in B main. Looks like maybe they're still thinking about challenging C, maybe just trying to find a return picks. That way they can play on an even playing field. Skybird comes out, and now the Showstopper comes out as well, but the guard is playing so far back. I don't think Oxy's going to find anything. Meanwhile, Net trying to clear out B main, does take out Whippy. Dapper going to trade it off, but when you're down players, you can't really afford trades. The Showstopper does not come through with any kills either. Dapper going to be able to push onto site. Trent now turns his attention towards it, but Oxy's been able to push in deep into C. Going to catch him off guard. Oxy also going to be able to take out Valence. So not only is the player advantage now gone for the guard, but it is now back in the favor of G2. Although Jonah P coming in through B main, going to find 2 picks. He's now down to Oxy to go down to 1v2, and he does it. Takes out Tex, and Jonah P defends that spike, and that's 4 kills for Oxy. Close out this round, and that is a good round win for G2 because they tie it back up, and it is now still in their grasp to try and take the lead going into the next half. That was an insane round for Oxy. He was just never shut down. Seekers are available for Shazam this round. No ults close for the guard. This is looking pretty good for G2 to get some forward momentum. The previous round was pretty expensive, but it's not going to prevent them from buying this round, although they will need to win this round to get some, to be able to buy next round, I believe. Which will be the last round of the half. G2 does want to win this. Valen's been able to push up in that Viper wall, and he catches them off guard, able to find a pick while Tex takes out Penny. Actually going to take out Valen, but it is traded off by Jonah, and now it's a 2v4 for G2. Whippy and Dapper, those lurker agents, have been lurkers and have been lurking. Now they're going to have to scramble together to try and get this spike, but the guard, Tex, and Jonah P are going to be playing up close on that spike. Not going to let that spike just be grabbed. Free. Util comes out. Dapper trying to clear some space with the molly. Offshot comes out from Tex, and now G2's scared. Tex still going to be able to take out Dapper. Time is of the essence, and Whippy going to be pressured to keep moving forward to try and get that spike. Able to take out Jonah, but Tex pulls out the knives and finishes him off. It is now impossible for G2 to get the lead going into the next half, and G2 not going to be able to buy because that was a very expensive round from them, which means the guard, although G2 will force, the guard is definitely in a position to take the lead going into the next half. And yeah, this is not looking good for G2 because, again, it's a very offense-sided map. So if they aren't at least keeping it even going into the next half, which it's looking like they may not be able to, they're going to be in a bad spot. Guard going to have some good guns here. They actually dropped the operator. No operator for Tex this time around. Picking up so many Odins instead. Valen gonna start it off good. 3-man push through B. Gonna catch the lurker in Whippy and take him out. It's now a 4v5. G2 just gonna push it quickly and aggressively as they do not have very good guns to push with. They just need to take site quickly. And they do, but Valen gonna take out Dapper. It's gonna make this very difficult for G2 to play post plant, especially considering the spike is not yet down. They're pushing up, hoping to find a pick. They almost take out Tex. They're gonna finish him off with a grenade. Shazam gonna take out Valen. Noxy takes out Jonah. It's now a 2v3. Showstopper comes out. It's not going to kill anybody, but Oxy going to be able to get a kill off of it. Now down to Trent in 1v3. Health is low for G2, so the heal will come through. Flashes come through. Trent trying to get ready to defend this site, but G2 is pivoting and rotating. Spam through the smoke comes through from Trent, able to do some damage to Oxy. No more heal left from Shazam. Now down to Trent to try and play this. Going back over towards C, perhaps he wants to pick up a gun.
As well, Trent. A 1v3 scenario with an Odin too.
Oh, nearly catches Shazam off guard, but Shazam peaks at just the right time, and G2 will take this round despite being at such a massive eco disadvantage. It does not matter. G2 will tie it up going into the next half. And now the guard is very much so in a position to take the win. And, you know, although G2 is able to keep it close, it's a very offense-sided map. So the guard does need to pull through here and push through to get the win here, or should be able to. G2 gonna have to be in a very uphill battle against a very offensive map against a team like the guard, which is going to be putting up a very tough battle. It's going to be difficult to say the very least. And it looks like the guard going to be pushing up through B main, maybe into B.
On this map of Lotus, map number 2, with the guard now going on the attacking side. Oh, and Oxy gonna get spotted.
And it does come out. Looks like the guard gonna be pushing up, possibly going down into B main. So there was some good util used, and it does push the guard back a little bit. And it looks like the guard gonna get ready to take C perhaps. And there is 2 lurkers in both of the controllers over on A. I don't know if they're just trying to make sound or if they're trying to clear space so that way their team can rotate. G2 pushing out and C main going to be refuted by Net, able to find 2 picks and all 3 of those players down. And the guard only loses 1 player in the process. And now the push into C is likely going to start. It's a 2v4 that G2 has to play, although Oxy is still alive, looking to do some damage, but he only has a ghost.
In the previous round,
not gonna have a sheriff this time around. He bought a bounce back instead, possibly Boombot, not sure.
But
Oxy's gonna be cleared by Net. That's 4 kills now. Looking for the ace, and he's gonna find it. Dapper gonna take out Valen. Net gonna finish it off with the ace in this pistol round. That's a good start to this half for Net, who may even be able to get a gun and full shields if he wanted to, but he's just gonna prioritize util. But still, regardless, the point is, a very, very solid round for the guard to start off this half. And again, that offense-sidedness honestly didn't even play a part there. That was just G2 losing their fight very early on there. But the offense-sidedness of this map is that it's very easy for the offense to rotate between the sites, and it's very difficult for the defense to do the same. The offense can get very deep into those main entrances and then rotate very quickly between those main entrances before the defense. It's a little bit of a longer rotate. There's not as many of those quick rotate places, and so it does allow the the offense to make some noise on one site and then just go a whole other site, and it'd be very difficult for the defense to rotate quickly.
Of the attack, G2 are expecting more of that.
The guard gonna take control of a site. Tech's gonna take out Penny, but then Shazam, the classic, gonna take out both Tex and Valen. Trent going for the flank. Not gonna catch anybody coming down off of drop quite yet, or rope. Net gonna take out Shazam. Shut it off though. Mind you, Net's the one who got the ace the previous round. Jonah P gonna take out Dapper. One who traded off Ned. It was the flank coming through from Trent. Gonna find both of the remaining players, Whippy and Oxy, down. And although it is a round that the guard win, which they should have won, having the gun advantage, do lose the majority of their players, and that is sort of what G2's goal is there, being on an eco against a force buy. Their goal is to pretty much kill the majority of the enemy players, and guess what? That's exactly what G2 did. So now we're going into a bonus round for the guard. They're not going to have a whole lot of guns to fight it with. Although it looks like they are going to be forcing a buy somewhat. It's still mostly a bonus round. Lockdown available for Net. The guard gonna be pushing up into C. Gonna be refuted a little while blinded, putting down that turret, and Net messes it up.
I mean, so good, yeah, to get very early on.
Now the guard gonna be rotating it over to A, where they've had Trent lurking up. Trent does clear some space. Pushes back Dapper, who is the sole defender of the site. The site has been cleared. Valen going to be able to get on site with the spike, and the spike will go down. Be a 5v5 post-plant. Guns decent for both of these teams. It is still a bonus round for the guard, though. So the G2 does need this round more for their own econ than the guard does. The attacker lockdown comes out. G2 not going to be able to stop it or take it out. So they're just going to have to let the guard play time here. Now G2 get to start this retake now that that ult runs out. Valen going to catch Oxy. Trying to pick Valen, going to continue to push out, looking for more, not going to find it. Tex takes out Penny, while Dapper takes out Valen. Tex also going to take out Shazam. Now at 2v4, Tex nearly dashes right into the enemy while he's blinded, but backs up a little bit. Tex going to take out Whippy. Dapper there to trade it off, but then Trent going to trade that off. And this buy from both sides, where it's actually a bonus round for the guard, does turn into a win for the guard. It's looking like this half going to get off to a dominant start for this offense of the guard. It's now going to be a buy round for the guard. And yeah, this is going to be difficult for G2 to play, to say the very least. But they may want to take a timeout here in the next few rounds. May wait until another buy round, but yeah, this is gonna be difficult. Blazestorm available for Tex.
That was the win-win condition for the bonus round of the guard. Now giving pretty much nothing for G2 to work with.
Blazestorm available for Tex, but it probably won't come out this round as it is a buy round for the Guardian and eco round for G2. Guard going to be pushing up through B main. Looks like they're going to be going up into B. Skydog going to clear the way. Guard going to start pushing up. Tex making a little bit of noise. Actually looks like now the guard going to pivot and rotate it over to C. Shazam alone on C. Push up a little bit, which does push the guard back slightly. The guard is now rotating it over to A, where once again Trent is lurking up through a main. It's only Whippy on site. He's in tree. There is some Killjoy util though. Nanostorm comes out. Well, the alarm bot is broken. The Nanostorm comes out, which just pushed the guard back a little bit. It looks like now the guard going to pivot and try and rotate it over to B. Tech's going to start the entry off good by taking out Dapper. It's now going to be a 4v5 for G2, who is down a player and still down eco. Trent going to be watching that push in from A, and he's going to catch Whippy. It's now going to be a 3v5 for G2.
Onto Whippy. Now it is a difficult ask to get back into this with 3 sheriffs. Damage the name of the game. Cascade goes out, door gets open.
Shazam going to take out Net, but then Jonah takes out Oxy. It's now 2v4. Valen going to take out Penny, and it's now a 1v4.
A couple of times he'll have to open this door before he can finally find his way back into this field.
Trent going to take out Shazam, going to take out Valen, but straight off by Trent. This round does go to the guard.
Secure the round and losing 2 of their members. Double digits now for this attack. Again, much like we said on
2 ults available for G2 and the Seekers and the Lockdown. Bladestorm available for Tex. This is looking like it's going to be, again, still looking like a dominant half for the guard, but G2 Esports now back on a bye. If they lose this, they'll have to go back to an eco round, and I imagine at that point they'll take their final timeout. The guard, of course, just going to be trying to push. Guard, of course, is going to be trying to push through, maintain a dominant lead here.
From C towards B, where we ended up seeing it, and even A to B, so you have to be so careful. And the side of the guard really understanding this and playing.
Skydog comes through, clears some space. Defender Lockdown comes out. And that does actually push the guard back off of some good noise. The guard does bait out that Lockdown. No lurker on A this time, so the guard not going to be able to rotate as easily. Oxy is pushed up as well to watch it. Cascade comes through, the push. Util usage by the guard, and now the guard going to be pushing up into B. Wall comes through. Shazam going to take out Tex. Trent there to trade it off, though. The push has been successfully halted, and now the pivot for the guard as they rotate it over to C. This is that quick rotation I've been talking about. Guard able to take advantage of that. Whippy's still on the site, though. He's locking it down. He's going to find 2 before getting traded off. And as Dapper takes out Jonah, it leaves 1 left alive in Net. Able to trade off Whippy, but then he does get taken out. 3 players off the line for G2 does mean they've halted this progress for the guard, or this momentum for the guard, and it means that G2's eco disadvantage, or sorry, it doesn't mean that G2's eco disadvantage is now gone. Viper's Pit available for Whippy. It looks like now the guard gonna be pushing up through A, through 2A, through A main. Operator on tech's gonna be looking for some damage. We'll see if it finds any. It does. It takes out Dapper. Nice shot there. Quick scope in. It's now gonna be a 5v4 for the guard. G2 gonna have to play down a player, and without that killjoy util to lock down A, you may want to send another player over preemptively, but they also do have to be worried about the possible pivot over to B. Looks like the guard gonna focus and continue to push. Possibly they're committing to this A, although you do see G2 putting one on B. Now, there is a lurk from net all the way over in C long, C main, mound, on mound. So if the pivot does come through over to C, he'll be ready for his team. Guard now going to be pushing down B main, and it looks like they're going to get ready to push into B here. Seekers do come out, and yes, the B push will start. Site's been cleared by Tex. There are still some watching those CT entrances, though. Tex happy to push up and take out Whippy as he's reloading. Now going to be a 5v3. That operator's been passed off to Valen to help play this post plant.
We're low in economy again. Do they have any ways back into this? Oxy still low
now
in health.
a 3v5 for G2, and it looks like they're going to go to save their guns at this point. Net going to meet Oxy. Oxy just going to feed him there, peek his advantage, and now it is a 3v4. But again, still just going to go save their guns is what it looks like from G2. Shazam is spotted. Tech's going to take him out. Wow, Penny going to take out Jonah. So, a little bit of econ, anti-eco from the guard, trying to find some kills. Gonna be denied. Score now gonna be 11-7 as the guard inches closer and closer to a win here on this map and prevent G2 from even thinking about getting a map up in their final series of challengers. Guard's econ in an okay spot, or sorry, G2's econ in an okay spot. They can survive losing there, but they do need to win this or they will have bad econ when the guard is on their 12th round, which is not where they want to be. Viper's Pit available for Whippy. Op shot goes through.
Misses the shot there. Oxy walks away with his life, but also some information. The lean is out towards C, but does Whippy use it, though?
There's a Viper's Pit available for Whippy.
It's kind of far.
Guard getting ready to push into C, doing a little bit of damage, sending some util up. Get ready for this push. I mean, maybe they just wanted the orb, although now it looks like maybe they're trying to commit. Harbor Wall does come through, which does prevent the guard from getting any good vision with that operator on Tex. So the wall does drop, and that operator may re-peek out now, and it may meet Whippy or Oxy. Viper Orb comes up, and now the guard does have to sort of back up here. Meanwhile, the rest of the guard, or sorry, not the rest, but one of the players for the guard in Jonah, lurking up in through a main, spotted by an alarm bot, going to be doing some engagement there. Now it looks like some sound being made, and the guard going to be rotating it over towards B. Very quick rotate here. They're going to be able to get on the site. Spike's going to go down. Orb going to allow Spike to go down. Jonah clearing upper. Not going to find anybody in that entrance, so I'm going to turn their attention. Although some util now being used. His upper is re-cleared by G2, and it's re-cleared by the guard as well. Dapper going to take out Valen. Just traded off by Jonah, though. Looking for another. Going to find it. Shazam now down. And as Texas operator takes out Penny. This round not looking like it's going to go well for G2. Jonah going to take out Oxy, and Jonah also going to take out Whippy. 4 kills for Jonah this round, and now the guard is up 12-7. They are on series point. And G2 gonna have to put up a solid fight here when they have low eco. In fact, none of them gonna be able to afford real guns here, or good guns here, as the econ just not in a good position to do so. They were hoping to win that round, and they didn't. They lost all of their players, no econ save whatsoever. Reckoning available for Penny, but it would just be delaying the inevitable. G2 sending 3 at C, hoping to find a pick. They may be able to. There are 2 there for a little bit of a lurk. Skybird comes through. Oxy going to get spotted as the wall drops right before the Skybird goes through, and then Valen going to shut it down, taking out Shazam and Penny. The push into C's been stopped. In response, G2 sends 2 over to C, and some utils being used by the guard to fake out that it is a C push, while the rest of the guard is now pushing into A. The Seekers come out as well, and now they know it's not an A hold from G2. They know where G2 is now, and they can get this spike down. Well, this time's going to be played beautifully here. You can just see the confusion for G2. Net gonna take out Dapper, and Whippy's now in a 1v5. They know where he is. Reckoning gonna spot him, and that's gonna finish it up for the guard. Another dominant win here on Lotus, and they do not even let a map be gained for G2. Up now 2-0, and that's... oh, okay, that Net's camera is frozen. I was like, why do they look so sad? But yeah, the guard just absolutely dominating that series, and that was the less important series we have for today. There is one more series, and it is going to be a big one. It's going to be Turtle Troop versus Shopify Rebellion, the winner of which, well, if Turtle Troop wins, they qualify. If Shopify wins, they may be able to qualify. It depends on how dominantly they win. Come down to the wire. It's a big series. See who is going to be joining Disguised or Esports and Mad Lions in the bottom 3 spot. But I have run out of things to talk about. I don't really have any predictions for the match, so I'm just going to throw it to a big, long break until the next series begins. I'll be back when the player interviews happen, but for the most part, it is a big, long break, and I'll be back when the next series begins. Have a good one.
That's what he had said. So it doesn't mean they are. It just means that's how he felt coming into today. They were going to potentially be one of the last seeds coming out of just the group stages. But going into playoffs, based on my calculations, if my numbers were right, they weren't going to be that far down. I think they're number 5 or number 6. So it's not like it's all that bad, even though this split doesn't really go their way, because they did so good in split 1 and they did great at the midseason face-off as well, making it all the way into the grand final, losing to M80 in a best of 5 that goes 4 maps. They're in a pretty good position. And honestly, this is guard just capping off what has been an incredible first few splits from guard. Like, the guard is looking to again do what they did last year and showcase that they are one of the premier teams in North America that is kind of knocking on the door of VCT. Tanner, like, this is where they want to be, and it makes perfect sense that this is the performance they put up.
Yeah, I like this look because me and Dryad are talking about it before we kind of got into, I guess, during map 1, where we're like, hey, they're going to experiment. We heard it from Josh RT, maybe giving the guard an out, and if we experiment and lose, it's because we're experimenting. But I like the look of, if you're going to be the team, whether you're M80 or Moist or the guard, whatever the matchup means, whether it means the world or means nothing, if you're meant to beat people, come out and just beat the brakes off of them, right? Give us, as watchers, you know, make us feel that, yes, you are going to win Ascension. So it's nice. A very close first map, but then the second one, the guard clean it up. And again, whatever the stakes are, I think the guard have the right mentality of, we're gonna come out, we're gonna beat anybody, we're gonna try every single game, even if we're just trying things out. And they are looking, I mean, just as we thought at the beginning of split 1 and now moving into playoffs, like a team that is going to contend.
It's unfortunate that this second split looks so rough for G2, simply because coming into it, we were like, okay, early predictions for what this G2 team was going to do, we're dead on. I mean, they do really good in the group stage. They have 1 week where it was a little bit of an off match. I believe that was the game against Turtle Troop where they lost 2-0. They got bodied on Fracture, if you remember correctly. Then they go into the midseason face-off. They look great. Come out of that, and they just look awkward. It just really doesn't seem to click. Now, I will say today they looked much better than they have maybe in previous weeks. They do really push the guard a little bit there, more in map 1 than map 2. But ultimately, like Dryad, this is a sort of disappointing showing coming in from G2. Even if they were already qualified, even if all those statements are true, it's just not what you want to see from a team, because you know, like, and Tanner had kind of touched upon it too, that this is awkward because it sets your team up in this weird mindset coming into playoffs.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. We know that the players have been kind of having fun with it in different ways, whether it is, things that we saw last week, all the way to the things that they're talking about, the things that we heard from Imi, and even the tweets that we actually saw from him, where he was saying, he was just showing all the scores that G2 have gotten, and he's just saying, just like my ranked games for real. And it's things like that where they're having fun with it. They're gonna make it to playoffs, and well, whether that is gonna, maybe this could backfire. Yeah, this is, I think, the conversation, right? Going and not being able to win any of the matches of the second split, is it gonna backfire in different ways? Okay, yeah, you might be saving strats, but you are coming from such a massive loss streak that in the long run it can even affect the mental game, but even the ideas that you have. Because for the map number 2 especially, the guard were just playing around. The mental games were insane. They were always one step ahead, and when you're approaching playoffs, that's not something that you can allow to happen if you're G2.
Yeah, and we heard one of the coaches. Something tells me, for whatever reason, Tanny is in my head, but I would imagine it was Josh RT that mentioned it, saying, we know what G2 are looking like right now, and we kind of, I'm afraid for who has to play them
for the first one,
right? Because we know that they are going to turn it up then.
Yeah, the intensity is definitely going to increase, but that does close things out here for our second series on the day. We've got one more coming up, but before that, we're going to throw things to our post-series highlights and then the post-match interview. Stay tuned.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Hang it up.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds. Hey. One enemy remaining.
Every day I work hard trying to prove myself. I know I'm worthy, don't rely on no one else. You're gonna see me fly. I'm gonna do it right. Ooh, I got it in my sights. Ooh, I'm gonna get my dreams this time. I can't live without it. I'm not giving up this time. Oh, I'm not giving up. Ooh, give it all I got. Ooh, don't you ever stop. Just you keep on, keep on, keep on. Just you keep on. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it on. Manifest this year, your new anthem. Yeah, you gotta keep it going. Stay on the path that you've always chosen. I know that you got the power in you. Believe in yourself, cause you know that it's true. Repeat the same words loud every day. I'm a boss, I was born to slay. I'm not giving up. Ooh, give it all I got. Ooh, don't you ever stop. Just you keep on, keep on, keep on. Just you keep on.
We broke the Tanner Dryad curse, as typically they would force us into map 3 across every series that they did commentary on, but that's not going to be the case today. We get 2 O's in our first 2 series of the day, and the second series here is going to be the one that puts the guard up over G2 in a strong second map as well, coming in from the guard, which means it's time for the post-match interview with a member of the guard, and I am always pleased to be joined by Valen here on the desk for the post-match interview. Congratulations on yet another win.
Thank you, Bach. I appreciate it.
Coming into Split 2, you guys had already qualified for playoffs, so it definitely seems from the outside it helps take the pressure off. But what was the team mentality like coming into the Split and even coming into this final week when you knew you guys were already guaranteed playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, regardless that we're locked in for playoffs, we always like to practice just as hard and play just as hard because, you know, no one likes to lose at the end of the day. But not only that, we know that we still have a lot of preparation to do in order to be the best team in playoffs and eventually, hopefully, the LAN at the end of the year. Or end of the season rather. So, you know, we're treating every match, every day, every week the same, just like Split 1. There's no, you know, foot on the gas the whole time. And we're just trying to get better.
You know, that's actually an interesting point. You say you have some work to be done before you make it to playoffs, making yourselves the #1 team in the region, making it through Ascension, qualifying for VCT next year, all of those things. You're in an interesting position because you guys have played a lot of the teams that are also already qualified. You've played M80, you've played Moist, you've played Oxygen, you've played G2, you've played TSM. Those are teams that are guaranteed to be joining you. And you've also played FaZe, who I believe is on the bubble. You're in a pretty good position where you've played a lot of the competition that's going to be making it into playoffs. You feel like that gives you a bit of an edge because you kind of know what to expect from these teams?
I would say, yeah, it definitely gives us an edge because we know how they play, but I would say it's the same for them because they played us, you know, so they kind of know how we like to play. I would say one of our strengths as a team is our macro on like the attack side, especially. So when teams get to experience against that, they kind of understand like our pace and how we like to play rounds. Yeah, sorry, I'm getting distracted.
No,
by my
you're
team.
good. They're allowed to be
having fun. But yeah, as I was saying, like I would say as equal beneficial as it is for us, it is beneficial for them just because they get to experience how we play. And then, you know, obviously we get to just watch their VODs and learn more. So yeah, I wouldn't say too much of an advantage.
I kind of wonder if that's why we also, until today, hadn't seen you guys play Ascent. In Split 1, we saw you guys play a lot of it, and you played it as well at MSF, but until today, you hadn't played Ascent at all here in the second split. Is that why you were kind of realized, like, hey, the jig is up?
Yeah, I mean, Ascent, like, we didn't play it for a while, and today we got to show our new comp off, so that's kind of why, like, we were prepping something new, and it took a while, so you guys got to see what it was like today. I would say that's why we didn't play for like Ascent for a while, but yeah, I mean, our map pool is pretty strong, so we just ban like whatever the other team is best at, we just ban that and play whatever we want. Lotus has been one of our strongest maps, so we felt no need to play Ascent. It's kind of weird to just felt like it just happened that we never played Ascent, but we had something cooked up, so we were ready.
You know, you talk about your new comp on Ascent. We saw you guys as well, one of the first teams to introduce Harbor as a mainstay on the Lotus pick. What is it, or how does it work when you guys are like, okay, this is this new comp that we're going to try? How does that decision process go on? Who makes the call, and how do you theory craft what comp is going to work best for you guys?
I would say like the initial phase is Josh RT. Like he comes to practice and he like introduces a new comp or brings some ideas, and I kind of supplement him. So I'll watch a lot of VODs or on that comp, and I'll bring my own ideas because we like to kind of take what like the best teams do with that new comp, because obviously there's inspiration on every new comp, right? And then we add our own flair to it, how we like to call defense, and we just try to like mix the team we took it from and mix our own flair and just make something special. And it's a lot of trial and error. Sometimes we make comps and it doesn't work out. And that's fine because if a team ends up playing what we tried, we understand like how it works. So that's kind of a benefit whenever you try new things. And it's just whatever feels right. You know, sometimes you play a scrim on a comp and we start frying in scrim 1 and I'm like, yo, this is it. And we just roll with it. But yeah, so to wrap it all up, Josh RT comes to practice with the comps and we just trust him.
You guys feel like you've been more adaptive and flexible with your roles and your comps this year than maybe as compared to last year?
Yeah, I would say this year we're definitely more flexible. Last year we were kind of inexperienced and had some like struggles adapting to metas, and like picking up chamber was a huge struggle for us last year, even though that agent was broken. So we were definitely like on the back foot the whole year. But I would say this time around, the players are much more experienced. Our agent pool has widened, and that allows us to be able to play new comps.
So this last question, this one comes to you from the fan zone. If you guys are watching at home, you can join the fan zone as well. It's pks.gg/fanzone. This one's from Skatelin. Which agent is each person on the team most similar to?
Oh wow. Okay, I have to think about this.
Yeah, it's an interesting one.
I would say Jonah P is like Viper. He's just, I don't know, Viper gives me like low key, chill, doesn't do too much. You know what I mean?
He's giving you so much side eye right now.
Jonah P is kind of like Viper. You know, he's very chill. Just does his thing, not too much, not too flary. I would say Tex is like Jet, honestly, and he plays Jet just because he's, I don't know, he's big personality, pretty loud like Jet, you know, when she's popping off. I would say Trent. Oh my god, I gotta think, yo, who's like a goofball in the game? I don't know. I'm just gonna say Trent is like Reyna. I don't know. He just seems like very like he's kind of like mad sometimes, and then he's kind of funny. I don't know. I just gotta give him Reyna for that. And then Net is like Breach. Net is like Breach. He's very like, works very hard. He's very stern. You know what I mean? He's I don't know. That was a tough question, Bach. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm just gonna say Breach and Reyna for the last two.
What about you though? What about you? What would you be?
I'm Brimstone for sure.
Brimstone? Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
All right, well, I know it's a weird question, but I appreciate you putting in the effort. Always a pleasure to talk. Congratulations on the win. Best of luck with playoffs.
Thank you so much, and shout out to all the fans. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for all the support throughout the first two splits. Hopefully we'll close it out in the playoffs for you guys.
All right, well, that does wrap things up for us here on our first match, or our second match of the day. Excuse me, I'm thinking 2 matches in a day, but we got 3. We got one more for you, and this one gets real spicy, as it's Shopify and Turtle Troop both fighting for their chances in playoffs, and there might even be an outcome where they both get to go. We'll see if that ends up being the case after the break.
Yeah, so really quickly before I throw it to another break, like you said, there's a chance that both Turtle Troop and Shopify can qualify. But how? What? I thought it was whoever wins gets to qualify, and that is true to an extent. If Turtle Troop wins, they qualify and Shopify doesn't. If Shopify wins, there's some asterisks next to that. If Shopify 2-0s Turtle Troop, then if Turtle Troop's round differential is worse than FaZe Clan's, then Turtle Troop will be disqualified. So if Shopify 2-0s Turtle Troop, then FaZe Clan qualifies and Turtle Troop is out. If Shopify wins, but it's a 2-1, then both of these teams will qualify. Both Turtle Troop and Shopify qualify, and FaZe Clan is disqualifying. So there is a world in which FaZe Clan can qualify. That would be, or sorry, there's a world in which both Shopify and Turtle Troop can qualify. It's if Shopify wins in a 2-1. So FaZe Clan is watching this game because this game is big for them. Because if Turtle Troop wins, FaZe Clan qualifies. If Shopify wins but it's a 2-0, FaZe Clan has a good chance of qualifying. If Shopify wins but it's a 2-1, FaZe Clan does not qualify. There's a lot of little asterisks next to it. But yeah, that's sort of to look forward to. You can go ahead and refresh, and you'll look at the final standings for Group B. Pretty, you know, pretty cool stuff. G2 has gone 0 for 5. Moist Moguls has gone 5 for 0. It's actually mirrored here, so 1-4 and then 4-1, 3-2 and then 2-3. A little bit of cool play there, but yeah, we've got one of each, literally one of each outcome: a 5-0, a 4-1, a 3-2, a 2-3, a 1-4, and a 0-5. That worked out beautifully. But anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and throw it to another break. It's gonna be a long one, I imagine, because they're gonna switch out casters and such, and then we'll be back for the guard. Or not for the guard, for Shopify versus Turtle Troop, where it's a lot riding on it. And there will be a lot to see because it's still down to the wire as far as who is going to be qualifying for playoffs when it comes to FaZe Clan, Shopify, and Turtle Troop. We'll see you then after the break. Have a good one.
want to ask your favorite player a question after their match? Forget their in-game settings? The fan zone encompasses fan banners, a player settings channel, and a lot more. Here's how you can join to gain access to interact with fellow fans, cheer on your favorite team. Firstly, join the Discord at pks.gg/discord. Select NA Challengers Fan Zone. Pick your favorite team from the drop-down menu. And don't forget to show off that banner in Discord and on your socials. And that's it. You're in. You can now interact with fellow fans, ask player questions, and rep your team properly.
And we are back and ready to jump into what will be our final series of Split 2. And this one is a doozy, boys. We've got Shopify Rebellion versus Turtle Troop. They are duking it out to see who makes it to playoffs. With a little weird caveat, as we are trying to crunch the numbers, but we're too dumb to figure it out. I am pretty sure there's a situation where both teams make it, even if the outcome results in a loss for either team. I forget, there's so many scenarios that I played through, so many virtualizations of what could happen. Ultimately, Shopify wants to win. That is their goal. But I think if Shopify wins, Turtle Troop can still make it. It's a lot, Sully.
Yeah, I'm gonna be completely honest. Like, the best way I can like tell everyone is literally just win. Like, it doesn't matter what the score is. There's so many variables. I'm sure everyone has seen the Knights graphic. There's like one instance where you see on this graphic where if Shopify win, but it's a 3-mapper, Turtle Troop still qualify. There's so much at play, but I think the baseline is just win today and just pray that you qualify.
Yeah, but there's a little thing there in the graphic at the very bottom. Don't ignore the score. TTR, if they win a single map, they are the ones that move on. Shopify is eliminated. So after map 1, this whole series could actually be over.
Yeah, this is just really an interesting set of circumstances that we find ourselves in. Shopify Rebellion holds their fate in their hands, and we've seen this before with teams like Shopify, where they come into the final day and everything is on them. They have to be the one that wins. You can see the roster here as you take a look. Remember, Vanity being the most recent addition, but joining the core of B-Dogmata and Moose, who were on this team last year. Vic, who joined coming into the year as well. I mean, on paper, this team, it's not a bad team. This is a pretty decent roster. Just hasn't quite clicked.
Absolutely. This is a team that I think when we looked at Split 1, we expected a lot more from these guys. And then in Split 2, they bring on Vanity, who I think has been the crux of this team as of late. Like, we got a couple of words from them, I think, like 2 weeks ago. It was Vic talking about, Vanity. He's this natural leader that brought this structure to this team. In my opinion, he is kind of the savior of Shopify.
Bro,
like, he's dug them out
like
of a pit. They were in a position
okay,
before
so
where they weren't.
I think they may have been right about that. I may have been wrong, but I don't think FaZe can. I thought FaZe could be disqualified. I think there was a world in which both Turtle Troop and Shopify qualified. I'm not sure. I mean, obviously there'll be more clarity. Oh, I actually obviously there will be more clarity after we actually see the results, but like they said, if Turtle Troop just gets a single map, they do qualify for playoffs. And it's just down to the tiny minute details of will Shopify be able to qualify when we're comparing their results against FaZe Clan, because I do think I was right, because of how on the bubble everybody is. Oh, you can see we've already placed a few of these teams here. This guy's going to be in 12th, the G2 going to be in 11th, 10th, 9th. So at this point, we're just trying to figure out. Wait, what?
He for sure was going to get poached.
Oh, wait, no, sorry. This. Sorry, I thought this was like, wait a minute. So we already know who's qualifying, but no. This is just for Split 2. This is not the overall circuit points. But yeah, I believe I'm not entirely sure. I think FaZe can still be disqualified from playoffs if Turtle Troop get only a map up. Or sorry, if Turtle Troop get a map up, but Shopify still wins. I think Shopify disqualifies and FaZe qualify. Or sorry, no. I think FaZe may have a chance of being disqualified. I don't know exactly. I'm not entirely sure. Again, I don't have the spreadsheet in front of me, but the fact that they didn't say that it's still possible for FaZe to be disqualified does make me think that maybe I was wrong, because I feel like the analysts over there who have been tracking this would have a little bit more clarity on that potentially. But let's go ahead and take a listen on what they have to say about Shopify, because this match is going to be fierce. What are my predictions is probably a question you might have for me, and I said I don't have one. I really don't. Turtle Troop is a team which has been doing so well, surprisingly well, I would say. They beat Oxygen Esports, who is probably top 4 right now, just if you were looking at just Split 2. I mean, they literally will probably be 4th place. Turtle Troop also beat Disguise, not a tough opponent. They also beat TSM. If we go and just look at Split 1, they beat G2 and Moist Moguls. These are two teams. Well, G2 went on to be 2nd place in Grand Finals. Now they're not looking that strong, but they were pretty strong. They're definitely past their prime now. But Moist Moguls now looking like one of the #1, if not the #1 team in Challengers. So you can see this sort of like, you know, this sort of a very, very powerful roster of Turtle Troop. Then you go over and you look at Shopify, and they've definitely had a much rockier sort of start, especially in Split 1. I mean, you look at this, they didn't win a single series in Split 1, except for their first one against Turtle Troop, which now we're getting sort of like a long-lost rematch. Then coming into the mid-season face-off, which, sorry, they didn't qualify for the mid-season face-off, neither of these teams did. Then when you come into Split 2, they lost to TSM, but then they pull up a win against Disguise, and then they beat M80. Then they take an 0-2 loss for Oxygen. So this is a very rocky sort of start here. Turtle Troop has looked pretty much the same since the open qualifiers, since Split 1. Turtle Troop has looked pretty much the same, pretty consistent with their playstyle. And Shopify has definitely seen a little bit of improvement coming into Split 2, but we've also seen them look a little bit weak. So it is really just a toss-up. Will Shopify be on their A game today, or will Turtle Troop just be able to play that same consistency we would expect from them, shut down Shopify and not give them hope clutching out a win here?
This is one of the teams that came in from the open qualifiers. We saw a few teams like that came through from the open qualifiers and managed to find success. We already watched one of them play earlier today, looking specifically at Moist, who has easily been the most impressive team in this region, given the fact that they came in as an unsigned team and are now leaving as one of the favorites. But this is what you were talking about, Sully. Like, this is the juggle that Turtle Troop has gone through.
Yeah, this is crazy, because I mean, a lot of people remember like the roster that ran through the open qualifiers, Okeanos and Harmful, both of them looking exceptional. But it was, you know, in Split 1 where they began to struggle, they made major changes. They brought out a new IGL that didn't take from the former Nature, or I forget what the Stewie 2K lineup was, and Mummy basically out of retirement, and they made unbelievable strides to put themselves in a position where they could qualify for the mid-season face-off. And then we go into the off-season. Mummy and Tig leave, two of their key players that brought them all that success during Split 1 and the mid-season face, or not the mid-season face-off, just Split 1. And they bring on Dazzle and Rossi, two players that were cut from their original lineups due to poor performances. And again, somehow, some way, they're fighting for a spot in playoffs. That roster graphic, by the way, excludes like 4 coaches going in and out, like 2 different analysts coming in and out. Like, they've been through an unbelievable amount, and that's why I continue to like sing the praises of this team. They are my team to watch, and you know, I love watching them. Just the resilience that this roster has.
That was actually where my mind was at, was the coaches, because they even just added a new head coach like a week ago. So it kind of illustrates just like how volatile things have been. And we talk about coaches. It's been a coach kind of week. We had a chance to sit down with the coaches of both teams to talk about the match. Let's take a look.
Especially in Split 2, it's we've definitely learned like just better team play overall, and in general, I think just like playing off our intuition a lot. Last season, that was a really big struggle for us, is just being confident in our own plays as players, and that's something Vanity's come in and helped a lot. And it's something we've also realized like a lot, especially after that first TSM loss. We had a team talk after the game, and we kind of just talked about how we need to be playing like with just absolutely no hesitation, just full confidence. Otherwise, these games aren't going to be winnable at all. So I'd say that's probably the biggest thing we've learned. Vanity's more free-flowing, and we really only need like a few set things per map. So my life is actually like much easier now than it was with Dazzle, and that's not a knock at Dazzle. Dazzle was a great IGL. It was just kind of like things kind of ran its course over like a year and a half, and we kind of just like we stayed at the same level that we were trying to break through the entire time. So we kind of felt like we just needed like one final push. Vic and I have had like a lot of talks week by week, just kind of talking about like how he needs to play with full confidence and how like he needs to just abuse his mechanics, because he seriously has some of the best mechanics I've ever seen in any esport, other than like at the very, very top level. Like he has just the most unreal mechanics I've ever seen, and he's an incredibly smart kid. I think we're still very confident playing Turtle Troop, especially playing our old IGL Will. We kind of have an idea of how he's going to call on T side, and
yeah,
kind of have a good idea on how to play him. Kind of know how he's gonna like prepare for the games and stuff like that as well. We're very confident about the matchup. They've gotten a lot better, especially. I mean, not only as a team but individually. I've always been kind of a fan of Governor, and I think he's a really good player. And he's gotten a lot better as the season's gone on, and obviously Adder's kind of come out of nowhere in the Sentinel role, and he's had a lot of impact for them. And Rossi's been a great pickup. So it's definitely going to be no walk in the park, but I'm still really confident we can do it, and we can beat them. I really think it just comes down to, once again, just playing our own game. Like, we don't, at the end of the day, we should be the better team than them, and we should play like we're the better team than them. We should have the better prep, we should have the better game plan, we should have the better skill. Like, all of these things should come in a factor, and I think it should just favor us. As long as we don't get too cocky and too confident. And yeah, I really think we just can't let Governor get going, and I think winning the veto will be something too. That'll be pretty important. We know what maps Dazzle's comfortable calling on, and we know obviously what maps they're good on. To our 10 fans, thank you for all the support. We'll continue making y'all proud,
To our
and we'll
10
make this deep
fans.
run if we beat Turtle Troop.
Ooh.
Oh, I was muted. I muted myself. The one time I mute myself, man, I'm usually really good with that, but I muted myself because I sneezed and I made that mistake. Whoops. Anyway, Mac, confident. And what I was saying is that's kind of just Mac's brand. Anyone who knows Max knows this dude is never going to come in feeling like the underdog. He always feels confident in his team's capabilities. And it's no surprise to say he feels like he could easily best this team. But I don't think it's as easy as he maybe might paint it to be. I think the map pool maybe gives them a little bit of a leg up, but maybe.
Only maybe. We already start off, though. Turtle Troop, a great pick considering the result that we actually saw from Shopify last
and like
week.
they talked about, if Turtle Troop just gets one single map up, they qualify for playoffs. That's it. They qualify for playoffs. Okay. So all that Turtle Troop has to do is win one map, and that's it. It doesn't matter how the rest of the series plays out. It's just, if you win that map pick, Turtle Troop, or if Turtle Troop just wins one map, they qualify for playoffs. And that's it. It's that simple. Shopify in a position where they need to 2-0 here in order to qualify. They need to destroy Turtle Troop. I don't know if they'll be able to. Turtle Troop is a really tough opponent.
Poor performances from a handful of their players. Vic obviously still a standout guy, but it's going to take a collective effort, I feel like, from this team to win a map that, you know, they're not exactly the most comfortable on. It's not one that they pick too often, and it's also just, you know, a much more comfortable map for Turtle Troops.
I think that Turtle Troop in general is just a team that is trending upwards. They look really good. And I guess I give that to Shopify when you compare it to maybe their split one. But I still feel like this team kind of under-delivered. I was hoping for so much more from this Shopify roster.
Yeah.
And sure, we can praise them for the fact that they tried to turn things around pretty rapidly. But we saw some other teams really rebound off of roster changes really, really quickly. 100%. Some more so than others. So I'm just looking at this, I'm like, if anything, Shopify made an upgrade. So it should have been a much more noticeable change and improvement. Yes, give it time. But it just feels like it took too long for it to gel, and it might have cost them.
Yeah, I think the hard truth is that, like, this is a they should have never been in a position where they're playing one more game to decide if they're in playoffs. Like, you got to remember the legacy of this team, of this organization, and what they've done in both Game Changers and the VCT circuit with their male team. It's like, I mean, they're such a notable team. Like, this core 4 that we had, or that core 3 we had way before, they've done so much, and for them to be in this position, it's heartbreaking, but it's also like, thank God they've turned it around.
Well, now we get to take
All right,
a
let's
look
get
at
into it. And like I said, if Turtle Troop just wins one map, they qualify for playoffs. That is it. That is the win condition for Turtle Troop. So as soon as we see the result of this map, it may just be over. That's it. I mean, obviously they're going to play the whole series out, but it should be noted, Shopify needs to absolutely destroy Turtle Troop if they want to qualify. As the animation plays a little bit weirdly here. So this is a big map for Turtle Troop because this is their map pick. If they don't win this, they are at risk of not qualifying for playoffs. They need this map. Let's go and take a look at the Asian select. Vanity versus Rossi. Sorry, what? Vanity and Rossi both going to be on Sky. Adder and Moose both going to be on Viper. Weeded and Vic are both going to be on Brim. Dazzle and Mata both going to be on Raze. And a little bit of an untraditional pick. Governor going to be on Chamber. B-Dog going to be on Jet. So we're seeing this Chamber come out from Governor. Of course, Chamber's been nerfed because of the price of those bullets in the Headhunter just not being worth it, as well as now needing range in order to use the alarm bot. Like, it's not really worth it, and that's why a lot of teams choose not to use Chamber these days and would rather use a player like Jet. But we'll see if Governor can change the meta up here, bring Chamber back. We'll see if Governor can give us a little bit of a breath of fresh air with Chamber back in the meta, or will this just be a rollover performance here? We'll have to wait and see. Again, Turtle Troop picks this map, so clearly they feel somewhat confident on it, going for a Chamber here. Will be interesting to see if Bind is their map when they've got Chamber in their picks. We'll see. In their agent pool. Shopify is starting on the offense. Now, Bind is a little bit defense-sided, although the new changes can kind of make it a little bit more in the favor of offense, so it can be a little bit more even. But for the most part, it is still defense-sided because of those choke points in those entrances onto the site. We're seeing a pretty common Viper wall that I think we're going to see more and more often. That defensive Viper wall that goes all the way through the B teleporter and then blocks off showers. Fairly common.
That's exactly that.
Shopify's waiting for Turtle Troop to push into them, and Moose gonna be waiting. Rossi, of course, gonna push right into his crosshair, and now it's down to Dazzle. Still pushed up from short. Looking for more. Headhunter on Governor, looking for a pick. It's gonna find one. Can it find any more? He keeps away. Dazzle still on the flank, never caught by Shopify. Gonna be able to take out Mata. Now Governor's getting rushed down. May still be able to find a pick. No, not quite. Vanity gonna take Governor out. With those shots being so expensive, you can tell Governor was hesitant to use them. Dazzle gonna take out Moose. A little bit of a one-way, actually, for the side of Shopify, but it did not matter there. 2v3 now for Shopify to play this close. Plant Spike is down. But again, player disadvantage here. Dazzle gonna peek. Vanity spotted. There's quite a bit of damage, and now he's getting pushed. Dazzle gonna take Vanity out. It's now 1v3 for Vic. We will see how this goes. Spike's going to get tapped here pretty soon. Force Vic to peek out, and yeah, Adder gonna finish him off. This round does go to Turtle Troop. Good way for them to start off their map. Get that pistol round. And we already saw Governor find use for that Headhunter, although did not. I doubt it's going to do very much. Much more. Again, it's an expensive agent Chamber now with these changes, and it's difficult to use well. So,
I think they had a good read in this round as to the aggression that Turtle Troops wanted, but this slight,
we'll see. We will see how this does end up shaping up. Good round for Dazzle. 3 kills this round. Way to clean it up. And already we saw a little bit of good smart play from Shopify to play back or play very patiently, waiting for Turtle Troop to push into them. Is a good read that's what Turtle Troop would do. Of course, the round does not work out in their favor, but that was a good call for the initial start of the round. Same sort of Viper wall. Actually, no, sorry. Not the Viper wall that clears both B long and into A. Different Viper wall, but it's still going to push back that push through showers. Meanwhile, Governor going to lock down that push through short, able to get a pick, And it actually looks like Shopify is forced to buy here, hoping to secure a win.
Wants to go right into the smoke.
Which does mean they're going to have some good guns to try and get a win here. If they don't, their econ will be very, very bad to start off this half. And we will see a very untraditional sort of play in the econ. Ooh, Moose going to take out Weeded. Mata going to jump onto Governor with that stinger. Also going to be able to use that Guardian to find a pick. Additional pick. Now Vanity going to get the spike down. It is planted for CT. Mata very low on HP. Down to 10 HP. But he does have that Guardian to do some real damage with it. Vandal in the hands of Dazzle, looking to do some damage himself. He knows where the spike is planted for and would like to peek out into CT. Try and clear it. Rossi does find the pick on a Moose. And he peeks Heaven. Vanity takes out Rossi as Mata takes out Dazzle. Dazzle peeking Heaven. Expecting someone maybe to be looking there, and he does see someone, so he gets a little preoccupied. That does allow Mata to find the pick with the Guardian. Shopify's force buy round does convert into a win, and they're able to pick up some guns as well, so the econ boost is going to start off with a good Shopify. Meanwhile, Turtle Troop now going to have to be on an eco round after losing their force buy round. This will be a bonus round for Shopify, eco round for Turtle Troop, and actually, it looks like Shopify is spending a little bit of money on this round, but still going to be a little bit of a bonus round, and, you know, it shouldn't matter. It's not like they're going to lose this round, most likely.
Went by so fast. Still TTR. They have to adjust their defensive hold a little bit.
Shopify going to start pushing out into A.
Currently over towards this B side. Shopify are in no rush.
No rush whatsoever. And the key for Shopify here is having a strong attacking side.
And at least they're just holding this. They're hoping Turtle Troop will push into them. Turtle Troop did have a 4-player stack on B, reading a B push. That's not where Shopify is going, at least not yet. So this is a misplaced push. It is down to just Governor, Chamber, and a little bit of a non-traditional agent here, trying to lock down A site. Headhunter looking for a head. Scopes in, not going to find the pick. B-Dog going to take Governor out. It's now going to be a 4v5 here for Turtle Troop. If they did misplace that B-hold, going to be taking TP. Moose going to be the first to see it. Dazzle going to take out Moose. It's a free gun there. Now Turtle Troop going to be able to pick up that gun. And going to have to start this retake. This is a 4v4. Player count going to even out. Vanity going to be taken out. Well, Vic, though, going to take out Adder and Dazzle, and Mata gets the jump on to the remaining Turtle Troop players who are pushing out through showers, who did not clear Mata out. They just assume nobody else is on top of that box. And yeah, this round does go to Shopify. Now Turtle Troop going to be back on a buy, or not back on a buy. They're going to be on their first buy. That bonus round for Shopify did turn into a win, as the econ was low for Turtle Troop. Now Shopify going to be taking a buy. Only player without a good gun. Looks like it's going to be Vic with a Guardian, but it will be a buy versus a buy for the most part. Seekers available for Shopify. Showstopper available for Turtle Troop. And we will see how this does continue to shape up, as Shopify going to be pushing it down B long. B-Dog pushing down B long. Spike's been left in cave, so they are playing default right now. This is a, you know, you see this a lot on Bind, where you see this sort of slow and methodical play. But typically, you don't see it like this, where you've got the spike so far away from any of these sites. Usually, you'll see it in A lobby or B lobby, but here it's just nowhere near those sites.
At this point, it's the same strategy that we ended up seeing in the pistol. Shopify are waiting for TTR to bite.
I like this, showing presence as well now on the A side in just the form of a flash, cutting off a lot of vision with
Showstopper available for Dazzle. Available for Dazzle.
Have caused Turtle Troops to play a little bit blind here. They don't really
And now that spike has been picked up, it looks like Shopify going to be taking the spike towards B. Though still no definite push. With 40 seconds left, Shopify will have to start doing something. Sharper Mollies do come through. Concussion going to push that hold on Hookah back. Now some sound made by B-Dog and Vic, making some sound from long. And now the TP is taken, and the push into A site has started. Showstopper comes out. Won't find anything, but Governor does take B-Dog out. Mata gonna rush in and take out Governor for a trade. Also gonna be able to take out Adder. Rossi gonna trade it off. And then Rossi also gonna take out Vic, which now means the player advantage in the hands of Turtle Troop. Spike is down though, so it's up to Turtle Troop to retake the site. We will see if they are able to.
Locked into U-Haul at the moment. TTR, they do get the first bit of information. They don't know about Moose though just yet.
We did.
Out in the open. He makes some
Looked like he was gonna clear U-Haul, but he decided to back up off of it. Ooh, Viper Wall goes up. Try and allow Moose to get off. Definitely hoping that while the spike is being held, they can drop the wall. Don't need to though. Moose gonna take out Weeded and Ronston. Vanity gonna take out Dazzle. Very coordinated 2v3 clutch there for Shopify, and that momentum is gonna continue here while Turtle Troop gonna be left in the dust, having to reclaim or recoup themselves to prepare. They have not been doing well in these rounds. Now again, I'll remind you, if Turtle Troop gets a single map up in this series, then they qualify for playoffs. It's that easy. Showstopper available for Mata. Seekers available for Rossi.
Maybe not Dazzle.
Still, this is true for the previous round as well. Oh, no, this is not true. I believe it was the other way around, where Vanity had Seekers and then Dazzle had a Showstopper, something like that. Governor 1 whole point away from his operator. It's taken out. Now he has it up, but he's dead. B-Dog finds that kill. Once again, a very quiet and patient play here from Shopify, but they do find a pick.
Again, it works out. They do
it's like now they're going to slowly push in through a short onto site. Rossi gets spotted, taken out by B-Dog. Moose watching flank right now, and Adder walks right into him. Now it's a 2v5 for Turtle Troop. Both of these players in showers. Going to get taken out by B-Dog. 4 kills for B-Dog this round, and lock it down. Now it is an eco round from Turtle Troop, but, you know, getting flawless is not really what was on the table for them or what they would want to do. Tour de Force available for Shopify. Tour de Force. Tour de Force available for, not Shopify, for Turtle Troop. Does mean a free operator, but Turtle Troop definitely been struggling to try and figure out how they want to play these rounds. So taking a timeout here. Again, no mystery why. There's a lot that they have to work through here. They've been struggling to find these rounds.
And it triggers a response from Turtle Troops. And Shopify having players spread out and players that are individually spectacular, they can respond and deal with that kind of re-aggression from Turtle Troops as they look to take back parts of the map.
Yeah, and
when if you look at Turtle Troop,
a lot of teams and challengers.
I can see them talking a lot. Actually, they definitely are bringing a lot of good ideas to the table. Trying to figure out how they want to play this. We haven't really seen that chamber find very much value.
They are trying to get a contact where they are trying to bait for a rotation. Shopify, they're not.
It should be pointed out, neither of these teams have a Sentinel, other than of course Governor being on chamber, but that doesn't really count. 2 ults for Turtle Troop again. That Tour de Force, but also Tour de Force, but also Seekers. And then over on Shopify Rebellion, they've got Blade Storm, Viper's Pit, and Showstopper. So 3 ults for Shopify, 2 for Turtle Troop. I imagine we're going to see this Tour de Force come out, and we are. Question is, will it find any value? Vanity gonna send that dog through Hookah, and the clearing of Hookah gonna start. Tour de Force not gonna find anything, and Mata gonna take out Rossi as well. Adder gonna be able to take out B-Dog. Also gonna take out Vic and Moose. Vanity finally trading it off, but at this point, player advantage gained by Turtle Troop. Governor waiting for this this smoke to go down to pull out the Tour de Force. And he will find a pick with it. Wobbing pick onto Mata. Vanity gonna take out Weeded. It was a 1v3, now it's a 1v2. Very winnable. Skybird misses, and Dazzle just gonna shoot him through the smoke. Tour de Force not even really gonna be that useful this round, as it only finds 1 pick, but still does find some value. Again, this chamber not looking like it's really gonna take the place of maybe a Jet would, but it is still finding some value here for Governor. That is the second round now that Turtle Troop has taken. They've stopped the win streak for Shopify. Now, will that momentum carry through is the question, and we do see Governor able to pick up an operator off of it being able to save so much econ in the previous round, having used his ultimate ability. Orbital Strike and a Viper's Pit for both of these teams. We'll see if these ults come out. These are actually really useful ults for both of these teams to have. Maybe the Viper's Pit less so for Turtle Troop, but the Orbital Strike definitely. We'll see how these are played. Looks like the Viper's Pit is going to be used in B long. Not quite go into TP. I wonder, could you send it in through TP with the Viper's Pit? I don't know.
Definitely trying to see if anyone was trying to fight for ore, but
Shopify doing another really patient play, not pushing too aggressively because they did get punished for that in the previous round. Though they do have Moose pretty deep into A through short, but he will be cleared out by the dog from Rossi. Orbital Strike also available. Ooh, Moose is caught. Rossi happy to take advantage of his exposed position. Takes Moose out. Now it's a 5v4 for Turtle Troop. B-Dog with an operator. Could be pushing in to A through showers, while the rest of Shopify is now coming in through short. We did going to be the first to see them. B-Dog's been smoked off. Ooh, peeking out from U-Haul. Rossi only going to find one, but one is enough as you are up a player. Turtle Troop is up a player. They don't need to be gaining a whole lot of kills here. What on earth did we did? And Dazzle each find a pick, but then B-Dog pushing through showers gets a collateral kill on those two players, and now nobody else is on A. It is a 1v2 for B-Dog. He's able to pick up a gun. It was a 1v4 though. He no-scoped a collateral operator shot. I mean, what on earth? What on earth?
He hasn't peeked at all. He's not gonna give up a peek.
Governor with the operator just gonna be too powerful. B-Dog threatens the plant, peeks out, and he gets taken out. Score not going to be 3-4, and it looks like Turtle Troop may be starting to carry some momentum here as they've gotten a few wins. The econ for Shopify is still not going to be degraded enough for Turtle Troop to be in a good spot quite yet. So momentum still not quite gained by Turtle Troop, and their econ's not super stable. They've been losing the majority of their players on these round wins. So econ really hasn't been allowed to get stable. There's definitely a chance, though, that it does. See Governor going to push out with his op, followed by two of his teammates, likely there in case he does die, so that way they can trade him off and help him get away. He's not going to push out. Governor going to get spotted. Mata peeked out through Sands and was ready to find a pick, but Rossi there to defend Governor and find the pick. Now Governor's going to turn his attention towards long, where he's going to find the pick onto B-Dog. And now that is a two-player advantage that Turtle Troop has. Vic is spotted by Skydog as well. And now Shopify just going to back up and start an A push. There are two watching A for Shopify, or sorry, for Turtle Troop, although they are not on site. Dazzle in Heaven just peeking out. Checking short. He's leaving his showers exposed. Moose has actually managed to get past his line of sight through short, and actually his sight's been given to Shopify. They're going to be able to get the spike down. Orbital Strike does come out, which does stop the plant. Although I think this plant could have gone down and he probably could have gotten away, but just playing it safe. Seekers do come out. Rossi shooting through the Seekers, going to take out Moose. Vic going to take out Rossi. Vanity takes out Weeded. Dazzle going to take out Vic for a trade. Vanity going to take out Dazzle. Trade's coming through, but it is now a 1v2 for Vanity. That two-player advantage that Turtle Troop had right off the bat. Not quite closed up that gap yet. And still, that spike not down for Vanity. Going to be peeking Adder. Adder going to take Vanity out. This round does go to Turtle Troop. And now they've tied it up. They've stopped the momentum for Shopify. Gained some good momentum of their own. Although still, these rounds are still expensive for Turtle Troop. Again, losing the majority of their players. But if Turtle Troop can continue to move this momentum in their favor, as soon as Shopify has to take a save round, that should be a good opportunity for Turtle Troop to gain that econ stability back in their favor. There is a Viper's Pit and an Orbital Strike available for Shopify. Turtle Troop has a Showstopper and Seekers. It does seem like this this chamber is finding some use, is finding some of what he was looking for in his usefulness. Governor's cleared out by Skydog. They do decide to just, yeah, well, let's just not peek long. Probably just shoot us and TP away. So they turn their attention towards Hookah. Governor's still watching long, hoping to find a pick. The jump peek out comes from Vanity. And yeah, they're just going to make the call. Let's not peek that. We don't need to. It looks like maybe they're going to smoke it off. Looks like Shopify does still want to push this. Yeah, they are. They're going to shoot at Governor. Governor's not going to get taken out, though.
Back here for Shopify and towards Zika. The Turtle Troops again doing such a good job of denying Shopify this info.
Looks like Shopify going to be pushing up long.
The ball is in their half of the court here for Turtle
It does look like they still want to commit to B. Despite such heavy pushback. I guess they have gotten a lot of util out. Governor not quite going to be flashed. He's smoked off though, and now he just TPs away, although he will be in a corner that is easy to clear out. And it does get cleared out by B-Dog. Meanwhile, the orbital strike comes out. Just push the defense back, but Adder in Puka going to be able to take out Mata. B-Dog, though, going to clear out one of the site defenders by taking out Rossi. It's now down to Adder to defend the site while his team rotates through. Viper's pick came out. B-Dog going to take Adder out. Now it's a 2v4 for the remaining Turtle Troop players. Going to have to try and even up this gap in a little bit of a clutch. Vic going to take out Dazzle. The swing comes through from Vanity, but it doesn't matter. As Vic also going to be able to take out Weeded. Shopify does finally take a round after losing so many in a row, and that's a good round for them to win. Not just because they keep 4 out of the 5 of their players alive, but because had they not won that, they would have had to go to an eco round. And I'll remind you, Turtle Troop did have a good win streak going, but they never really were allowed to get econ stability in their favor. So you look at them; they're forcing a buy here, but they can't all buy. It does have this operator, but may not find any value. Meanwhile, B-Dog, an operator of his own, looking to find some value of his own. Ooh, not quite, as he does miss. Governor's there now with his own operator. He does back up.
I wonder if B-Dog spotted Governor. I don't think he did.
Showstopper available for Dazzle. Blade Storm available for B-Dog.
I love this. Very quick calling from Vanity after B-Dog discovers his aggression.
Looks like Shopify going to be pushing down B long.
Get map control elsewhere, and this will surprise Turtle Troops here momentarily. Is it just full?
We did there to watch it. And I'll remind you, not a full buy for Turtle Troop. They are forcing a buy, but 2 of their players are on stingers. Vanity going to take an Adder, and now it's down to Rossi who has a stinger, and Weeded, who also only has a stinger. Weeded, though, going to take out 2. Now a 3v3, but Vanity able to headshot. Also, I apologize. Rossi did not have a stinger. He had a gun. Ooh, Showstopper comes out as the Seekers come out. Showstopper not going to do damage to Vanity. Moose going to be pushing deep into CT on A. Able to find and take out Governor. And now it's a 1v3 for Dazzle. Winnable, but also may just want to go for the save.
This would be such a different round, and now he doesn't have it to work with. Now he's got to pull off this crazy clutch where all 3
Not going to hit the jump peeker. Operator shot comes through from B-Dog. It doesn't miss, though. Jump peek comes through. Dazzle at this point probably just going to go for the save. Going to get away. Moose hunting him down, and he's going to be able to. Shopify now has secured the 6th round in this half, which means it's now impossible, or their 6th round in this half. So now it is impossible for Turtle Troop to gain the lead going into the next half. It is definitely still possible for Turtle Troop to tie it up. The only issue is they're going into an eco round. Blade Storm available for B-Dog will only come out if he feels like he needs to, but he does have that operator to try and do some damage. And yeah, like I said, Turtle Troop just wins 1 singular map, then they qualify for playoffs. And Bind is their map pick, so it's not going their way yet. Maybe on the offense we'll see a little bit of better play. I'm not sure though. This is an eco round for Turtle Troop, but they're forcing a little bit. They really do want this round because they want to be able to tie it up.
Waiting for any slip up from Turtle Troops. Seeing who's going to step forward, who's going to look for info.
Nobody on Turtle Troop is really close to their ults.
Shopify will play spoilers to anyone trying to be.
Or sorry, nobody on Turtle Troop is that close to their ults. Mata is 2 ult points away from his. But that's about it. We did 2 ult points away from his, the orbital strike. Turtle Troop 3-man hold of B long. They're right next to this TP. As soon as they hear contact. What? They heard. Wait, what? Not entirely sure what that call was, but they all take TP. It's not an A push. Shopify is going B. And Turtle Troop just TP'd off of that site. Not sure why. They are just now going to be trying to retake this site. That site has been given to Shopify. Vic just going to be able to spray through the smoke. After seeing Dazzle, he continues to spray and finds another pick. Vanity going to find 2 picks. It's now down to Adder in a 1v5. And the flank comes through from Moose. And now Shopify is taking the lead going into the next half. They're very much so in a position to gain that lead. Or grow that lead. Bladestorm available for B-Dog.
Replaying this again from Vic, though. Shopify, they already had the free site to begin with. Shouldn't be able to
Bladestorm
expect
available
that.
for B-Dog. Orbital Strike available for Weeded.
Do come out, though. B-Dog versus Governor. We haven't seen much at all from this op from either B-Dog or Governor.
Mata
Gotta come up big now.
looking very early to get into towards showers off of a flash from Vanity. He wants this orb control. He is going to get it, thankfully.
Well, they're going to boom back through, getting ready to challenge A. This is a buy round from Turtle Troop. Last round of the half. They do need to try and close this up, even it out as much as possible.
If only he just pulled the trigger right then and there. But re-aggression towards showers. Again, Shopify pulling Turtle Troops in one direction and then going...
Orbital Strike comes out. Turtle Troop feels like there's a lot of pushback in showers. That's because there isn't. For some reason, Turtle Troop does decide to use that Orbital Strike. It is going to be wasted. And now Turtle Troop gonna have to retake A, as Shopify's just been allowed to push through short, as none of them were watching it.
All the way back in their spawn. Adder's already making his inch up, though. Everyone here from Shopify is playing disconnected from sight, trying to see if anyone...
Adder takes out Vic. Ooh, the timing as B-Dog looks away right as the flank is going to come through. Ooh, but they shoot and miss. B-Dog going to be able to take out Adder. Also going to take out Dazzle. Vanity going to take out Governor. It's now a 1v3 for Weeded. Not going to clutch it out. And it's looking like Shopify may be in a position to take this map as they're going to the next half up. Up 8-4. There is a showstopper available, but yeah, this is not looking good if you are Turtle Troop.
Rossi is there as well for the trade. I mean, that was a very, very scary situation. B-Dog managing the situation absolutely perfectly, drawing attention away from Vanity to allow him to get a kill on the Governor. And Shopify, I felt, just had a masterclass of an attacking side. Pulling the strings of Turtle Troops, and that round kind of speaks perfectly to it. Sucking them in the showers and walking up short. Now they've got such a dominant lead here on their defensive side. Turtle Troops have got quite the ways to try and make this comeback happen. And on the attacking side, they're going to have to first deal with aggression from Shopify's defense towards A short.
Does look like Shopify gonna get ready for this push in through A. They've got 3 in A short. Turtle Troop doing a little bit of that sort of split, patient play. Want to find some vision. Dazzle is able to push up into Hookah. Adder's gonna be taken out as he jump peeks out. Shopify waiting for that opportunity. And they get it. Vanity under Hookah right now. Not going to get cleared out. Able to find 2. And now it's a 2v5. B-Dog takes out Governor, and that's the end of this round pretty much. As Rossi now in a 1v5. Coming through showers. Picks up a ghost. Not going to find anything else. It's a flawless round for Shopify. And it's not looking like this map's going to be the one to go to Turtle Troop. Now the question is, will Ascent... Obviously, we'll move more towards that question and answering it after this map. I don't want to say it's over yet, but it is kind of over. As Shopify is, they're looking pretty strong here on Bind.
Shopify, you got to be feeling really, really good going forward in this series. Turtle Troops are their backs are against the wall in this situation. They know like the stakes are.
Gonna be forced by here from Turtle Troop, hoping to secure the win. If they don't, their econ gonna take a massive hit. Oh, it's gonna be a 5-player push in through Hookah. Vanity's Bird gonna be the first to spot. Actually, it doesn't spot anything. It goes too deep. Dazzle gonna jump in and take out Vanity. Now it's a 5v4 from Turtle Troop. B-Dog is long with a Marshall, trying to take out the Planter and Governor, but Spike will go down regardless. Dazzle trying to lock down the site as Mata takes out Governor. Dazzle's Judge going to take out Mata. Vic going to take out Dazzle. Adder takes out Vic. Weeded going to be taken out by B-Dog. It is now a 2v2. Moose going to take out Adder. Rossi going to run down and take out Moose. It's now a 1v1. Marshall in the hands of B-Dog. 1 shot, 1 kill. As Rossi is down to 50 HP. Spike's being held. Spike's being held. It doesn't. Oh. Man, I thought he was gonna get away with that, but Rossi makes sure to peek it in time. The pick does come through, although it is cut close. Turtle Troop will get that kill. And Turtle Troop takes this forced buy round, does turn into a win, which is exactly where they want to be. Sure, they'd want the majority of their players alive, but getting a win at all is good for them because now they can force, and they should be able to get these rounds moving back in their favor. This is the exact same thing that happened to Shopify in the first half. To Turtle Troop in the first half, where Turtle Troop won the pistol round, and then Shopify just forced the second round, and then they got some good momentum moving. We'll see if Turtle Troop can do the same, or if it will be denied.
SMG, but yeah, surely the TP away at this point. Nope.
Dazzle able to take out Vanity over on B, which just clear at the B site. Meanwhile, the 4-stack on A gonna come through for a pick on the Lurker for Turtle Troop. But player count now gonna be evened out, and the spike is down, so Shopify on an eco round gonna have to play retake. Ooh, the Marshall and B-Dog gonna spot Adder. Adder's like, alright, I'll just back up. Now, they do know that at least one is flanked, but they no longer have anybody watching flank, so they do have to be concerned about that.
Yeah, the guns will be back in the hands of TTR. That last round.
Looks like Adder gonna continue to watch flank. Dazzle gonna take out Mata, who's shooting through the smoke. We're also gonna take out Vic. It's now a 2v4. The last two players on flank. One coming down long is B-Dog. Able to take out Dazzle, looking for more, not gonna find any. Rossi shuts him down. Now down to Moose in a 1v3. The spike coming to a conclusion. Time running out. It's not like Moose is gonna be able to defuse the spike. The spike going to come to a conclusion, and Moose does die. Score now gonna be 6-9, and it looks like Turtle Troop going to get some good momentum built here. Now, this next round is going to be the test, as Turtle Troop is now going to be on a bye, it looks like, possibly taking bonus. Will they be able to get this round up on Shopify, or will Shopify's bye round be too much for Turtle Troop to handle? As, sorry, I yawned. As Shopify does take a timeout here, because, you know, Turtle Troop starting to gain some ground here in the second half. Shopify would like to deny that. Remember, if Turtle Troop gets a single map, that's it. Turtle Troop qualifies, and Shopify does not. I think, maybe not. I'm still not sure on that, but based on the graphic they showed earlier, that is what it seems to be. If Turtle Troop just gets one map up, it means Turtle Troop qualifies. Turtle Troop would love that to be this first map because it's their map pick.
Let's get aggressive and let's initiate these fights early on. We're confident we can win them.
It'll be tough for them to even judge that, though, because, again, we're looking at a new look shot.
And there's a showstopper available for Dazzle, but it does look like this will be a buy from both sides, or at least a pretty equal buy. Vanity going to be on a judge, but Rossi on a Bulldog. This is a bit of a bonus round for Turtle Troop, so they're able to keep some guns from the previous round and are saving a little bit of econ this round. So that does mean it'll be a very difficult fight for Shopify.
This is the third time he's played it. Up as well on the other side.
Governor going to be pushing up with that operator, trying to clear showers, it looks like. Lock it down, make sure nobody pushes out. And it looks like Turtle Troop going to be playing patiently this round, waiting for Shopify to push into them. But you look at Shopify. Wait, did I say Turtle Troop playing patiently, waiting for Shopify to push into them? But if you look at Shopify, they're not budging. Pretty much just staying stagnant in their holds. You see Adder now going to inch closer and closer up A short. The operator and Governor peeking out in showers. Doesn't clear Vic, and it's not going to as Vic takes Governor out. Operator down in showers, and it can be picked up by Shopify. Not only that, but it does mean Shopify now has a player advantage. The judge is spotted in hookah. The dog going to push Vanity back, and it does allow Turtle Troop to get into the site. Mata gonna jump peek out, sees them there, throws the grenade. Vanity gonna jump up with the judge, gonna find two before getting taken out. It's now a 2v4 for Turtle Troop.
They have spotted Adder in the back as well, so they know a flank is on the cards. This is control for Shopify.
Moose gonna take out Adder, and then B-Dog gonna take out Weeded with that operator. And that round, this round, goes to Shopify. The timeout was worth it, as it does convert into a win. Now Turtle Troop gonna be on a bye here, but will not be a good round for Turtle Troop.
Turtle Troop
As
just
there
can't
are
take
a
advantage
little
of that
bit low on
position. They
econ. You
couldn't
look at
make their way
Governor.
out.
Not gonna have any econ. It looks like maybe he's gonna be using the Headhunter, possibly. 'Cause he does not have any economy to use. Bladestorm for B-Dog, Seekers for Vanity.
You know, he could take him out the air if he ends up locking onto Vanity instead.
Yep.
In a very good spot here is
Turtle Troop gonna be sending 3 up B long, it looks like.
essentially just one person on a sheriff as well, that being Governor. So they're hurting in this round. And they will hurt if they lose this round economically.
Moose gonna take a significant amount of
Loss here for
damage
TTR puts
or backing
SR
up.
essentially on 12.
45 HP in the hands of Moose.
on, Shopify
It's quite a bit of damage in that
almost get a
encounter.
huge gift
We'll be able to
towards
get
that
healed
long
back
side.
up to full, but no shield now.
Players at one point there for the
Looks like
contact, but
Turtle
they've already
Troops. I'm
spread it
not
back.
really sure where they want to go. They've got 2 in A short.
Showers here, just like they did in the last round, expecting maybe a lurk once more from Governor. They don't get it
Looks like they will be sending those 2 down to U-Haul. There's a boombot used, but I don't think Shopify heard that. V-Dog gonna just take out Rossi with wide swinging long. V-Dog locking it down. And that is spiked down. So Turtle Troop does have to grab it. Meanwhile, Vic gonna stop that push into A by taking out Dazzle from Showers. Spike gonna be picked up by Adder. The question is, where do you take it? A site isn't really clear. TP can't be taken. Governor gets taken out. Now you have nobody there, so you do have to sort of commit to B. There are 3 on B, though. Adder gets concussed by a Skydog, and then Vanity takes out Weeded. It's 5 players left alive for Shopify, making it a flawless round, and it's starting to look like this map may not be the map that Turtle Troop takes. Looks like they may have to gear up and try, or gear down and try and get ready for Ascent. So it looks like they are going to need it.
Like you said, a 71% attacking win record. That's getting picked apart
Timeout
right now.
taken by Turtle Troop.
That look from TTR that from a few weeks ago against TSM that we didn't actually expect to be efficient on their attack side. Dazzle, he's not a Raze main. He's not a duelist main. He explained that his job on this team is to go in, plant, die, and pray that the rest of this team is able to actually win these rounds. But
Sorry, I'm not talking a lot. I feel very tired.
any of those first steps from
Yeah, I mean, Turtle Troop really... This offense for them has been a struggle because it feels like they're trying to do what Shopify did, where they're playing slow and methodically, but Shopify is just like, okay, we'll play slow and methodically too. Wait for you to push in, because eventually you do have to. Which does mean Turtle Troop is just getting countered perfectly. So Turtle Troop does need to switch it up in the sense, I think they do need to try and push aggressively and quickly. Maybe they can turn it into something. 2 ults available for Shopify in the Bladestorm and Seekers. And Orbital Strike. Seekers available for Turtle Troop. Why do the Seekers and Orbital Strike icons look so similar? Turtle Troop gonna be trying to clear up into A. This is their eco round, and Dazzle with the Stinger are gonna try and take out Moose, but not gonna be able to. Showers gonna be, not gonna be cleared. Showers is now clear, but Turtle Troop can't really clear that quite yet. Ooh, Governor and Vanity meet each other. They both saw each other before they started shooting, and Vanity gonna take out Governor. Does win that exchange. Just gun dip there. It's now gonna be a 3v5 for Turtle Troop to play. All 3 in Showers right now.
Advantage at this point, even with the 2 smokes, even if TTR feel like they're safe with going out, this position for Mata is insane. It should be good for at least 1 here.
Mata gonna take out Weeded and Rossi. Adder gonna take out Moose. It's now a 1v4, and Mata gonna take out Adder. This round does go the way of Shopify, and now Turtle Troop needs to win 6 in a row in order to take it to overtime and try to clutch it up in overtime. It's a very long uphill battle. Turtle Troop needs to start it off well with this round. If they can secure the win here, they may have some momentum to work with, but yeah, it's looking like they just don't know how to find their footing here on this offense, and starting to weigh on them. Orbital Strike available for both teams. Shopify also has a Bladestorm available, and Rossi has Seekers available.
As a 3-map series results in Turtle Troops qualifying to playoffs.
The job is nowhere near done. Again, just 1 map from TTR, whether it be the first map or the second map. All TTR needs to do is win 1 map to to make it to playoffs and eliminate Shopify.
Looks like Turtle
So
Troop gonna try and push
Job's
into
far
A
from done.
here.
Mata just changing up position. The Trailblazer was never going to catch that. And they shouldn't expect this positioning either. Vic as well in a good spot. Based off the comms is going to drop his orbital strike. I love this hold from Turtle Troops. And there isn't a back door here. Or apologies from Shopify.
Looks like
There
they're
is a
just
back door
waiting.
here
They're
from
hoping
Turtle Troops,
Shopify
is
will
what I
push
meant
into
to
them.
say.
Look at B-Dog though,
There
just
we go.
holding this. The Seekers do come out. And off of that Dazzle swings, they do spot the operator. Mata gonna be able to take out Adder though, and the push into A has stopped. Weeded though, gonna be able to take out Mata. Orbital Strike comes out in showers, and Turtle Troop start this push into A. Vic gonna take out Weeded. The operator on Governor is all the way in elbow and now into CT. The rotate over to B has started. The B site is not clear. Vanity is still on site. Oh, and Vanity is now going to be going into elbow. Turtle Troop assumed the site was clear when it... Not entirely sure what happened there. Governor just did not react. Dazzle going to run through the TP, and that's it. Shopify closes it out. And I am actually realizing I am, for whatever reason, way too tired to actually stream. I do apologize that I'm ending the season like this. But my current prediction is that Shopify will win here and qualify for playoffs. I really do apologize about this. I just, like, I am dying right now, and I don't know why. I might be sick or something. I apologize. I don't feel well enough. I don't have enough energy, and I don't want to, like, I don't want to be streaming if I'm, like, not at, you know, with the right energy. So I do apologize. I'll be back, of course, for playoffs. Until then, go ahead and check out the VCT Champions Tour playoffs happening this week and next. Go ahead and check those out. But other than that, yeah, I'm so sorry that I have to go like this, but I'm so out of it. So I will see you all. I'll see you all during playoffs in 2 weeks. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you all then.
Here's how it works.